There was anxiety in the city administrator's voice now, the realization that what had seemed like success was now being wrapped in bureaucratic uncertainty. Until the board responds, Dao Qing said, which could be days, could be weeks, depending on how they want to handle this situation and the political implications. This kind of challenge to their authority, it requires careful handling. Liang Chen understood what had happened. The board would now have a choice: formally condemn the modifications and demand restoration of the original array, knowing that doing so would destabilize the city and kill people, or accept the modifications and implicitly admit that their original suppression policies had been based on flawed assumptions. Neither option was politically comfortable for them, but they had to choose something, and the choosing itself would reshape the cultivation world's relationship to Anomaly. In the meantime, Dao Qing said, looking directly at Liang Chen, you'll remain in the tower under my observation, not as a prisoner, but as a technical consultant. I want to understand what you've done and why you believe it's correct. I suspect I'm going to need to make arguments to the board about this situation, and I need to understand it thoroughly. I need to be able to explain not just the technical modifications, but the philosophy that underlies them. The board will listen to me. I want to make sure they understand what they're deciding. It was a surprising request, something between collaboration and custody, but distinctly closer to genuine engagement. Liang Chen recognized it as authentic. Magistrate Dao Qing was attempting to understand, not simply enforce. That mattered, and it changed the dynamic of their interaction significantly. She was beginning to see him not as a threat to order, but as someone wrestling with the same problems that had always troubled the most thoughtful officials. I'll explain everything, Liang Chen agreed. The technical aspects and the philosophy behind them. I want the board to understand this too, not through a report filtered through bureaucratic language, but directly. I want them to see what I see, that the natural world supports diversity, that rigidity breaks, and that genuine order emerges from allowing people to develop authentically. Chapter 70. The Conversation in Stone and Philosophy. That evening, Liang Chen and Magistrate Dao Qing sat in the array chamber, surrounded by the stone and qi of Master Tao Chen's ancient rebellion. The other cultivators had withdrawn to outer positions, leaving them in relative privacy to talk. The array hummed around them, its new patterns slowly adjusting to the city's needs. I need to understand something, Dao Qing began, her tone carrying genuine curiosity rather than interrogation. You're speaking about anomalies as though they're a natural phenomenon, something that exists independent of whether the cultivation board recognizes them. But everything in our training suggests that anomalies are deviations, errors, a failure of proper cultivation practice. Are you claiming the board has been wrong about this entire time? Not intentionally wrong, Liang Chen said carefully. But yes, I'm claiming the framework is incomplete. Heaven's Tao, as currently understood and taught, represents one way of accessing and channeling qi. It's an effective way, powerful and elegant. But it's not the only way. There are other ways, natural variations that don't fit the framework, but that work nonetheless. The board's response has been to suppress those variations, treating them as problems that need fixing. I'm saying they should be treated as evidence that Heaven's Tao needs expanding, not that anomalies need eliminating. But if we allow unlimited variation in cultivation practice, won't that create chaos? Dao Qing pressed. Won't it result in cultivators developing in unpredictable ways that become difficult to manage or control? It will result in less control, Liang Chen agreed, but not necessarily chaos. The natural world operates without a single unified framework controlling all variation, and it's not chaotic, it's diverse and adaptive. Forests grow without a master gardener dictating every tree's shape, and forests are more stable than monocultures. Ecosystems function without central authority, and they're more resilient to disruption than carefully managed systems. Cultivation could be the same way. Yes, it would be harder to standardize. Yes, it would be harder to predict. But it would also be more resilient, more capable of adapting to new circumstances and challenges. Dao Qing stood and walked to one of the modified restriction points, examining the new pattern Liang Chen had inscribed. The pattern was complex, allowing flow while maintaining structure. Master Tao Chen built this array as a kind of message, didn't he? He was trying to force the board to eventually acknowledge that their framework was incomplete. I think he was trying to preserve the possibility of that acknowledgement, Liang Chen said. He couldn't say it openly because the cost would have been too high. But he left it in the structure, in the qi itself, in the form of a problem that could only be solved by someone willing to challenge the framework. He gave the future the tools to fix what the present couldn't openly criticize. And now I'm the one who has to report this to the board, Dao Qing said quietly. I have to tell them that one of their most fundamental assumptions might be incorrect. Do you understand what that will mean politically? How they'll resist? Yes, Liang Chen said simply. It will be contested. The board will attempt to find ways to dismiss the evidence or reclaim control of the narrative. There will be resistance and conflict, but the evidence will exist regardless of what they want to believe. Eventually, they'll have to contend with it. Dao Qing sat back down, exhaustion visible in her posture. I've spent 15 years building a career in enforcement, believing I was maintaining order and stability, believing I was protecting the cultivation world from dangerous instability. And now you're telling me that the system I've been enforcing is itself unstable in ways I never understood. I'm telling you that the system is incomplete, Liang Chen clarified. That doesn't erase the value of what you've done. Maintaining order has been important, but order without flexibility is fragile. What you've been protecting, true stability, requires allowing for variation. That's not a betrayal of what you've done. That's an evolution of it. For the first time, Dao Qing's expression softened from official formality to something more humanly vulnerable. I have family, she said quietly. A younger brother. He was identified as having anomalous chi patterns when he was coming into his cultivation. The standard sects rejected him. He ended up in a minor cultivation house, limited in his development, because nowhere else would take him. And I supported that decision at the time because I believed the board's categorization was correct, that his anomalies needed to be suppressed for his own good and everyone else's safety. But what if I was wrong? What if his limitations weren't because his nature was flawed, but because the system's framework forced them on him? Then your brother would thrive in a cultivation world that recognizes and values his actual nature, Liang Chen said gently. That's one of the reasons I'm doing this. So that people like your brother aren't automatically confined to limited paths. So that their potential isn't suppressed before they even have a chance to discover what they're capable of. Dao Qing was quiet for a long time. When she finally spoke, her voice carried something that Liang Chen recognized as the sound of someone's convictions shifting, reality adjusting in ways they hadn't anticipated. I'm going to write a report to the board, she said, not recommending approval or disapproval, but presenting the technical evidence, the historical context of Master Tao Chen's hidden messages, and the logical implications of all of it. I'm going to tell them that ignoring this situation is no longer an option. Chapter 71. The second wave arrives news that Magistrate Dao Qing wasn't immediately condemning the array modifications spread through the city like water through soil. Cultivators began moving more freely, feeling less constrained. Merchants resumed their normal operations. The visible anxiety that had gripped Xinchang eased into cautious hope. People began to believe that maybe the city would survive this crisis after all. The pressure that had been crushing the city's spirit began to lift. But it was precisely that hope that attracted attention the board couldn't ignore. Within 3 days, another group of cultivators arrived at the city's gates. This time, it was a formal cultivation board delegation, led by a senior official named Master Hao Chun, whose bearing suggested decades of authority and whose cultivation aura was substantially more powerful than Magistrate Dao Qing's. He arrived with an entourage that suggested this was a serious matter being treated with appropriate seriousness. This wasn't just an enforcement team. This was the board taking direct interest. Master Hao arrived not with guards, but with a small retinue of technical cultivators, formation specialists, measurement experts, officials whose job was to assess the array's status and provide the board with authoritative guidance. He requested immediate access to the formation and a full briefing on what had been done. No threats, no accusations, just professional assessment. It was a different approach from Dao Qing's enforcement stance. Liang Chen provided it, walking Master Hao and his team through each modification with technical precision and philosophical context. He showed them the measurements, the stability improvements, the practical evidence that the array was functioning better than it had before. He didn't hide anything or attempt to present the situation in a way favorable to himself. He simply showed them what was true. Master Hao's response was professional and controlled, but Liang Chen could sense calculation underlying it. This wasn't someone who was personally threatened by the modifications. It was someone who understood the political implications and was attempting to determine how the board should respond to a situation that challenged their authority. The technical work is excellent, Master Hao acknowledged after examining the modifications thoroughly. There's no question that the array is more stable and functionally superior to what it was. However, the manner in which these modifications were undertaken represents a fundamental challenge to official authority. The cultivation board exists to maintain standards and prevent exactly this kind of unilateral reconfiguration by individual practitioners, no matter how well-intentioned. The array was failing, Liang Chen replied calmly. Waiting for official authorization would have meant the city's destruction. Saving the city required acting when official processes couldn't move quickly enough. which is precisely the argument that individual practitioners always make when they violate protocols. Master Hao responded. We can't have every cultivator deciding when official procedures are too slow and taking matters into their own hands. The system would collapse into chaos. The system is already unstable, Liang Chen countered. The array's original design encoded instability. Suppressing anomalous cultivation creates pressure that the system can't contain indefinitely. I haven't created the instability. I've simply revealed it and provided a solution. Ignoring that solution and attempting to restore the original array would just recreate the problem. Master Hao was quiet, considering. The silence stretched between them as he processed the implications. Finally, he said, I'm going to take technical reports and data back to the board. We'll convene for formal deliberation on how to respond. In the meantime, this array remains under official observation. Any further modifications require board authorization. It was a holding pattern, but a different kind from Magistrate Dao Qing's initial response. Master Hao wasn't attempting to shut down the situation. He was managing it, allowing it to evolve slowly enough that the board could maintain the appearance of control even as events overtook their ability to actually control anything. Liang Chen understood the politics at work. The board couldn't simply approve the modifications. That would implicitly admit their original suppression policies were flawed. But they also couldn't condemn them. The practical benefits were too obvious. So they would delay, create committees, request additional reports, and hope that time might somehow resolve an issue that could only be resolved by admitting fundamental error. Over the next week, as Master Hao and his team compiled data and prepared their formal report, Liang Chen found unexpected intellectual companionship with him. The board official's mind was sharp and genuinely interested in understanding how anomalous cultivation actually worked, not simply in defending policy positions. He asked careful questions. He listened to the answers. He was attempting to understand the world as it actually was. I need to ask you something, Master Hao said one evening, sitting in the array chamber much as Magistrate Dao Qing had. Do you genuinely believe that anomaly cultivation can be integrated into the official system? Or do you believe the entire system needs to be dismantled and rebuilt? I believe integration is possible, Liang Chen said carefully. But it requires the system changing enough to accommodate variation rather than suppress it. The board's current structure is built on standardization. That would need to change. But the underlying purpose, maintaining cultivation governance and preventing dangerous chaos, that purpose can survive the change. That's more diplomatic than I expected, Master Hao said with a slight smile. I thought you might be arguing for dismantling governance entirely. I'm not anti-governance, Liang Chen clarified. I'm anti-false standardization. There's a difference. The cultivation world is better for having structure and guidance. But that structure should accommodate natural variation rather than demanding uniformity. Master Hao nodded thoughtfully. The board will wrestle with this for months, probably years. But you've already won the important argument. The technical evidence is undeniable. The philosophical case is coherent. What remains is just political maneuvering to allow the board to save face while accepting the inevitable. Chapter 72. The restored balance and public ceremony. By the time Master Hao and his delegation departed, taking their technical reports and recommendations back to the board's central offices, the array had been fully stabilized. All 14 restriction points had been modified, the formation now adapted to accommodate natural qi variation while still maintaining the city's cultivation environment stability. The work was complete. The array lived, and more importantly, it lived better than it ever had under the original suppression-based design. The visible effects were remarkable. Cultivators with anomalous patterns who had previously felt constant pressure when entering the city now moved with visible relief, their qi expanding naturally within the array's structure instead of being constrained. The weight they'd carried, the constant sensation of being wrong, being suppressed, being forced into shapes that didn't match their nature, that weight was gone. The city breathed more easily. Merchants reported that cultivation techniques seemed to progress more naturally, with fewer practitioners hitting arbitrary barriers that had seemed immovable before. The city's overall spiritual atmosphere had shifted from oppressive standardization to accommodating diversity. People could feel it in how the qi moved, in how their practice progressed, in the subtle sense that the city was no longer actively working against them. The city was healing. Liang Chen felt it too. The subtle but profound change in how the city breathed qi. When he extended his senses through the array, he encountered not a framework designed to suppress and control, but one designed to support and enable. The array was no longer a prison disguised as governance. It was a framework that genuinely supported cultivation in all its natural variations. The modifications to the restriction points had created something unprecedented. a large-scale array that could accommodate the full spectrum of human cultivation patterns without compromising its protective or regulatory functions. He'd done what needed doing, and the rightness of it resonated through every fiber of his cultivation awareness. The transformation was subtle in some ways, obvious in others. A cultivator with water-path anomaly walked through the marketplace and didn't feel the constant compression that had made the city unbearable before. A practitioner whose chi naturally spiraled counterclockwise instead of the standard clockwise pattern found they could move through meditation without fighting against the array's pressure. Young apprentices with unconventional cultivation seeds discovered they could progress without constantly being suppressed by formation constraints that assumed standard patterns. The city's chi flowed more freely, more naturally, more truly. On the night the array modifications were declared complete and stable, the city council convened a public ceremony to acknowledge Liang Chen's work. It was a political gamble, creating public visibility around something the board hadn't formally approved. But Magistrate Shen Chu understood that creating political pressure toward board acceptance was part of the strategy now. If enough citizens knew what had been accomplished, if enough people had directly experienced the benefits, the board would have to contend with public opinion as well as bureaucratic protocol. The ceremony was held in the plaza, with lanterns strung between buildings, creating a space that felt both celebratory and ceremonial. Liang Chen, Magistrate Shen Chu announced formally, her voice carrying across the gathered assembly. The Path of Expansion Academy has demonstrated understanding of cultivation principles that exceed our own accumulated knowledge. Through your wisdom and technical expertise, you have not only prevented the destabilization of our city, but have transformed our array into something more functional and more just. The city of Xinjiang honors you and commits to supporting the legitimate recognition of anomalous cultivation. You have shown us that the problem was never with the cultivators who didn't fit standard frameworks. The problem was with frameworks that were too narrow to accommodate human reality. It was a powerful statement, particularly for a magistrate to make so publicly, and Liang Chen could sense the ripples it would create through cultivation networks throughout the empire. Official magistrates didn't typically commit public resources to movements that the cultivation board hadn't formally endorsed. This was an act of political courage. Shen Chu was placing her own authority behind the array transformation, accepting responsibility for the decision to support anomaly cultivation legitimacy. The ceremony proceeded with formal recognition of the contributing cultivators, acknowledgement of the city council's support, and blessing ceremonies conducted by local cultivation teachers representing various traditions. The city's spiritual community was coming together around what had been accomplished, creating a public consensus that would be difficult for the board to challenge without appearing to deny evident truth. Later that evening, as he stood alone in the array chamber looking at the work they'd completed, Renwei joined him in the stone and chi darkness. Her empathy sense extended out, reading the emotional weight of the moment. She could feel the satisfaction in him, but also something deeper, a recognition that this moment represented a threshold moment, a point where what had been possible in theory was now possible in practice. You accomplished what you came here to do, she said softly. More than that, you've created a precedent. Now other cities know that array transformation is possible, that anomalies can be accommodated, that change is achievable. You've proven that the system can bend without breaking. You've shown that order and accommodation aren't contradictory, they can be integrated. The board will resist, Liang Chen replied, though he was smiling slightly, sensing her presence like a grounding force in the darkness. There will be pressure to reverse these modifications or to claim they were unauthorized. The institutional momentum will be against us. Yes, Renwei agreed. But you've made reversal costly. The board will have to choose between denying obvious truth or admitting error. Both options carry consequences. What you've done, you've changed the calculus of what's politically possible. You've made the status quo more difficult to maintain than the cost of change. That's how real institutional transformation happens. Not through dramatic collapse, but through gradually making the old way impossible to maintain without obvious contradiction. Chapter 73. The message spreads through networks. News of what had happened in Xinjiang traveled through cultivation networks with remarkable speed. Within 2 weeks, every significant cultivation city in the empire had heard that a major city's array had been transformed to accommodate anomalies, and that the transformation had succeeded. The city was more stable, not less. The information spread through merchant networks, through official channels, through the informal communication networks that cultivators maintained among themselves. Caravan masters spoke of it over evening fires. Formation specialists discussed the technical implications in correspondence with colleagues. Cultivation teachers shared the story with their students. The story couldn't be suppressed because it was confirmed by too many sources, and because it answered questions that cultivators had been asking for years. Was anomaly cultivation actually possible? Could people with non-standard chi patterns develop legitimately? Or were they truly defective, as the official framework suggested? More importantly, they'd heard that the transformation had been done by the founder of the Path of Expansion Academy, a cultivator with a reputation for genuine understanding rather than dangerous radicalism. They'd heard the story of Master Tao Chen's hidden rebellion against the suppression he'd been forced to build into the array design. The tragic tale of an architect who disagreed with what he was being asked to create, but built the suppression mechanisms because he had no other choice. They'd heard that a woman serving as an enforcement magistrate had written a favorable report to the cultivation board, implying that at least some officials within the system recognized the legitimacy of what had been accomplished. The narrative was spreading, and it was powerful. It suggested that change was possible, that the system itself could evolve, that the future didn't have to look like the past. Recruitment to the academy accelerated dramatically. Anomalous cultivators who had previously been hiding, operating in isolation, living with the constant weight of the system's implicit condemnation of their existence, began coming forward. Some came from wealthy families who'd been concealing their children's anomalous patterns, realizing that denial was no longer necessary or wise. Some came from provincial towns where they'd been the only person with non-standard chi, finally understanding that they weren't alone or uniquely defective. Some came from official cultivation houses, taking advantage of recruitment opportunities or simply walking away from institutions that had never acknowledged their authentic nature. They came across long distances, sometimes traveling for weeks to reach the academy. They found community at the path of expansion, understanding, and most importantly, they found validation. They weren't flawed. The system was incomplete. Their natures weren't errors to be corrected, but expressions of legitimate variation within cultivation itself. The relief they felt was palpable, as if they'd been carrying an impossible weight and suddenly discovered they could set it down. Other cities began sending inquiries about their own arrays, asking whether similar transformations were possible, whether the restrictions on anomalous cultivation that had been built into their formations could be modified without catastrophic failure. Officials sent formal requests. Cultivation masters sent private correspondence. Some representatives traveled to Xinjiang personally to consult with Liang Chen. They asked for technical details. They asked for philosophical guidance. They asked for help, and many offered payment or resources in exchange for the academy's expertise. The path of expansion suddenly had leverage and influence it had never possessed before. Other institutions competing for the academy's attention, offering resources and support in exchange for guidance. But the response from the cultivation board was more complicated than simple acceptance or denial. Master Hao's report to the board triggered exactly what he had predicted: intense deliberation, creation of committees, requests for additional research and analysis. The board launched investigations into the philosophical foundations of their own array designs, trying to understand how something they'd considered solid had turned out to be flawed. They requested detailed technical analyses from formation experts throughout the empire, some of whom were reluctant to criticize the board's original work. They began the slow, bureaucratic process of considering something that required changing everything they believed about how cultivation should be governed. The board's initial response, released 3 weeks after Liang Chen completed the array modifications, was carefully neutral. The modifications in Xinjiang would be studied further, but no other cities would be authorized to undertake similar transformations without board approval. Any cultivator caught attempting unauthorized array modifications would face sanctions. The position was effectively a holding pattern, acknowledging that something significant had happened while refusing to formally commit to any particular course of action. It was a way of saying, we don't know how to respond to this yet, so we're going to pretend nothing fundamental has changed while we figure out how to maintain our authority. But Master Hao's personal assessment, shared with several senior cultivators who then passed it through informal channels, was more honest. The board recognizes that the technical evidence is undeniable. Xinjiang's array is objectively superior to what it was. However, admitting that the original suppression policies were flawed would require acknowledging a fundamental error in cultivation governance principles. The board is unlikely to make that admission willingly. Instead, expect an indefinite period of careful study, deliberation, and bureaucratic consideration. They'll hope that the movement loses momentum while they deliberate. They'll also prepare contingencies in case it doesn't. My assessment is that within 2 years, the pressure for change will have become too strong for them to resist. It was politics at its most crystalline, the preservation of institutional authority taking precedence over the acknowledgement of truth. But it was also movement. The foundation was shifting. The question had been asked, and it couldn't be unasked. The cultivation world would never return to a state where anomaly cultivation wasn't a serious consideration. The possibility had become visible, and visibility couldn't be erased by institutional denial. Liang Chen received a steady stream of visitors after the news spread. Other anomalous cultivators came seeking guidance about how to develop their own paths. City officials came asking about their own arrays and whether transformation was possible for their formations. And representatives from the cultivation board came, sometimes openly with official credentials and sometimes in more covert ways, seeking to understand exactly how the modifications had been accomplished and whether they represented a fundamental threat to board authority. To each of them, Liang Chen offered the same guidance. The transformation wasn't just technical. It required genuine commitment to changing how anomalies were understood. You couldn't modify an array in ways that accommodated variation while simultaneously maintaining the belief that anomalies were errors or threats. The transformation required transformation of the mind as well as the stone. You had to change how you saw the world, change what you believed was possible, change your fundamental assumptions about the relationship between order and variation. And that was harder than technical modification. That required people to let go of certainties they'd organized their entire lives around. That required admitting error. That required genuine humility in the face of evidence that contradicted long-held beliefs. Chapter 74. The Enforcer's Private Struggle. A month after the array modifications were completed, a message arrived for Liang Chen from an unexpected source. Magistrate Dao Qing, requesting a private meeting outside the city, away from official observation. She wanted to talk without the weight of her position, without official oversight, in a place where conversations could be genuine rather than carefully managed. The location she suggested was a cultivation retreat in the mountains north of Xinjiang, a place where cultivators occasionally went for intensive training or meditation. It was remote enough to ensure privacy, but not so isolated as to be suspicious. Liang Chen agreed, bringing only Ren Wei as a companion. It seemed important to maintain some balance of power in whatever conversation was coming, and Ren Wei's presence would serve as both witness and empath, able to read the genuine emotional currents beneath whatever Dao Qing wanted to discuss. They found Dao Qing in a temple carved into the mountainside, sitting in meditation when they arrived. She rose to greet them with the courtesy due to worthy opponents, not subordinates or superiors. There was no official ceremony, no power displays. Just two cultivators meeting another at a remove from the institutions that usually defined their roles. She looked older somehow, and Liang Chen sensed the strain she'd been under, the conflict between her duty to the board and her own growing recognition that the board's positions might not be entirely correct. I wanted to talk away from the city, Dao Qing explained once they'd settled in private chambers, the stone walls around them thick enough to absorb any spiritual eavesdropping. Without official oversight, without the weight of my position, I needed to ask you something that I'm not sure I can ask in any official capacity. Something personal. Ask, Liang Chen said simply, settling into a meditation posture that conveyed openness. My brother is coming to the Path of Expansion Academy, Dao Qing said without preamble, her words tumbling out as if she'd rehearsed them many times but still found them difficult to voice. I'm facilitating it, using my position to authorize his transfer from the official cultivation house, where he's been confined. If the board discovers what I'm doing, it could cost me my position. My authority would be questioned. I might be sanctioned, removed from office, reassigned to some remote posting where I can't influence policy. And I wanted to know, is it worth it? Am I right to risk that for him? Or am I simply letting my personal feelings about my brother override my duty to maintain the integrity of official cultivation governance? It was one of the most human questions Liang Chen had encountered from an official representative, and he recognized the genuine conflict in it. This wasn't someone simply enforcing rules. This was someone tearing herself apart, trying to reconcile her understanding of duty with her recognition of truth. What does your brother want? He asked gently. To cultivate according to his own nature, Dao Qing replied. Liang Chen could see tears threatening at the corners of her eyes, though her cultivation control kept them from falling. To stop feeling like his existence is a problem that needs to be solved. To stop feeling like he's failing every day simply because he can't fit the framework that everyone keeps trying to force him into. To develop into who he actually is instead of who the system says he should be. He spent 8 years in official cultivation houses, trying everything they recommended, getting better and worse in cycles that never ended in anything like stability or peace. And I enabled that. I thought I was helping by using my position to place him in good institutions. But all I was doing was facilitating a system that was crushing him. Then yes, Liang Chen said with certainty, his voice carrying the weight of conviction. It's worth it. The risk you're taking for his sake is exactly the kind of choice that makes systemic change possible. You're putting your brother's dignity above institutional authority. You're saying that an individual person's well-being matters more than preserving an institution that claims to serve people. That matters. That changes the world. When enough people make that choice, when enough officials, enough cultivators, enough people in positions of authority decide that actual human well-being matters more than preserving the systems that claim to serve that well-being, that's when institutions actually transform. Dao Qing closed her eyes, and tears did fall this time, the emotional weight of the moment overwhelming her cultivation discipline. I've spent my entire career believing I was serving order and stability, believing I was protecting the cultivation world from chaos and danger. And then I met you and your students, and I realized that the biggest danger wasn't chaos. It was the system's insistence on a false order that denied the reality of how people actually cultivate. Rin Wei moved closer, her empathy sense clearly reading the profound emotional transition happening in Dao Qing's being. The magistrate was experiencing a fundamental shift in how she understood her relationship to the institutions she served. You don't have to choose between order and acknowledging reality, Rin Wei said gently. Real order is built on truthfulness, not denial. What you're doing, recognizing your brother's true nature and supporting it, that's the foundation of actual stability. Institutions that are built on denying what's real are institutions that will eventually collapse. Institutions that are built on acknowledging reality are ones that can evolve and adapt and endure. The board won't see it that way, Dao Qing said. They'll see it as a violation of protocols and an abuse of my position. They'll see a magistrate using her authority to circumvent official cultivation procedures. They won't recognize it as compassion. They'll see it as disloyalty. Yes, Liang Chen agreed. But you'll know the truth. Your brother will know the truth. And eventually, enough people will make choices like yours that the board's authority will shift to accommodate the new reality rather than resist it. That's how institutional change actually happens. Not through dramatic revolutions, but through the accumulation of individual people making choices that honor their deepest understanding of what's right, regardless of institutional pressure to do otherwise. Dao Qing stayed in the mountain temple for another day, and when she left to return to Xinchang, something fundamental had shifted in her. The enforcement official had become something more complicated, a person navigating the space between institutional loyalty and authentic truth. She carried with her both the burden and the liberation that came from aligning her actions with her deepest values rather than external authority. That kind of navigation was where real change happened. Chapter 75. The Public Philosophy Debate. A public debate was held in Xinchang 2 months after the array modifications were completed. It wasn't organized by the city council or officially sanctioned by the board. Instead, it emerged from the cultivation community itself, as a way of exploring the deeper questions that the array transformation had raised. People wanted to understand. They wanted to think through the implications. They wanted to test their beliefs against reality and against each other. The plaza filled with hundreds of cultivators, with merchants who depended on the array's stability, with students and teachers and administrators trying to make sense of what the transformation meant for how they understood cultivation itself. The crowd represented the full spectrum of the cultivation community. Formation specialists trying to understand the technical implications, officials worried about governance and order, anomalous cultivators seeking validation and guidance, standard practitioners wondering if their way of understanding cultivation was being undermined, ordinary people trying to make sense of what had become a fundamental question about how their world worked. Magistrate Hao Chun, still present in the city as an official observer, agreed to participate, perhaps recognizing that refusing would appear evasive or fearful. The debate was structured as a philosophical examination of the core question: what is the true relationship between individual variation and systemic governance? The stakes felt significant to everyone present. This wasn't an abstract philosophical exercise. It was asking what kind of cultivation world they actually wanted to live in. Liang Chen opened with a statement that summarized his position. Heaven's Tao is not a law written into the fabric of reality. It is a framework, useful, elegant, powerful, but incomplete. Anomalies exist not as failures, but as evidence of that incompleteness. A system that denies the reality of what doesn't fit its framework is not maintaining truth, it's maintaining an illusion. True governance must be built on acknowledging all aspects of reality, even those that don't fit predetermined patterns. When we suppress anomalies, we're not protecting the cultivation world from danger. We're denying ourselves access to the full range of human potential. He paused, looking out over the gathered people, seeing the different reactions, some understanding immediately, nodding in recognition, some skeptical, arms crossed and faces set in resistance, some genuinely trying to adjust their thinking, visibly wrestling with what he was saying. The diversity of reaction was itself significant. It showed that the question had genuinely reached people and was forcing them to engage with ideas that challenged their understanding. Magistrate Hao responded with equal clarity, and Liang Chen could sense the genuine intellectual conflict in the other cultivator. He wasn't simply defending institutional positions. He was wrestling with the same questions. The concern with that perspective is that it privileges novelty and individual variation over the order that allows a functioning society, Hao said carefully. If every cultivator decides that their personal pattern is as valid as official standards, how do we maintain any coherent system? How do we prevent talented individuals from becoming threats to stability? How do we keep the strong from dominating the weak? History shows that unrestricted, powerful individuals often pursue their own interests at the cost of broader community well-being. Systems of standards exist because unrestricted individual pursuit of power creates chaos. By trusting that people will make mostly rational choices when they're not constrained by oppressive frameworks, Liang Chen argued, and by building governance that responds to what actually happens rather than what we fear might happen. You're assuming that order requires standardization. But natural systems prove that's false. Forests are more stable than monocultures precisely because of their variation. Ecosystems are more resilient because they accommodate diversity rather than enforce uniformity. When you suppress variety, you create fragility. When you allow people to develop according to their authentic nature, you create resilience. And yes, there will be some who misuse their power. But that's a problem that exists in standardized systems too. The difference is that standardized systems create that problem systematically, while diverse systems can adapt when problems arise. The debate continued for hours, touching on the nature of authority, the purpose of governance, the relationship between individual freedom and collective stability. Other cultivators joined, offering perspectives from different schools and traditions. A merchant spoke about how the array transformation had affected his business. Cultivation students who'd been failing under suppression-based frameworks were now progressing naturally, creating more demand for supportive cultivation services. A young cultivator spoke about the relief she felt when she realized her anomalous pattern wasn't a flaw to be hidden. She'd spent years trying to force herself into standard frameworks, and discovering that her nature was legitimate had transformed her entire practice. An official from a nearby province spoke about the difficulty of maintaining order when some people genuinely couldn't conform to official standards without crushing a fundamental part of who they were, the tension between institutional requirements and human reality. What emerged was not a definitive victory for either position, but rather a deeper understanding that the question itself was more nuanced than the board's official stance allowed. There was genuine tension between the need for systemic order and the reality of individual variation. That tension couldn't simply be resolved by denying one side or the other. It had to be navigated with ongoing adjustment and willingness to listen to evidence and to the experiences of people who'd suffered under purely standardization-based systems. Magistrate Hao, in closing, made a statement that suggested his own thinking was shifting. The cultivation world faces a choice between two paths. We can continue insisting that our frameworks are complete and that anything not fitting them is an error to be corrected. Or we can acknowledge that our frameworks are useful but incomplete and work to expand them to accommodate what we're encountering. That second path is harder. It requires admitting we were wrong about some things. It requires letting go of certainties we've built our careers on. But it's the only path that remains honest. And honesty, I've come to believe, is more important than the comfortable certainty of thinking we've already figured everything out. The board will have to decide what it values more, institutional pride or truth. Chapter 76. The political warning and board intentions. 3 days after the public debate, Magistrate Dao Qing met with Liang Chen privately, her expression grave with warning about what was coming. She'd risked her position to obtain advance notice of the board's decision, and the information she carried was complex and consequential. The board is moving toward making an official decision, she said without preamble, keeping her voice low even in the private room. Not to approve the array modifications. Instead, to declare them a special circumstance that cannot be replicated without specific board authorization for each case. They're essentially trying to claim that Shunchang's array was an exception rather than establishing a new precedent that opens the door to widespread change. Liang Chen understood what this meant immediately. It was a political survival maneuver dressed up as governance policy. They're trying to preserve the appearance of their authority while accommodating the undeniable reality that the modifications worked. Exactly, Dao Qing confirmed, and he could see the exhaustion in her bearing, the weight of working within a system that was trying to deny what she knew to be true. It's a political solution rather than a principle-based one. But it's also the solution that lets them save face while accepting the inevitable. From a practical standpoint, it's probably the best outcome you could hope for without completely destroying the board's institutional authority. And destroying that authority, that would create chaos in the short term, even if it might be justified in the long term. It means other cities have to petition for board authorization before attempting array modifications, Liang Chen said thoughtfully, already calculating the implications. That creates a gating mechanism for what should be natural evolution and how cultivation works. But it also means that some modification becomes legitimate rather than rogue. It creates a pathway for change even if that pathway is bureaucratic and slow. Yes, Dao Qing agreed. But it also means that the modifications become legitimate rather than rogue. It means cultivators attempting similar work will have a pathway to official acceptance rather than being forced to act without authority. They'll be able to work within the system instead of against it. That's actually significant. It's a compromise, Liang Chen said, considering the implications and the sacrifices each position involved. Not ideal, but not catastrophic. The framework remains hierarchical, but it becomes slightly more flexible. The board maintains authority, but that authority becomes less about enforcing conformity and more about managing change within structures they can influence. More importantly, Dao Qing added, her voice carrying certainty, it's unstable. Once a few cities get board authorization for array modifications, the number of authorized modifications will increase. Once they've authorized a dozen, once they've authorized 100, the special exception becomes the norm. The bureaucratic process will eventually become irrelevant because what was once exceptional becomes standard practice. The board is essentially creating the mechanism for their own gradual obsolescence. Liang Chen saw what she meant. The board was attempting to preserve control while accommodating reality. But the attempt itself created a structure that would gradually erode their control. It was like trying to hold back a flood by creating carefully controlled channels. The water would find its way through, and eventually, the very channels designed to control it would make containment impossible. It was politics at its most subtle, losing through trying to manage loss rather than admitting that what needed to change was changing whether they approved it or not. There's one more thing, Dao Qing said, her voice dropping even lower. The board is aware that other cultivators are beginning to develop their own anomaly techniques, following the model of how you've approached it. Some of them are brilliant and thoughtful. Some of them are less skilled but earnest in their effort. The board recognizes that they can't suppress this movement any longer. The knowledge is spreading too fast. The success of the modifications is too visible. The cultivators seeking alternative paths are too numerous. So instead, they're trying to channel it, create official recognition for anomaly cultivation, but in a way that keeps it within board oversight and prevents it from becoming something they can't control. That's actually wise governance, Liang Chen acknowledged, and he meant it. Smart institutional management required recognizing when change was inevitable and finding ways to shape that change rather than resist it. If they're smart, they'll establish it in a way that genuinely values anomalous development rather than trying to control it. But I suspect the board's intelligence is divided on this. Some members will see it as accommodation. Others will see it as surrender. The question, Dao Qing said carefully, is whether you'll cooperate with that process, whether you'll allow the Path of Expansion Academy to become integrated into official recognition, or whether you'll maintain your independence and risk being positioned as a rogue element. The board would prefer integration. It makes you part of the system, subject to board oversight, manageable. But if you refuse integration, they'll have to decide whether to suppress you, which they know will fail, or simply accept your independence while trying to minimize your influence. It was the offer, Liang Chen understood. Integration, legitimacy, official standing, all at the cost of accepting some degree of board oversight. It was tempting. The academy would gain resources, official recognition, access to board networks, and information. But it also represented a fundamental shift from the work he'd begun. He'd started this movement precisely because official structures weren't accommodating anomalies. Integrating into those structures, even if they were changing, meant accepting some constraints on his freedom to innovate and develop. I need to think about that, Liang Chen said honestly. I started this movement because official structures weren't accommodating anomalies. If the official structures change their position, that changes what my role should be. But I'm not sure I'm ready yet to fully integrate into a system I helped prove was incomplete. I need to understand what accepting integration would actually mean for the Academy's freedom to develop in directions the board might not initially support. Chapter 77. The Public Proclamation and Philosophy. 2 weeks later, Liang Chen gave a public address in Shenzhen's Central Plaza, with merchants, cultivators, and ordinary citizens gathered to hear him speak. Magistrate Xin Chu had offered the platform, understanding that Liang Chen wanted to speak directly to the broader cultivation community without filtering his words through official channels. The afternoon sun was beginning to fade, giving the plaza a golden light that seemed to amplify the significance of the moment. The square was so full that people were standing in the surrounding streets, pressed against windows and rooftops to hear his words. The array transformation that occurred in this city was possible because of a realization. Liang Chen began, his voice carrying over the crowd with the natural projection of a cultivator trained in voice projection and speaking to audiences. The realization that Heaven's DAO, as currently understood, is incomplete. Not wrong. Our framework has tremendous value and power, but incomplete. It was built by people whose own cultivation was remarkable, but limited to a particular range of possibilities. What we call anomalies are not errors or deviations from that framework. They are evidence that reality is more varied and rich than that framework can encompass. He paused, looking out over the gathered people, seeing the different reactions, some understanding immediately, nodding in recognition, some skeptical, arms crossed and faces set in resistance, some genuinely trying to adjust their thinking. He let the silence sit for a moment before continuing, letting people process what he'd said, letting them sit with the implications. I've been studying what we call the compendium of deviations, Liang Chen continued, his tone growing warmer, more intimate even as his voice carried to the plaza's edges. It's a collection of cultivation techniques, patterns, and approaches that don't fit standard frameworks, but that work nonetheless. Some of these techniques have been in use for centuries, developed by individual cultivators who realized that their nature wouldn't fit the standard paths, cultivators who had to develop alone, in isolation, unable to find teachers or communities that understood their work. Others are emerging now, as more cultivators recognize that they have the freedom to develop differently, to build on the pioneering work of those who came before. He described specific anomalous cultivation paths, bringing them to life with examples. There's water path cultivation that works through entropy and dissolution rather than stability and formation. The practitioner learns to embrace change, to flow with variation rather than resist it. There's earth path cultivation that emphasizes flexibility and adaptation rather than strength and foundation. The land itself teaches this lesson, if we pay attention. There's sky path cultivation that embraces transience rather than permanence, recognizing that all phenomena are inherently impermanent. These are legitimate paths. They're not flawed versions of standard cultivation. They're different, and different doesn't mean wrong. He described the principles underlying anomalous cultivation, the emphasis on individual variation, the acceptance of unpredictability, the willingness to let cultivation evolve according to each person's authentic nature rather than forcing conformity to predetermined patterns. He spoke about the mechanics of how anomalous cultivation worked, the theory that aligned it with Heaven's DAO principles while allowing for the variations that the original framework couldn't accommodate. He explained how an anomalous cultivator could develop techniques that didn't appear in any standard manual, but that worked because they were aligned with fundamental principles rather than specific procedures. This doesn't mean abandoning order, Liang Chen said, addressing the concern directly and with genuine respect for those who held it. It means building order that's flexible enough to accommodate variation. It means creating governance that responds to what actually happens instead of enforcing what theoretically should happen. It means recognizing that people are different, that our differences are often our greatest strengths, and that genuine order emerges from creating space for those differences rather than suppressing them. He spoke about the Path of Expansion Academy, about the students who'd come to it seeking legitimate paths for their cultivation, about the transformations in their practice and confidence once they were allowed to develop authentically. He described specific cultivators, not by name, but by their essential nature and their journey, who'd found themselves at the academy after years of failing in official structures, only to flourish once they were permitted to cultivate according to their actual patterns. He talked about a young earth path cultivator whose chi spiraled in unconventional patterns, who'd been told for years that something was wrong with their basic cultivation seed. At the academy, that cultivator discovered that the spiral pattern was the expression of their authentic nature, and once they stopped fighting it, their cultivation accelerated dramatically. The cultivation world is at a threshold, he concluded, his voice carrying the weight of genuine conviction. We can continue the old path, insisting that standardization is the only way to maintain order and that deviation from standard patterns is dangerous. Or we can step through to a new understanding, recognizing that genuine order is built on truthfulness, on acknowledging what actually is, on allowing people to develop according to their authentic nature. I believe that threshold is worth crossing. I believe the cultivators listening to this will find that their own potential expands once they stop trying to force themselves into frameworks that don't fit them. The future of cultivation is not about enforcing conformity. It's about creating space for the full range of human variation to flourish. That's a future worth building. And that future begins now, with each of us deciding whether we'll honor what we actually are, or whether we'll continue pretending to be something we're not. The address spread through cultivation networks even more rapidly than the array transformation itself, carried by merchants who witnessed it in person, by cultivators repeating his words with conviction, by the network of anomalous practitioners who finally had someone speaking their truth in public, with legitimacy and spiritual authority. Chapter 78. The Academy's expansion and board integration within 3 months of the public address. The Path of Expansion Academy had tripled in size. Cultivators were arriving not just from Xinjiang, but from throughout the empire, some coming voluntarily, drawn by word of mouth and the Academy's growing reputation, some being sent by families who'd come to believe that the Academy offered genuine opportunity for their anomalous pattern relatives. The Academy was transforming from a small school in the western provinces to a significant institution. The humble buildings where they'd begun work now felt cramped and inadequate. They had to begin recruiting additional teachers just to manage the teaching load. The Academy was no longer a quiet school struggling for legitimacy. It had become a center of intellectual and spiritual movement, a place where anomalous cultivation was being actively studied, tested, refined, and documented. The work was rigorous. The standards were high. Students were expected to train seriously, to develop genuine depth of understanding, to contribute insights that advanced the collective knowledge. But the environment was one of genuine support rather than suppression. Students were encouraged to develop according to their nature, but that freedom came with responsibility. Responsibility to train seriously, to understand the philosophical foundations of their cultivation, to help other students understand themselves, to contribute to the collective understanding of anomalous techniques. Liang Chen was managing the growth with Ren Wei, Shi Mo, and the other early companions. But it was becoming clear that the Academy would require additional structure to accommodate the expanding numbers. They began hiring more teachers, developing a formal curriculum, creating systems for identification and support of anomalous cultivators who came seeking help. The work of running an institution was different from the work of personal cultivation or even small group teaching, and Liang Chen found himself developing administrative skills he'd never expected to need. He had to learn to manage budgets, to organize schedules, to navigate the practical logistics of housing and training a rapidly growing community. But with the Academy's growth came political pressure. A letter arrived from the Cultivation Board, marked with official seal and the signatures of several high-ranking officials. The letter conveyed both recognition and concern, walking a careful line between approval and oversight. It acknowledged that the Path of Expansion Academy has successfully identified and supported cultivators with anomalous chi patterns, and that these efforts have demonstrated the viability of expanded cultivation frameworks. It also requested, more than requested, mandated, that the Academy participate in official consultation regarding the integration of anomalous cultivation techniques into the broader cultivation governance structure. It was a carefully worded document that managed to recognize the Academy's success while asserting the board's continuing authority. It was the board attempting to channel the movement, to bring it within their sphere of influence and management. It was also, in its way, recognition that the Academy's work was legitimate and worth engaging with seriously. The board understood that suppression had become impossible, so they were shifting to co-option, trying to incorporate the Academy's innovations into official structures on the board's terms. The letter was an offer: become part of official cultivation governance and gain access to resources, institutional support, and official legitimacy, or remain independent and risk being positioned as outside official authority. Liang Chen read the letter with mixed feelings. Part of him appreciated the board's attempted engagement. They were beginning to treat anomalous cultivation as something worthy of serious consideration rather than dismissal. But another part of him recognized that formal integration might come with costs. The Academy's freedom would be constrained. The development of anomalous techniques would be subject to official oversight. Innovation might be stifled by bureaucratic processes designed to maintain standardization. Yet the alternative, refusing integration, would also carry costs, including positioning the Academy as outside official governance and potentially exposing it to pressure or restriction. That evening, he called a meeting of the Academy's senior cultivators to discuss the implications. The room filled with people who'd invested themselves in this work, who believed in what they were building. The conversation was honest and thoughtful, ranging across the costs and benefits of different approaches. The tension in the room was palpable. This was a decision that would shape the Academy's future. We can refuse, Shiremo said. Maintain our independence. The Academy's reputation is strong enough now that we don't need the board's validation. We can continue developing anomalous cultivation outside official structures, building our own path without their oversight. But refusing means positioning ourselves as outside official governance, Renwei countered. It keeps the movement marginalized, keeps us perceived as fringe rather than core. If we want real systemic change, we need to engage with the system, even at the cost of some autonomy. Our influence over the board's thinking is more valuable than our isolation. We could change what official cultivation looks like from inside the structures. What do you think we should do? One of the newer senior cultivators asked Liang Chen directly, and the room fell quiet, waiting for his judgment. He could feel the weight of expectation. They wanted him to decide, to lead them through this decision. I think, he said carefully, that we should engage with the board but on terms we establish, not terms they impose. We should participate in consultation and share our knowledge. But we should also maintain the Academy's independence and continue developing techniques beyond what the board's framework can accommodate. We should become integrated enough to influence official policy from inside the structure, but independent enough to keep evolving in directions that the official structure might not initially support. That's a difficult balance to maintain, another cultivator observed. The board will want increasing oversight. They'll want to standardize what we're doing, make it conform to official frameworks, control how anomalous cultivation develops. Yes, Liang Chen agreed. But that difficulty is where the real work of transformation happens. If it were easy, we wouldn't need to do it. The hard part is maintaining integrity while engaging with a system that will always pressure you to compromise. But compromise and integration aren't the same thing. We can integrate and still maintain our core commitments. We can work within their structures while building our own. We can be part of their system while remaining independent enough to challenge it. Chapter 79. The parting with Renwei. A month after receiving the board's letter, Liang Chen made a decision that carried profound weight. He was sending Renwei back to the Academy to help manage the expanding operation and to serve as his representative in negotiations with the cultivation board. She had the skills for diplomatic navigation that he lacked. Her empathy sense gave her insight into people's underlying concerns and motivations. Her intelligence was sharp and politically nuanced, and most importantly, she understood the Academy's work at a level that allowed her to represent it authentically. He would continue his journey east with the remaining companions, continuing to document anomalous cultivators throughout the empire, continuing to gather data and understanding for the compendium of deviations. The parting happened on a clear morning, with the remaining group assembled at the city gates. The sun was bright, the sky clear, and Liang Chen felt the poignancy of the moment intensely. Renwei carried with her detailed reports on the Shunchang array transformation, recommendations for supporting the Academy's growth, and a message from Liang Chen to the students who'd been gathering at the school. She would have authority to make decisions in his absence, to represent the Academy to the board and to other cultivators seeking guidance. You've been my anchor, Liang Chen said to her privately, as the others made final preparations for the eastern journey. Your empathy sense, your ability to read beneath surface appearances and understand what people actually need, that's been essential to everything we've accomplished. The Academy needs you there more than it needs me right now. We need someone who can negotiate with the board while maintaining genuine connection to what we're trying to build. We need someone who understands that the board officials aren't villains. They're people wrestling with genuine concerns about order and stability, and who can help them see that anomaly accommodation doesn't have to threaten order. Renwei's eyes held tears, though her cultivation control kept them from falling. The connection between them had grown deep over their months together, built on shared purpose and genuine mutual respect. I came with you to understand anomalies, she said. And I've learned that anomalies aren't just about chi patterns. They're about people who don't fit standard frameworks, who need space to become themselves. That understanding belongs in the Academy, in the negotiations, in every conversation about what comes next. I'll carry it well. I know you will, Liang Chen agreed. And I know the Academy will flourish with you there. You understand something that most cultivators don't. That genuine leadership is about understanding people's hearts, not just enforcing rules or maintaining authority. That's what we need there. They embraced, the connection between them acknowledged without needing words. He held her for a long moment, and she held him back, and then they stepped apart. She turned to her horse, mounted, and began the journey back west toward the Academy. Liang Chen watched her until she disappeared over the hills, feeling the profound shift that her departure created. The group was smaller now, just him, Shiremo, Lin Shui, and 3 other companions who'd joined their work. The journey would be quieter, more focused on observation than on building community. But it was necessary. Ren Wei carried with her not just instructions and reports, but the authority to represent the academy in all official and diplomatic matters. She would essentially become the academy's public face, while he became its hidden foundation, working in the background to build the intellectual evidence base that would justify all the transformation they were attempting. The movement had grown beyond what any single person could manage from a traveling position. What they needed now was for him to continue the work of understanding, of documenting, of creating the intellectual and practical foundation for what the cultivation world was becoming. Ren Wei would hold the academy together and navigate the political waters of board integration. She would be the bridge between official authority and the authentic work of anomalous cultivation. He would do the work of comprehension, the slow work of gathering the evidence that would eventually prove, beyond doubt, that anomaly cultivation was legitimate. As they gathered to begin the journey east, Shurimo placed a hand on Liang Chen's shoulder. The stone affinity cultivator could feel the emotional weight through the contact. The hardest part of this work isn't the cultivation training, Shurimo said quietly. It's watching the people you build something with move into roles you can't fully share. But that's how real movement grows, not as something centered on one person, but as something distributed across many people doing the work that's theirs to do. Ren Wei will be exceptional in that role. She'll do things with the academy that neither of us could do alone. And you're becoming something the movement needs even more. You're becoming the recorder of who we are. You're building the evidence that will outlive all of us. I know, Liang Chen said, his voice quiet. But knowing doesn't make the parting easy. I'll miss working with her day to day. I'll miss her insight and her presence. I'll miss knowing that when I face something difficult, she'll be there to help me understand what's actually happening beneath the surface. Yes, Shurimo agreed. But it makes it right. And rightness matters more than ease, doesn't it? We choose what we do because it's necessary, not because it's comfortable. They stood together for a moment longer, looking west toward where Ren Wei had disappeared, both recognizing that something significant had shifted. The movement was no longer contained in the presence of one person. It was dispersing, growing, becoming distributed across many people. That was how movements became real. That was how they became unstoppable. Chapter 80. The Eastern Road and New Understanding. As they traveled east through the Empire's cultivated lands, passing through smaller cities and provincial towns, seeking out anomalous cultivators who'd been hiding in isolation, Liang Chen felt a shift in his own understanding of what he was building. The path of expansion had begun as his creation, his vision, his principles, his effort to create space for anomalous cultivation. But it had grown into something beyond his individual control or intention. It was becoming something larger, something distributed, something that transcended his personal agency. The academy now had its own momentum, its own students who were contributing their own discoveries and innovations. The ideas about anomalous cultivation were spreading through networks he hadn't established, and in ways he couldn't fully predict. The movement was becoming something larger than his personal vision. It was becoming real in ways that transcended his individual agency. Other cultivators were developing their own approaches to anomaly work, some building on his foundations, some departing from them in new directions. Some of those directions made him uncomfortable. Some represented genuine insight he hadn't reached. The movement was becoming its own thing. It was terrifying, the loss of control, the uncertainty about where things would develop, the recognition that he could no longer determine what the movement became. It was also exactly as it should be. A movement confined to one person's vision was a limitation, not a strength. A movement that could only develop in directions one person approved was a movement that had stagnated into ideology. What the cultivation world needed was living, growing, evolving understanding. The kind that emerged from many people thinking, many people experimenting, many people bringing their own insights and experiences to the work. In a quiet moment traveling between cities, Liang Chen sat with Shurimo and Lin Shui around an evening fire, looking up at stars that marked the path eastward. The fire crackled steadily in the cooling night. The darkness around them held the presence of the road they'd traveled and the road ahead. "How does it feel?" Lin Shui asked, her darkness-attuned perception able to sense the emotional currents beneath his calm exterior. She was developing her own unique cultivation style, one that worked with shadow and concealment in ways that challenged standard Earth path assumptions. Knowing that what you started is now operating without you, developing in ways you can't fully control or predict. "Like I've set something in motion that I can no longer fully control," Liang Chen said honestly. "Some of what will grow from this will be brilliant and beautiful. Some of it might be problematic or go in directions I wouldn't have chosen. But that's what it means to have genuinely released something into the world. It ceases to be yours. It becomes everyone's. And that surrender, that's harder than I expected. I thought I could create something and then step back. But I find myself wanting to guide it, to ensure it develops according to my understanding. And I have to recognize that that impulse, while understandable, would ultimately stifle what the movement could become. The compendium of deviations, Sure Imo said thoughtfully, his stone sense extended out into the earth beneath them, might end up being the most important thing we accomplish. Not the academy, not the array transformation, but the systematic documentation of how anomalous cultivation actually works. That becomes the foundation for everything that comes after. You're creating the record that will outlast you. That's what I believe, Liang Chen agreed. If we can create a comprehensive record of anomalous techniques, how they develop, what principles govern them, how they relate to Heaven's DAO frameworks, how different anomalies interact with each other, that becomes evidence that can't be dismissed or suppressed. That becomes the foundation for legitimate transformation of how the entire cultivation world operates. Individuals can be discredited or suppressed, but a comprehensive body of documented knowledge, that becomes part of the permanent record of human understanding. They traveled in silence for a while, the fire burning steadily in the darkness around them. Are you frightened? Lin Shui asked finally. About what the cultivation board will eventually do? About whether they'll try to suppress this movement, or try to control it, or actively work against it? Constantly, Liang Chen said honestly. But I'm also certain that they can't suppress it indefinitely. Once enough people recognize that anomalous cultivation is legitimate, once enough cultivators experience their own authentic development, the genie can't be put back in the bottle. The board might slow things down. They might create obstacles. They might try to co-opt the movement and channel it into controlled directions. But they can't undo what's already been understood. They can't make people forget what they've experienced. The fundamental shift in how people understand cultivation is already happening. What remains is just the detailed work of making that shift permanent and universal. They began moving again as the night deepened, the group settling into the rhythm of traveling that had become familiar over months of documentation and teaching. Liang Chen felt the weight of everything that had happened. The array transformation, the academy's growth, the conversation with Dao Qing that had helped an enforcement magistrate recognize her own complicity in a system that crushed people. The public address that had spread his ideas through cultivation networks throughout the empire, the parting with Ren Wei that marked the movement growing beyond his personal leadership. It was more than he'd expected when he'd begun this journey, and yet it also felt inevitable. The cultivation world had been at an inflection point. Anomalies were appearing more frequently. The old frameworks were proving increasingly inadequate. Something had to change. He'd simply been the one positioned to help that change become visible, to articulate what people had been experiencing silently, to create space where what had been hidden could be acknowledged. As they traveled east through the night, heading toward provinces he'd never visited, seeking cultivators he'd never met, but whose stories he'd heard whispered in cultivation circles, Liang Chen recognized something profound. The movement had grown beyond his personal control, and that was exactly as it should be. His role now was to continue witnessing, understanding, and documenting. The actual change would be created by thousands of people making thousands of individual choices to honor their authentic nature instead of forcing conformity to false frameworks. The future would be built not by his vision alone, but by the accumulated wisdom and experience of everyone who recognized that the old way no longer served them. That knowledge brought both liberation and responsibility. The Eastern Road stretched ahead of him, and with it, the ongoing work of understanding a cultivation world that was rapidly becoming something new. He would walk that road, documenting, learning, witnessing, building the compendium of deviations that would become the intellectual foundation for a new age of cultivation. The future was unfolding according to forces much larger than himself, and that was right. He was becoming just one voice among many, no longer the center but part of a larger chorus. This was how real transformation happened, not through the vision of a single person, but through the collective evolution of understanding across an entire civilization. Chapter 81. The Eastern Frontier. The Eastern provinces existed in a state that Liang Chen had not encountered before, even after months of traveling through varied cultivation territories. The terrain itself seemed less domesticated. Mountains that rose in wild, unplanned formations rather than the gentle slopes of the western provinces, valleys that twisted in unexpected directions, chi flows that moved with a kind of chaotic urgency rather than the measured currents found in cultivated lands. The architecture of the earth itself seemed different here, less integrated with the cultivation frameworks he'd learned to read, less comprehensible to the standardized perception techniques taught in orthodox schools. The group had been traveling for 3 weeks to reach this frontier, and the transition had been gradual but unmistakable. The cities had become smaller, the roads less maintained. The number of established cultivation sects had diminished. The infrastructure that supported the cultivated world of the western provinces simply didn't exist here. It was as though the boundary of the empire coincided with a boundary in how cultivation itself manifested. What struck Liang Chen most profoundly was the nature of the qi itself. In the academy, in every cultivated region he'd studied, qi moved according to principles that could be systematized, studied, taught. The flow patterns followed rules that, once understood, could be predicted. The heavens DAO's standardization extended even to the fundamental nature of spiritual energy. Cultivation was possible precisely because qi could be codified, understood, brought into conformity with established frameworks. But in the eastern frontier, qi moved in ways that resisted such codification. Flows that should have been stable shifted unexpectedly. Qi concentrations that should have formed stable patterns instead maintained a kind of fluid dynamism. The spiritual landscape felt chaotic, uncontrolled, and yet not hostile. It was as though the earth itself was cultivating according to principles that had nothing to do with heaven's DAO standardization. They were camped in a valley that should not, by orthodox theory, have been habitable for cultivation. The qi was too turbulent. The elemental composition was too mixed. The celestial alignment was poor for standard practice. And yet the valley held a kind of vitality that Liang Chen found remarkable. The plants flourished despite being in a region that cultivation theory suggested should have been barren. Wildlife was abundant. The ecosystem seemed thriving. This shouldn't work, Lin Shui said, sitting across from him at their evening fire, her darkness sense still trying to find patterns in the unfamiliar qi flows. According to everything I was taught, a region with qi this disorganized should be nearly uninhabitable for humans. The chaos should make stable cultivation impossible. And yet plants grow here. Animals thrive. Life flourishes despite, or because of, the lack of standardization. I've been thinking about the same thing, Liang Chen admitted. We've been assuming that standardization is necessary for cultivation to function. But what if that's false? What if chaos isn't hostile to cultivation, but just cultivates according to different principles? What if the disorder we're perceiving is simply a kind of order we haven't learned to recognize? Sure Mo, who'd been communing with the stone sense that his anomaly granted him, looked up with expression of recognition. The earth here isn't fighting cultivation, the stone affinity cultivator said slowly. It's just cultivating in its own way, not according to human frameworks. According to principles that developed before humans ever brought cultivation philosophy to this region. The earth has its own cultivation methodology, entirely independent of heaven's DAO standardization. This was the recognition that reoriented Liang Chen's entire framework. Until this moment, he'd been working from the assumption that anomalies were deviations from a standard, a fundamental framework that was correct and universal, with individual variations. But what if that assumption was backwards? What if the standard framework was not universal at all, but merely one manifestation of something larger? What if there were multiple valid cultivation methodologies, equally legitimate, equally efficacious, simply adapted to different contexts and different individuals? It was a thought that suggested the compendium of deviations wasn't actually a catalog of deviations at all. It was a catalog of natural diversity. The problem wasn't that anomalies deviated from a correct standard. The problem was that the standard had claimed universality for something that was always only ever partial. The next morning, one of the companions, a younger cultivator named Mei who had a qi reading anomaly that allowed her to perceive the general health and composition of spiritual energy in a region, approached him as they were breaking camp. There's a settlement further east, she said, pointing vaguely toward the direction her anomaly was drawn. Not large. I'd estimate maybe 200 people. Most of them have some level of qi cultivation, but not in any style I recognize. Not from any sect I've studied. The qi signature is entirely unfamiliar. I think there are people living here who cultivate entirely independently of any official framework. It was the first concrete evidence that his theory might be accurate. People cultivating without the empire's frameworks, without the heavens DAO standardization, developing their own legitimate path. We should meet them, Liang Chen decided. Not as teachers coming to bring enlightenment, but as learners. We need to understand how they cultivate, what they've discovered, what their principles are. It took them most of a day to reach the settlement, located in a hidden valley that the orthodox roads completely bypassed. As they drew closer, Liang Chen realized that the people here must have been deliberately avoiding major trade routes, deliberately building their community away from empire infrastructure. It wasn't hostile separation. There were merchant goods visible, indicating some contact with the outside world. It was simply independence, a deliberate choice to develop outside imperial frameworks. The settlement was older than he expected. Buildings showed decades of habitation and careful expansion. The gardens were sophisticated, cultivators who understood food production, who'd optimized growth according to local conditions rather than standardized techniques. The chi flows through the settlement were strange to his perception, but sure Mo described them as balanced, healthy, deliberately managed according to principles that were just different from what he'd learned. An old woman was sitting on a bench in what appeared to be the village center, as though she'd been waiting for them. She was small, weathered by time and work, with eyes that held a kind of clarity that suggested profound cultivation expertise. "I'm called Anihua," she said without waiting for introductions. "I've been expecting travelers from the west to eventually find their way here. The cultivators in those regions have been changing, growing, asking new questions. Eventually some of you would wander far enough to reach places where the old questions don't even make sense anymore." She gestured toward a nearby pavilion, an invitation to sit and talk. "You're the one they call Liang Chen, the one creating space for anomalies in the academy. I've heard stories carried on merchants' tongues. It took a while for them to reach this far east, but they arrived eventually." Liang Chen felt something shift in his understanding. "You know who I am?" "I know of you," Auntie Hua corrected gently. "I know that someone in the Western Empire is working to legitimize cultivation paths that don't conform to standardized frameworks. That work interests me very much. But please sit. There's much to discuss, and I've been alone in this understanding for longer than I can calculate. It will be good to speak with someone who's beginning to see what I've already known." Chapter 82. The cultivator who invented herself. Auntie Hua's history was unlike anything Liang Chen had encountered in his studies of anomalous cultivation. She had not been trained by any sect. She had not learned official cultivation methods. Instead, 60 years ago, she had arrived at this valley as a young woman fleeing from a forced marriage arranged by her family, seeking solitude in a remote area that few people ever visited. In her isolation, she had discovered that she had a natural affinity for cultivation. She responded to her intention. Her body showed capacity for gathering and refining spiritual energy. Her mind had the stability necessary for meditation and internal work. But she had no training in any orthodox method. She had never learned the standard frameworks. So instead, she had invented her own. "I didn't know there was supposed to be a right way," she explained to them as they sat in her home, a space that blended dwelling and work area in ways that suggested long, integrated occupancy. "I just began experimenting, trying different approaches, observing what worked and what didn't. Some things I attempted were foolish. I nearly destroyed my chi channels with techniques that were harmful, not understanding why they were causing damage. I had to unlearn those methods and discover better approaches through trial and pain." What she'd developed over those 60 years was a comprehensive cultivation system that bore no resemblance to orthodox practice, and yet achieved genuine advancement and spiritual power. Her chi was strong, refined, sophisticated. Her understanding of how energy moved through the body was deep and practical. Her ability to work with the local terrain and its chaotic chi flows was masterful. She had become a skilled, powerful cultivator without ever being taught a single orthodox technique. "The extraordinary thing," Liang Chen said, trying to articulate what he was perceiving, "is that you're not anomalous. By the definitions I've been using, you should be. Your cultivation doesn't follow standard patterns. Your methods don't conform to orthodox frameworks. Your chi development looks like deviation from the norm, but you don't experience yourself as anomalous, do you? You experience yourself as just a cultivator." "Because that's what I am," Auntie Hua said simply. "I cultivate. That's all. I'm not cultivating according to some established standard. I'm just cultivating. The earth provided the chi, my body provided the mechanism, and I provided the curiosity and experimentation. The rest followed naturally. There is no deviation from a standard because there was no standard imposed on me. I simply developed according to my nature and the nature of this place." Over the next 3 days, while the group stayed in the settlement, Auntie Hua taught them the practical aspects of her cultivation approach. She showed them how she worked with the chaotic chi flows of the Eastern Valley, how she'd learned to read her body's signals to know when advancement was safe and when more patience was needed, how she developed techniques for gathering distributed chi from an environment that lacked strong concentration points. What Liang Chen was learning was not just different cultivation techniques. He was learning an entirely different philosophical framework for understanding what cultivation even was. In the orthodox view, cultivation was the process of conforming one's chi and body to established correct principles. In Auntie Hua's view, Cultivation was simply the process of developing according to one's nature in combination with the nature of one's environment. The orthodoxy assumed that there was a right way that all should follow. Anti-Hua assumed that each person, in combination with their specific circumstances, would generate their own right way. What will happen? Liang Chen asked her. When people from the empire eventually come here. When the board discovers that there's a completely independent cultivation community operating outside their frameworks, they won't tolerate it indefinitely. They'll try to bring you into compliance with standardized practices. They'll try to correct what you've developed. Anti-Hua smiled, not with fear, but with something like amusement. Let them try. I'm 68 years old. I've been cultivating successfully for 60 years. My students have learned from me and developed their own variations on what I've discovered. Our methods are adapted to this specific place, to these specific people. They won't work for people who've already been trained in orthodox frameworks. The orthodox standards won't work well here. Neither of us can really impose our approach on the other because we're not actually working with the same raw material. The board can demand compliance, but compliance to what? Their methods won't work well in this environment. Our methods won't work well for people trained in their frameworks. We're not in conflict because we're not actually competing for the same space. This was the insight that genuinely shifted Liang Chen's entire framework. The conflict between orthodoxy and anomaly had seemed, in his thinking, to be fundamentally about the truth or falsehood of different cultivation methods. One approach was correct, the other was deviation and error. Either the standard was right and anomalies were wrong, or anomalies were legitimate and the standard was false. But what if the real issue was not truth versus falsehood, but rather different contexts producing different valid approaches? What if the conflict wasn't between right and wrong methods, but between a standardizing system that demanded uniformity and the natural human capacity to develop according to individual nature and local circumstance? The tragedy, Anti-Hua said quietly, looking directly at Liang Chen, is that the board doesn't realize they've created what they claim to be protecting against. By forcing everyone into their standard frameworks, they generate true anomalies, people whose nature doesn't fit the imposed structure, people developing distorted cultivation because they're trying to force themselves into shapes they don't naturally occupy. The board looks at these distorted people and says, see? This is why we need standardization. This is why individual development doesn't work. But they don't see that they created the problem they're claiming to solve. The actual problem is the standardization itself, not the people who don't fit it. By the time the group prepared to leave the settlement, 3 days later, Liang Chen had already begun revising his understanding in his personal journal. The compendium of deviations, he realized, was structured around a false assumption. It cataloged anomalies as deviations from a standard. But what if anomalies weren't deviations at all? What if they were simply the natural diversity of cultivation expression, suppressed and distorted by a system that demanded uniformity? The real work ahead, he was beginning to recognize, wasn't about accommodating anomalies within an existing framework. It was about fundamentally reconceiving how cultivation worked, recognizing that there had never been a universal standard at all, only a standardization system that had been imposed, that had created the illusion of a single correct path, where in fact there were thousands of natural variations. He bowed deeply to Anti-Hua before they departed. You've changed how I understand what I'm doing, he said. I thought I was working to create space for people who deviate from the standard. But what you've shown me is that I need to help people understand that the standard itself is a limitation, not a universal truth. Thank you. Go. Anti-Hua said simply. Tell the others what you've learned here. But also come back when you can. Bring others. This understanding is too important to remain isolated in a single valley. The world needs to know that there were always other ways. The world needs to know that people can cultivate according to their own nature, not according to imposed standards. That's the real revolution happening in the West. Keep feeding it with what you learn in the East. As they rode away from the settlement, heading deeper into the Eastern territories, Liang Chen felt the weight of what he was beginning to understand. Everything was about to change, not just for him, but for the entire framework he'd built. The academy, the compendium, the philosophical foundation he'd been constructing, all of it was going to need to be reconceived in light of this new understanding. And the cultivation board, when they eventually discovered what he'd learned, would recognize it as a genuine threat to their entire system of control. The journey east was taking him toward a truth that would make the current conflicts with the board look like preliminary skirmishes. He was discovering the historical foundation for a genuine revolution. Chapter 83, The Village of Independent Cultivation. The settlement itself was named xianxia, cloud gathering, and over the course of a week of immersion in its daily life, Liang Chen came to understand how profoundly different it was from any cultivated community he'd encountered. There was no hierarchy of sect authority. There were no formal ranks based on cultivation level. Instead, there were simply cultivators at different stages of development, and younger cultivators naturally sought guidance from older ones while older cultivators naturally mentored those who came to learn. The governance structure was deliberate and sophisticated, but not authoritarian. Major decisions affecting the community were discussed in open forums where any adult cultivator could voice their perspective. Disagreements were resolved through dialogue, through genuine effort to understand different viewpoints, through collaborative problem-solving rather than through the imposition of authority. It was radically different from the hierarchical sect structures that dominated imperial cultivation. What made this governance possible was something Liang Chen had not expected. The people of xianxia didn't need centralized authority because they had developed genuine ethical sophistication independent of it. They understood themselves as embedded in a community, and they made decisions based on what would serve the community's well-being as well as their own. There was no need to impose rules when people had developed the internal capacity for ethical judgment. One evening, he was sitting with a group of younger cultivators who were at early stages of their development, asking them about how they experienced cultivation without the formal structures that dominated the West. One of them, a young man named Tao Wei who showed signs of what the board would have classified as a gravity anomaly, described his experience with striking honesty. "I've never been told that there was one right way," Tao Wei said. "When I first developed the ability to perceive gravitational forces, to feel how the Earth's pull could be manipulated through qi expression, I brought the experience to Annie Hua and to the older cultivators. They didn't tell me I was doing something wrong. They didn't tell me I was deviating from a proper standard. They asked me to show them what I could do, and they helped me understand the principles governing it. They helped me refine my technique and expand my capacity. They treated it as a genuine ability, not as an aberration." "Did you ever doubt your own cultivation because it was so different from what others could do?" Liang Chen asked. "Why would I?" Tao Wei responded, with the genuine confusion of someone who'd never been taught to question their own nature. "Of course my cultivation is different from others. Everyone's is. Auntie Hua works with energy flows in ways that are unique to her. Old grandfather Chung works with stone in ways that are entirely his own. My cousin works with light refraction in ways that no one else here does. That's not deviation. That's just cultivation. Each person develops their own expression of it." This was the genuinely revolutionary insight. In a community that had developed without external standardization, the concept of anomaly had never emerged. Instead, there was simply the understanding that cultivation would naturally take different forms for different people according to their nature and gifts. The notion that everyone should cultivate identically was so foreign to their understanding that they couldn't even comprehend why the Western Empire would believe it. Over the next days, Liang Chen had conversations with dozens of people in the settlement, each one reinforcing the fundamental truth that Annie Hua had revealed. The anomalies he'd been documenting weren't actually deviations. They were expressions of natural human diversity that had been labeled as abnormal only because a standardizing system had been imposed. Mei, the younger cultivator in his group with the qi reading anomaly, spent hours with a woman named Han Shu who had a functionally identical ability but who had never been taught to think of it as anomalous. "She calls it feeling the life in places," Mei reported to Liang Chen with obvious amazement in her voice. "She's developed it in ways I never imagined. Not just reading qi composition, but using that sensitivity to heal people, to help them understand their own qi patterns, to guide them toward cultivation methods that will work well for them. The exact same ability I was taught was an anomaly, a deviation from proper cultivation. She's using as the foundation for a profound healing art. Why would she ever think of it as deviant when it's clearly beautiful and functional?" By the end of the week, Liang Chen's journal entries had shifted dramatically in tone. The compendium of deviations, as it had existed, was fundamentally misconceived. It categorized anomalies as deviations from a standard, but xianxia demonstrated that the standard was not universal or necessary. The deviations were simply diverse expressions of a natural capacity. The real work was not accommodating anomalies within a standardized framework. It was helping the entire cultivation world understand that standardization had always been a limitation, not a necessity. On the final evening before they were to continue their journey, Liang Chen sat again with Annie Hua, trying to articulate the depth of the shift that was happening in his understanding. "I came here thinking I was going to learn about anomalies," he said. "But what I'm actually learning is that there are no anomalies. There's only the natural diversity of how different people cultivate according to their own nature and gifts." The word anomaly itself becomes inappropriate once you recognize that standardization was always just one approach among infinite possibilities. "Yes," Auntie Hua said simply. Now you understand what I've known for 60 years in this valley. The real work ahead for you is not creating space for anomalies. It's helping the Western world understand that their entire framework of understanding, the assumption that there is one correct way, is false. You need to dismantle not just the practice of the board, but the fundamental philosophical assumption that a universal standard is possible or desirable. That's what will actually transform the cultivation world. Not accommodation. Revolution in thinking itself. The cultivation board will not accept that, Liang Chen said quietly. If anomalies are deviations from truth, then the board can work to correct them, to bring them back into alignment with the proper standard. But if there is no universal standard, if diversity is simply natural, then the board's entire reason for existence becomes questionable. They won't tolerate that. They'll fight to preserve the framework that justifies their authority. Of course they will, Andy Hua agreed. That's why this work is dangerous and why it matters. You're not just creating an academy for people who don't fit current frameworks. You're laying the groundwork for a fundamental reconception of what cultivation is. The board will eventually understand that, and they will respond with everything they have. But by then, if you've done the work well, the idea will have already spread too far to suppress. People will have tasted the freedom of authentic development. They'll want to keep that freedom. As they prepared the next morning to continue east, Liang Chen embraced Auntie Hua with genuine affection. She had given him something infinitely more valuable than techniques or knowledge. She had given him a glimpse of what cultivation could be when it wasn't constrained by the demand for standardization. She had shown him that the future was actually returning to principles that had always been true, just forgotten or actively suppressed by a system that valued control more than authenticity. Chapter 84. The reconception of self. The group's journey from xianxia continued eastward and deeper into territories that were progressively less integrated with empire infrastructure. They traveled through mountains and valleys, through regions where the qi itself seemed to resist the kind of ordered perception that made cultivation straightforward in the West. With each day of travel and each new community they encountered, Liang Chen felt his foundational understanding shifting more radically. He began to recognize a pattern. Every independent cultivation community they found, isolated from the board's influence and standardized methods, had naturally developed diverse cultivation approaches. There was no single correct method even within a single community. Instead, there was an understanding that each person's cultivation had to be adapted to their own nature. The diversity wasn't seen as a problem to be solved, but as a natural and beneficial aspect of cultivation practice. One evening, camped in a valley where the qi was so chaotic that it barely responded to their attempts at conventional cultivation, Liang Chen had an experience that fundamentally altered how he understood his own anomaly. He was meditating, attempting to gather qi in the manner he'd learned, and failing repeatedly because the qi here simply wouldn't gather in the standard fashion. His qi-breaking anomaly was screaming at him. Literally the sensation of discord between his body's expectations and what the environment was offering. Usually he suppressed the sensation, forced his body into conformity with learned techniques. But in this moment, sitting in a place where no one had any standardized expectations, he allowed the anomaly to express itself fully. And instead of being discordant with the environment, it suddenly sang. His qi-breaking capacity wasn't breaking anything. It was simply allowing qi to express itself authentically, without trying to force it into standardized patterns. The chaotic qi flows of the region aligned perfectly with what his anomaly naturally did. For the first time, Liang Chen understood that his anomaly had never been deviant at all. It was simply calibrated to a different understanding of what cultivation was. The orthodox framework required qi to be standardized, controlled, brought into conformity. His anomaly resisted that conformity. It wanted qi to be free, to express itself according to its own nature rather than according to imposed structure. He had been taught to suppress it, to force it into an orthodox shape. But here, in a place where the qi itself resisted standardization, his anomaly was simply natural. He emerged from that meditation in a state of profound reorientation. All his life, he had accepted the premise that his anomaly was something to manage, something that made him different in a way that required accommodation. Now he recognized that the premise itself had been false. His anomaly wasn't something that needed managing or accommodating. It was an expression of a legitimate understanding of what cultivation was. He had never been broken. The system that said he was broken had simply been based on an incomplete understanding. When he described this to Sure Mo that evening, the Stone Affinity cultivator nodded with recognition. "I've been experiencing something similar," Sure Mo said. "For years I thought of my connection to stone as something special, but ultimately supplementary, something that enhanced my cultivation but wasn't central to what it meant to cultivate. But in these communities, I'm seeing that stone sense could be an entire cultivation tradition in itself. Not enhanced earth cultivation, just stone cultivation. A complete and self-sufficient approach. The board's framework says that cultivation is fundamentally about qi, and stone sense is just a variation on that. But what if stone itself is the primary thing, and qi is just one aspect of how it manifests? What if my anomaly is actually the recognition of a fundamental truth that orthodox cultivation neglected? Over the following weeks, every member of the group had similar experiences. They were beginning to understand that their anomalies weren't deviations from a legitimate standard. They were expressions of legitimate alternative standards that the orthodox framework had either suppressed or incorporated as minor variations. The difference seemed small, but it was actually fundamental. If anomalies were deviations, they needed to be corrected or accommodated. If anomalies were expressions of legitimate alternative frameworks, then what needed to change wasn't the people with anomalies. It was the assumption that there was only one legitimate framework. This shift in understanding had profound implications for what Liang Chen's work actually meant. The path of Expansion Academy, as he'd conceived it, was fundamentally limited. It was trying to create space for anomalies within an existing framework, the way you might make adjustments to accommodate people who didn't fit standard designs. But what the Academy actually needed to do was help people understand that the framework itself was the limitation. That authentic cultivation required rejecting the assumption of standardization altogether. He wrote extensively in his journal during this period, trying to articulate what was becoming clearer to him each day. The compendium of deviations is not a record of how different people deviate from a correct standard. It is a record of how diverse cultivation naturally expresses across different human beings and different contexts. What I thought was a catalog of aberrations is actually a catalog of natural diversity. The revolutionary insight is not that we need to accommodate anomalies. The revolutionary insight is that there are no anomalies. There are only people whose cultivation doesn't conform to a standardized framework that was always partial and incomplete. The real work ahead is not building better systems to support anomalies. It is helping the entire cultivation world understand that genuine cultivation requires diversity. That authentic practice requires allowing people to express according to their own nature rather than forcing conformity to impose standards. What he was discovering was not just a new philosophical framework. He was discovering the historical truth that the standardized cultivation system had not always existed. Before the cultivation board, before the systematization of heaven's DAO principles, cultivation had been exactly like what he was encountering in these isolated communities: diverse, local, adapted to specific individuals and specific circumstances. The standardization had been imposed, not discovered. It had been a consolidation of power, not an enlightenment. And if the standard had been imposed once, it could be dismantled. If people had cultivated authentically and effectively before standardization, they could do so again. The future wasn't actually about creating something new. It was about returning to something older and truer, something that the standardization system had tried to erase. That recognition brought both hope and dread. Hope because it meant the Academy's work had even more fundamental importance than he'd realized. Dread because it meant the eventual conflict with the cultivation board wouldn't be about accommodation and integration. It would be about the very legitimacy of the board's existence. Chapter 85. The journal entry that changed everything. In a quiet evening in a community called Southwater, nestled beside a river that the locals said had cultivated itself since before the empire existed, Liang Chen sat with his journal and completely rewrote the conceptual framework of the compendium of deviations. The original structure had been: catalog anomalies according to their deviation from standard cultivation, understand how each anomaly distorted orthodox practice, develop accommodations so anomalous cultivators could still benefit from the standard framework, create space for deviations while maintaining the fundamental truth of the standard. The new structure needed to be: recognize that cultivation naturally expresses in diverse forms across different individuals, understand these diverse expressions as different legitimate frameworks, not deviations from a single correct framework. Recognize that what the board called standard cultivation was actually just one expression among infinite possibilities. Catalog the principles that allowed diverse cultivation to flourish, rather than cataloging deviations from a false standard, but more radically. Liang Chen realized that the compendium itself needed a new purpose. It wasn't a record for the Academy. It was a historical document, evidence of the reality of natural cultivation diversity. It was the foundation for a philosophical revolution. He wrote, "What I have been calling the compendium of deviations must become a record of natural cultivation diversity." The title change reflects a fundamental shift in understanding. For decades, The cultivation board has taught that there is a correct way to cultivate, the Heavens DAO standardized framework. People who deviate from this correct way are classified as anomalies. The assumption built into this framework is that correctness is singular and universal. Deviation is singular and deviant. Either you are correct or you are anomalous. But what if this binary itself is false? What if cultivation does not have a singular correct expression? What if the natural state of cultivation is diversity? What if people expressing their authentic cultivation nature according to their own gifts and circumstances is not deviation, but simply cultivation? The evidence I have gathered suggests that before the Heavens DAO standardization, humans cultivated in thousands of different ways. Each person adapted their practice to their own nature and their own circumstances. Each community developed cultivation traditions adapted to their specific environment and their specific social structure. This was not a primitive inability to recognize the correct way. This was the correct way, the only way that actually honors the authentic nature of human cultivation. The cultivation board was established approximately 300 years ago. Before that, cultivation was diverse. After it, cultivation became standardized. This is not coincidental. The board was established specifically to enforce standardization. But standardization served the board's interests more than it served authentic cultivation development. It created a system where the board's authority was necessary to determine who was cultivating correctly. It created a justification for hierarchy and control. What the board does not see, or perhaps what they deliberately ignore, is that enforcing standardization creates what they claim to be fighting. People whose nature does not fit the imposed standard develop distorted cultivation, trying to force themselves into a framework they don't fit. The board looks at these distorted expressions and says, "See? This proves why standardization is necessary. Without it, people become anomalous." But the board itself created the anomaly by imposing a standard that most human beings cannot authentically express. The revolution that is happening in the West, the revolution that the Path of Expansion Academy represents, is not merely about accommodating anomalies. It is about rejecting the entire premise that standardization is desirable or legitimate. It is about returning to what cultivation was before the board attempted to control it. It is about recognizing that authentic human cultivation requires diversity, requires allowing each person to develop according to their own nature. The compendium of natural cultivation diversity will be the historical evidence for this revolution. It will demonstrate that anomalies are not aberrations. They are not deviations. They are simply expressions of natural cultivation diversity that the standardization system has suppressed. This record will be the foundation for a new understanding of what cultivation is. He closed the journal and sat for a long time, watching the river flow. The water moved according to its own nature, not according to imposed order. It adapted to the landscape, finding the path that water naturally took. It was chaotic and uncontrolled by human design, and it was absolutely, perfectly itself. Cultivation should be like that, he thought. Not imposed, not standardized, authentically and wildly expressing according to the nature of each individual and each place. By morning, he had made a decision. The work of documentation was not enough. The academy was not enough. He needed to return to the ruins he'd heard rumors of, the pre-empire cultivation sites that would contain evidence of how cultivation had actually functioned before standardization. He needed to find the historical record that would prove that what he'd learned in these eastern communities was not new but ancient. He needed the past to legitimize the future he was beginning to envision. The journey would be dangerous. The cultivation board would eventually recognize what he was attempting. But the work had become too important to abandon for safety. The cultivation world itself was at a fulcrum point. Everything depended on whether people would accept the board's framework or reject it in favor of authentic diversity. He began preparing for the most dangerous phase of his work. The philosophical foundation had been laid. Now he needed the historical evidence. Chapter 86. The Heterodox Proclamation. A week into their continued eastward journey, a merchant traveling the trade routes brought news from the west. The cultivation board had made an official proclamation. The Path of Expansion Academy was to be designated a heterodox sect, operating outside legitimate cultivation governance. This designation carried serious implications. It meant the board no longer recognized the academy as operating under any legitimate authority. It meant students could be prosecuted for seeking teaching there. It meant that the academy's work was no longer simply unconventional, but actively illegal according to board standards. The news struck the group with a weight of sudden finality. The political danger that had seemed theoretical until this moment became absolutely concrete. The cultivation board had made its move, making clear that its patience with the academy's expansion had ended. The board was no longer attempting to co-opt the movement. It was attempting to suppress it. Liang Chen sat with Mo and Lin Shui as evening fell, processing what this meant. This is what I was warned was coming, he said quietly. This is the escalation that Magistrate Dao Qing was trying to prepare me for. The board has decided that the academy is dangerous enough to require active suppression. They're going to attempt to shut it down, to discredit its teachers, to make it illegal for people to study there. The students will suffer, Lin Shui said, her darkness sense perceiving the shadows that fear was casting across her understanding of the future. If they continue studying at an academy that's been declared heterodox, they become legally vulnerable. The board might prosecute them. They might lose cultivation prospects entirely. The safer path for most people will be to abandon the academy and return to orthodox study. Unless we make staying more dangerous than leaving, Mo suggested. His stone sense was feeling the fundamental shift that this proclamation created, the way it changed the entire structural foundation of the world they'd been building. Unless we make the idea too large to suppress, unless we transform what the academy represents from an institution that can be shut down into a philosophical movement that can't be contained. This was the shift that Liang Chen had been unconsciously moving toward. The academy had been an institutional project, build a school, train students, develop legitimacy through successful practice. But the board's heterodox designation made it clear that institutional legitimacy was not going to be granted. The board would not allow the academy to become a permanent, established part of cultivation governance. So the work needed to change. The academy would remain important, but only as a symbol, a rallying point. The actual work needed to become the dissemination of ideas, the creation of a philosophical framework that couldn't be suppressed by closing a single institution. He wrote a long letter that evening, addressed to Ren Wei and the senior cultivators at the academy. In it, he acknowledged the board's proclamation and outlined a fundamental shift in strategy. The heterodox designation is dangerous, he wrote, but it is also clarifying. It makes clear that we will not achieve legitimacy through the board's acceptance. We will not be incorporated into official governance. We will not be allowed to operate as a recognized sect within their framework. This means that the academy's future depends not on becoming officially sanctioned, but on becoming impossible to suppress. I want you to understand that the academy's role must now change. It will continue to function as a place of study and community for anomalous cultivators. But it can no longer be positioned as trying to achieve acceptance from the board. It must be positioned as the foundation of a different cultivation world, one that operates according to different principles entirely, one that doesn't seek the board's validation because it has rejected the entire framework the board is based on. This requires a public philosophical statement. I am preparing a treatise on the diversity of the DAO that will lay out the fundamental case for why standardization is false, why authentic cultivation requires diversity, why the board's entire framework of authority is based on a misconception. This treatise needs to be distributed widely. It needs to reach every cultivator who has questions about whether the orthodox path is truly the only legitimate path. It needs to provide intellectual foundation for what the academy is doing. The cultivation board thinks they can suppress this movement by closing an institution. But they cannot close an idea. They cannot shut down a philosophical framework. Once people understand that diverse cultivation is legitimate, once they experience authentic development according to their own nature, you cannot force them back into standardization. They would rather live as heterodox cultivators than return to orthodoxy. We are at war, but it is not a war of military force. It is a war of understanding. The board fights with authority and prohibition. We fight with evidence and philosophy. We win by helping people think differently. We win by disseminating the truth that has been hidden for 300 years. Ren Wei, you have the authority to make decisions for the academy in my absence. I trust your judgment completely. Manage the institution, protect the students, maintain the community, but also begin distributing the new philosophical framework. Begin teaching that the academy is not seeking board legitimacy. The academy is building something fundamentally different. The board can declare us heterodox. That is fine. We are not heterodox. We are something anterior, something that was never part of their orthodoxy to begin with. We are the return to authentic human cultivation. As he sealed the letter and arranged for a merchant courier to carry it back west, Liang Chen felt the moment of transformation settle into his understanding. The work had become genuinely revolutionary. It was no longer about creating space for anomalies within a system. It was about the system itself being false and needing to be dismantled. It was about rebuilding cultivation from the ground truth that had been buried under 3 centuries of enforced standardization. The danger was exponentially greater now, but so was the importance. The future of how humans understood and practiced cultivation might depend on what he was beginning to do. The stakes had escalated to something that transcended personal safety or institutional success. This was about whether authentic human development would be possible or whether standardization would continue to suppress it indefinitely. He needed to reach the ruins. He needed historical evidence. The philosophical argument was strong, but only history could prove that the diverse cultivation he was championing had ever actually functioned. Only the past could legitimize the future he was proposing. Chapter 87. The treatise and the movement. The days that followed were devoted to the most intensive period of writing that Liang Chen had ever undertaken. He was composing On the Diversity of the DAO, a comprehensive philosophical treatise that would articulate the case against standardization and for authentic cultivation diversity. It was not enough to articulate this in letters. It needed to be a public document, distributed widely, preserved in a form that the board could not suppress. He wrote in a clearing near Southwater, with Shi Mo, Lin Shui, and Mei sitting nearby, serving as both protection and sounding board for ideas that he needed to test before they became permanent text. The treatise was structured in 5 major sections. First, he laid out the historical reality. Before the cultivation board's establishment, the documented record showed that humans cultivated in thousands of different ways, adapted to different regions, different communities, different individual natures. This diversity was not a historical inadequacy. It was the natural expression of authentic cultivation. Standardization was not the discovery of a universal truth. It was the imposition of a control system that happened to serve the board's interests in maintaining authority. Second, he articulated the philosophical argument. Authentic cultivation required alignment with one's own nature. The idea that there was a single correct way was fundamentally at odds with the reality that humans have diverse natures. Forcing people into a standardized framework required suppressing their authentic nature. The result was distortion, suffering, and the creation of what the board called anomalies, which were simply people whose authentic nature was too strong to be completely suppressed by the imposed framework. Third, he provided evidence from his own experience and observation. The anomalies he had documented across the empire were not aberrations. They were expressions of natural cultivation diversity that the standardized framework could not accommodate. When these same cultivation expressions were studied in communities that had developed outside the board's influence, they were recognized as completely legitimate and functionally excellent. The difference was not in the cultivation itself, but in the philosophical framework being applied. Fourth, he outlined the practical case for diversity. A cultivation system that required everyone to practice identically could never accommodate all the varied circumstances of human life. Different people, in different environments, with different gifts and different needs, naturally developed different approaches to cultivation. Attempting to force a uniform standard created constant friction, constant need for enforcement, constant generation of people labeled as anomalous for the simple crime of being different. A system that worked with natural diversity instead of against it would be more efficient, more effective, and infinitely more humane. Fifth, and most dangerously, he articulated the political argument. The cultivation board's standardization system served the board's interests in maintaining authority more than it served authentic cultivation development. By declaring a single correct way, the board made itself necessary as the authority that determined correctness. By labeling diverse expressions as anomalous deviations, the board created justification for intervention and control. The board was not protecting cultivation. It was using cultivation as justification for a system of power and authority. This final section was what made the treatise genuinely revolutionary. It was not merely advocating for a different cultivation philosophy. It was arguing that the institutional structure of the board was fundamentally corrupt, that it had been established not to protect cultivation but to control it, and that continuing that control required suppression of the truth about human nature and authentic development. The treatise took 17 days to complete. When Liang Chen finally wrote the closing passage, he felt the profound weight of having articulated something that could not be unheard once it was released into the world. To the cultivators who read this, he concluded, I offer not doctrine but recognition. The authentic path of your cultivation is not being blocked because you are flawed. You are being suppressed because the system of standardization fears authentic diversity. Your anomalies are not aberrations. They are expressions of what cultivation was always meant to be. The development of each human according to their own nature, their own gifts, their own circumstances. You do not need permission from the cultivation board to cultivate authentically. You need only courage to trust your own nature and community with others who have rejected the false framework of standardization. That community is being built. The Path of Expansion Academy is one center of it. But there are others. There will be more. The movement toward authentic cultivation is now underway, and it cannot be stopped by anyone who merely declares themselves its authority. It can only grow through the choices of millions of individuals who choose authenticity over conformity. He made multiple copies of the treatise, using his companions to help with the work. They would distribute them through merchant networks, through cultivator circles, through every channel of communication that the board did not control. Within weeks, copies would be spreading throughout the empire. Within months, thousands of people would read arguments they had been too afraid to make themselves, would find philosophical legitimation for doubts they had harbored, would understand that the system itself was questionable, not their nature. But there was still one critical piece missing. The treatise was philosophy, powerful philosophy, but still theory without evidence. To truly transform how the cultivation world understood itself, he needed historical proof. He needed the ruins where pre-standardization cultivation had been documented. He needed the archive that would show the historical reality of authentic diversity. That evening, he gathered his companions to discuss the next phase of the journey. "We have to go deeper into the eastern territories," he said. "According to the stories I've heard, there are ruins far to the northeast, pre-empire sites where the original cultivators documented their work. If we can find those ruins, if we can access whatever archive they contain, we'll have evidence that authentic, diverse cultivation was real. We'll have proof that what we're proposing is not innovation, but return to what was always true." "That's where the danger becomes extreme," Xianxia said quietly. His stone sense had felt something shifting in the chi flows around them. "The farther we go, the less protected we are by remoteness. And if what you're planning is as revolutionary as I think it is, the cultivation board will eventually move to stop you directly. Not institutional suppression. Active pursuit." "I know," Liang Chen said. "But the risk is necessary. We've released the treatise into the world. The philosophical argument is made. Now we need the historical evidence to back it up. The ruins might have that evidence. And if the board is going to move against us anyway, we might as well be pursuing something genuinely worth the risk." As they prepared to continue their journey northeast, deeper into territories where the qi itself seemed to resist standardization, Liang Chen felt the approaching convergence of what his work was becoming. The philosophical case had been made. The evidence was being gathered. The academic community was being transformed. And now the cultivation board was going to have to respond. The conflict was no longer theoretical. It was becoming real. Chapter 88. The detection. Junimo, the compass anomaly cultivator who joined their group months earlier, suddenly became crucial to the journey's next phase. His ability allowed him to sense the strongest chi sources in any given region, to perceive cultivation centers and places of concentrated spiritual power regardless of how distant they were. As they traveled deeper into the northeast, following ancient maps and half-remembered accounts carried on merchants' tongues, Junmo's anomaly began detecting something extraordinary. "There's something enormous to the northeast," he said. His perception stretched to the limit of what his anomaly could detect. "It's old, vastly older than anything I've detected before. The chi signature is unlike anything from the current cultivation world. It's not organized according to heaven's DAO principles. It's chaotic like the local chi, but in a way that suggests intention. Like the chaos is deliberately structured according to principles we haven't learned." For 3 days, they followed Junmo's guidance, moving deeper into mountains that seemed less visited with each passing day. The vegetation changed from cultivated crops to wild growth. The few settlements they encountered became smaller and more remote. The chi around them became increasingly resistant to orthodox perception and gathering techniques. On the 4th day, they crested a ridge and saw the ruins. They extended across an entire valley, a sprawl of buildings that must have housed hundreds or thousands of people, now in various states of decay. But more striking than the architecture were the patterns carved into the stone and earth of the valley itself. Massive formations covered the ground, arrangements of stone that had clearly been deliberate, that had been organized according to principles of chi flow and cultivation enhancement. The formations were unlike any cultivation array Liang Chen had ever seen. They were far older than anything in the current empire. They were also still active. Even at a distance, Liang Chen could feel the chi moving through the formations, could sense that despite centuries of disuse, despite the erosion of time, the cultivation array was still functioning. It was still gathering chi, still organizing the chaotic energies of this region, still maintaining its purpose. "This is pre-standardization," Xianxia said, his stone sense reading the age of the formations with clarity. Thousands of years old, long before the cultivation board was established, long before Heaven's DAO framework was codified. This is from the age of diversity. This is what cultivation looked like before the board tried to control it. As they descended into the valley and began exploring the ruins more closely, the evidence became even more striking. The buildings contained libraries, vast collections of texts carved into stone tablets and preserved through careful construction methods. The texts were in older forms of written cultivation language, but still comprehensible to someone trained in classical texts. One building, larger than the others, appeared to be purely dedicated to documentation. Walls were covered in records, journals, observations. The cultivators who had lived here had maintained meticulous records of their work. Everything from personal cultivation diaries to systematic studies of how different people approached the same phenomena, everything carefully preserved for posterity. They knew. Liang Chen breathed, understanding washing through him. Whoever lived here, whoever built this archive, they knew that they were documenting something important. They wanted to preserve it for the future. They wanted to ensure that what they'd learned wouldn't be lost. He spent hours in that building, reading fragments, trying to piece together the philosophical and practical approach that had governed cultivation in this ancient time. What he discovered was confirmation of everything he'd learned in the Eastern communities. The ancient cultivators had understood and intentionally practiced diverse cultivation. They had documented multiple different approaches not as deviations, but as legitimate variations. They had created frameworks that accommodated and encouraged natural human diversity instead of suppressing it. One text, partially legible despite its age, seemed to be a manual for teaching diverse cultivation. It contained principles for how to recognize what cultivation type would be natural for different individuals. It contained guidance for how to develop techniques adapted to different contexts. It contained the philosophical understanding that authentic cultivation served the individual and their community, not an abstract standard. They had known. The ancient cultivators had deliberately cultivated diversity. They had documented it, preserved it, tried to ensure that future generations would understand what they'd learned. And somehow, across the centuries, that understanding had been lost, suppressed, replaced by the belief that standardization was necessary. Unless it hadn't been lost. Unless the cultivation board had deliberately erased it. Unless the age of diversity had been consciously suppressed so that the board's standardization system could claim to be the one true way. We need to move everything we can, Liang Chen said urgently. Everything comprehensible, everything that documents diverse cultivation practice, everything that proves this archive exists. We need to make copies. We need to hide the originals in multiple locations. We need to ensure that the board can't suppress this evidence by destroying a single location. It took them 3 days to catalog the most important documents. Mei used her qi reading ability to identify the texts that held the most profound knowledge. Shurimo used his stone sense to understand which of the documents were most robust, most likely to survive if they had to be moved and hidden. Lin Shui used her darkness perception to identify hiding places within the ruins where copies could be safely stored. On the 4th day of their work in the archive, Junmo's compass sense suddenly screamed a warning. Cultivators approaching from the south, he said, his face pale. Multiple of them. Powerful. Organized. They're moving through the terrain methodically, searching. They followed us here. The group size met. There was only one conclusion possible. The cultivation board had tracked them. The enforcement division had sent a team to intercept them before they could do exactly what they were doing, accessing and documenting the pre-standardization archive. Liang Chen made a rapid decision. Hide what we've found, he said. Each of you, take crucial documents and hide them in different locations. Don't stay together. If we scatter, they can't capture all of us. They can't recover all the evidence. Make sure that what we've learned survives. What about you? Shurimo asked. I need to be found, Liang Chen said. I need to be the one they catch, if they catch anyone. My testimony matters. The evidence matters more. Get as much of it into the world as possible. Use the merchant networks. Distribute it widely. Make it impossible to suppress. Before anyone could argue, he began moving toward where the approaching cultivators would come. The ruins would serve as a meeting place. The archive would be the ground where everything was about to transform. Somewhere, Magistrate Dao Qing was part of the team approaching, and Liang Chen realized, with a kind of clarity that transcended fear, that this moment had always been coming. The ancient archive held the future, but only if he could survive long enough to help it speak. Chapter 89. The ancient ruins revealed. The ruins seemed to vibrate with age as Liang Chen walked through them, waiting for the approaching cultivators to arrive. The massive formations beneath the ground continued their patient gathering of qi, continued their steady work of organization and refinement. The buildings around him held thousands of years of accumulated knowledge, documented by people who understood something that the current world had forgotten. That cultivation was not singular but infinite, not standard but diverse. He climbed to the highest point in the ruins, a tower that overlooked the entire valley. From here, he could see the formations in their entirety. The sophistication of the design was breathtaking. The cultivators who created this had understood qi in ways that made current cultivation theory look like the writings of children. They had orchestrated the chaotic energies of an entire region, had created formations that worked with the natural state of qi rather than trying to force it into standardization. The approaching cultivators emerged from the southern approach about an hour later. Liang Chen could count them, 12 cultivators, moving in coordinated formation, all wearing the insignia of the Cultivation Board's enforcement division. They were not attempting to hide their presence. This was an official action, open and declarative. They had come to claim the ruins and probably to eliminate him if possible. But they moved carefully as they entered the valley. Liang Chen could see the confusion in their formation. They weren't sure how to navigate the ancient formations beneath them. Their orthodox training hadn't prepared them for structures that didn't conform to Heaven's Tao principles. The chaos of qi in the region was working against their standard perception techniques. They were functionally blind, trying to navigate using methods that simply didn't apply. A figure separated herself from the group and approached the tower. Magistrate Dao Qing, without the company of other enforcers, climbing toward where Liang Chen stood. Her expression was complicated, not hostile, but not friendly either. Resolute. You led us well, she said as she reached the tower's base. You were careful, you were subtle, you got your treatise distributed before we could stop you. But eventually, you came here. To the source. The thing you've been searching for since you left the academy. Did you know? Liang Chen asked quietly. When you came to warn me about the board's plans. Did you know about these ruins? I suspected, Dao Qing admitted. She had climbed onto the tower now, standing across from him, both of them looking out at the ancient landscape. The board has known about them for longer than you might imagine. The official position has always been that they don't exist, that stories of pre-standardization archives are myth. But some of us in the enforcement division have known the truth. We've been containing the knowledge, preventing people from finding what's here. And now I've found it, Liang Chen said. And you've been sent to stop me. I was sent to secure the ruins, Dao Qing corrected. To prevent the documents from being distributed, if possible. To eliminate you, if necessary. Those are my official orders. But I wanted to give you a chance to explain what you think you've discovered. To understand if the choices you're making are genuine conviction or recklessness. Liang Chen looked at her directly. The ruins are authentic proof that the age of diversity was real. That cultivation worked without standardization. That diverse practice is legitimate, not deviant. That the entire philosophical foundation the board uses to justify its authority is false. That's what these ruins represent. That's why the board has been keeping their existence secret. Dao Qing was silent for a long moment, her gaze fixed on the formations below. When she spoke, her voice was careful. If you're right, if this proves what you think it proves, the implications are fundamental. The board would be revealed as having actively suppressed historical evidence. They would be revealed as having maintained a system of control based on a lie. That's not just institutional reform. That's the dissolution of the board's entire legitimate basis for existing. Yes, Liang Chen said. That's exactly what it is. And you understand that the board will not accept that? Dao Qing's eyes met his. They will not voluntarily dismantle themselves. They will not accept the revelation that they've been maintaining a system of lies. They will fight with every power they have to suppress this. I understand, Liang Chen said. But the evidence exists. The truth is preserved here. My companions are distributing what they can. The treatise is spreading. The idea cannot be suppressed indefinitely, no matter what force the board brings against it. Dao Qing turned away, looking back toward the other enforcers waiting at the valley's edge. When she turned back, her expression had shifted into something harder, more professional. The moment of personal connection, if it had existed, was ending. I'm going to give you a choice, she said. One that I'm not supposed to give, one that goes against my orders. You can leave. Go deeper into the eastern territories. Find refuge in communities that will shelter you. I can report that these ruins are empty, that there's nothing here of significance. My team will seal them, place protective formations around them, declare them dangerous and off-limits. That keeps the evidence safe, hidden but preserved. You'll live as a fugitive, but you'll live. What's the cost? Liang Chen asked, understanding that nothing was being freely given here. The cost is that the movement stops, Dao Qing said. No public revelation. No distribution of these documents. No confrontation with the board. Just preservation of the knowledge for a future time when conditions might be different. It's surrender now for survival. It's choosing patience over revolution. Liang Chen understood what she was actually offering. She was offering him a way out, a way that the board might accept because it resulted in suppression of the evidence without the enforcement division having to openly execute him. It was compassion within the structure of power. It was a magistrate choosing to save a life rather than follow orders to eliminate a revolutionary. But it was also a choice to abandon everything he'd begun, to let the movement stall, to accept that authentic cultivation transformation would have to wait for a more convenient time when the power dynamics had shifted, to trust that future generations would be more ready for the truth. "I can't take that choice," he said quietly. "The work is happening now. The students at the academy need the evidence now. The cultivators being suppressed as anomalies need the truth now. The board has already declared the academy heterodox. They're already moving toward active suppression. We're already past the point where patience is possible. If I disappear without having completed this work, the movement dies. Everything we've built becomes just an academy trying to survive against board pressure. But if the evidence gets out, if the truth becomes undeniable, then the movement becomes revolutionary. Then it can't be stopped by suppressing one person or one institution." Dao Qing's jaw tightened. "Then you've made your choice," she said. "And I have to make mine." She drew her cultivation energy, and in that moment, Liang Chen felt the full weight of what was about to happen. Magistrate Dao Qing, who had warned him before, who had shown him glimpses of the board's plans, who had tried to save his life by offering him escape. She was now going to do her duty as an enforcer. But Liang Chen was not alone in the ruins. Chapter 90. The ruins speak. As Dao Qing's energy began to gather, the ancient formations beneath the valley suddenly came alive. It was not something Liang Chen consciously did. It was something that happened through his anomaly, his chi-breaking capacity reaching out and interfacing with the formations built by ancient cultivators who had also understood that standardization was limiting. The formations, dormant for centuries, suddenly flared with activation. Massive surges of chi moved through the ancient structure, channeling the chaotic energies of the eastern frontier into patterns of staggering complexity. Dao Qing stumbled back, her cultivator's senses overwhelmed. The other enforcers at the valley's edge fell as the ground beneath them rippled with activation. The formations were not attacking, they were not hostile, but they were active, and their activation was forcing every cultivator in the area to confront a style of chi manipulation that their orthodoxy had never trained them to handle. In that moment of chaos, something extraordinary happened. The air around the ruins seemed to shimmer, and phantom images began to form. Not hallucinations, but something like echoes of the past. Projection of memory embedded in the ancient formations by cultivators who had deliberately left them. Liang Chen perceived images of the ancient cultivators, could almost hear their voices echoing across centuries. They were diverse, people of different builds, different temperaments, different cultivation expressions. They were documented, their achievements recorded, their methodologies preserved. The formations themselves were a monument to the reality of authentic diversity, a structure built by people who understood that the only way to honor all of them was to create something that worked with their natural variation instead of demanding conformity. Dao Qing staggered to her feet, her face pale. "What is this?" she demanded. "History," Liang Chen said, still feeling the formation's activation resonating through his body. "Evidence. The truth that the board has been suppressing. The age of diversity. The proof that legitimate cultivation never required standardization." The formations slowly settled, their surging energy diminishing, returning to the patient cycles they'd maintained for thousands of years. But the activation had done its work. The ruins had responded. They had shown what they contained. The ancient cultivators' work had spoken across the centuries, testifying to the reality of what they had understood. Dao Qing lowered her gathering energy. Her expression was unreadable. "The cultivation board authorized me to suppress you," she said quietly. "To seal you away, if necessary. To ensure this evidence remained hidden. But they didn't prepare me for what that evidence would actually be. They didn't prepare me to face people. Real people, documented people, whose authentic cultivation was so vastly superior to what we're teaching now that we look like." She trailed off, unable to find words. "Children playing with fire," Liang Chen suggested. "Trying to force complex phenomena into simplistic frameworks because we lack the sophistication to understand the real thing." "The board will come," Dao Qing said finally. "Not just an enforcement team. Board members, the highest authorities. They will not allow this to exist, regardless of the cost. When they understand what you've discovered, what you plan to do with it, they will mobilize everything they have." "I know," Liang Chen said, "but you don't have to be part of that response. You can let my people leave. You can report that the ruins contain nothing significant. You can choose differently than the board expects." Dao Qing looked at him for a long moment. The conflict in her expression was profound. The duty she'd been trained to fulfill wrestling with the truth she'd just been forced to witness. "I'm going to leave," she said finally. "I'm going to report that the ruins are empty, that the evidence you're seeking doesn't exist here, that you escaped into the Eastern Territories. The other enforcers, they're confused by the formation activation. They're disoriented. I can get them away from here without them reporting accurately what happened. That gives you time. Thank you, Liang Chen said simply. Don't thank me yet, Dao Qing responded. This is not salvation. This is only delay. The board will send greater forces. You've accessed the ruins. You've activated the ancient formations. The board will know, eventually, that something has changed. And when they know, they will respond with absolute power. What you're starting is not a path toward peace. It's a path toward confrontation that could reshape the entire cultivation world. Are you prepared for that? I have to be, Liang Chen said. Magistrate Dao Qing, representative of the Enforcement Division, charged with defending the board's authority, made a choice that went against everything she'd been trained to do. She gathered the other enforcers, explained away the formation activation as a natural phenomenon, and led them away from the ruins. She did not report where Liang Chen was. She did not attempt to prevent him from remaining in the ruins and documenting what they contained. As the enforcers disappeared into the southern terrain, Liang Chen felt the weight of the transformation that had just occurred. Magistrate Dao Qing had been presented with the truth. And despite her loyalty to the board, despite her duty as an enforcer, she had chosen to honor the truth more than she honored the power structure she served. That choice would have consequences. The board would eventually understand what had happened. Dao Qing's loyalty would be questioned. She might face investigation, retribution. But in this moment, she had chosen the side of authenticity over the side of control. Liang Chen returned to the ancient archive. His companions were still hiding documents, still working to preserve the evidence. The work was becoming real now. The philosophical argument had been made. The historical evidence had been discovered. The ancient formations had awakened. The board's control was being challenged not through rebellion but through revelation. The revelation that what they'd built their authority on was incomplete, false, a limitation on what humans could actually become. The revolution was no longer theoretical. It was underway. Chapter 91. The Guardian's Test. As evening fell over the ruins, Liang Chen was exploring the deepest section of the ancient archive when he became aware of a presence. It was not hostile. He could feel that through his anomaly, through his sense of how qi moved and expressed itself. But it was powerful, and it was conscious. The ancient cultivators who built this place had left something behind. A guardian, a protector of the archive. The presence manifested gradually, not as a person but as a concentration of qi that somehow maintained coherence across thousands of years. It was not alive in the conventional sense, but it was not inanimate either. It was something between, a cultivation construct of staggering sophistication, something that had been deliberately designed to persist, to protect, and to test. The guardian did not communicate through words. Instead, it created challenges, qi phenomena that Liang Chen had to navigate, problems that required him to understand cultivation in ways that transcended standard frameworks. The first challenge appeared as a region of chaotic qi that seemed hostile to any form of standardized cultivation technique. A normal cultivator would have been overwhelmed by the disorder. But Liang Chen, with his qi-breaking anomaly, understood instinctively what the guardian was testing. It was asking, can you cultivate without trying to impose order? Can you work with chaos rather than against it? He stopped trying to suppress the chaotic qi flows. Instead, he allowed his anomaly to work with them, to read the patterns beneath what appeared to be randomness, to find the authentic expression that was being suppressed by his attempts at standardization. The chaos resolved as he relaxed into it. The disorder became intelligible. He perceived the formations and principles that underlay what looked like mere noise. The guardian shifted the test. A second challenge presented itself, a region where multiple conflicting qi types were expressing simultaneously. A standard cultivator would have attempted to separate them, to isolate them according to elemental categories or cultivation traditions. But the guardian was asking, can you honor multiple expressions of cultivation simultaneously? Can you understand them as all legitimate rather than trying to determine which is correct? Again, Liang Chen's approach was transformed by what he'd learned in the Eastern communities. He stopped trying to establish hierarchy among the different qi expressions. Instead, he perceived them as a diversity, as natural variations expressing according to different underlying principles. When he stopped trying to make them conform to a single framework, they began to harmonize. The conflict resolved into something like music, different notes, but all together creating something beautiful. The third challenge was the most difficult. The guardian created a phenomenon that seemed impossible, multiple cultivators with radically different cultivation styles all attempting to work with the same qi, in the same location, at the same time. In standard cultivation theory, this would be impossible. The different frameworks would conflict. They would destabilize each other. But Liang Chen was beginning to understand what the ancient cultivators had known. Different frameworks didn't conflict when they all recognized the same underlying principle, that authentic cultivation served the individual and their community, not an abstract standard. When multiple people cultivated according to their own nature, and when they cultivated with awareness of the community they were part of, they naturally coordinated. The different cultivation types worked together, not because they were forced into conformity, but because they honored each other's authenticity while remaining true to their own expression. The Guardian's test revealed that diversity could be stronger than uniformity if the diversity was grounded in authentic understanding rather than in rebellion against imposed frameworks. As Liang Chen passed the third test, the Guardian's presence began to resolve. It was not disappearing, but rather transforming, becoming less of an obstacle and more of an accompaniment. The ancient protector of the archive began to communicate, not through words, but through direct transmission of understanding. The Guardian showed him the purpose of its existence. It had been created to ensure that only those who understood the true principles of cultivation, principles based on authentic diversity rather than imposed standardization, could fully access and preserve the archive. The ancient cultivators had known that their knowledge would eventually be discovered. They had protected it with a guardian that would test anyone attempting to use it, to ensure that the knowledge served authentic transformation and not simply the creation of a new hierarchy. By passing the guardian's tests, Liang Chen had proven something essential. He understood the principles correctly. He was not attempting to use the archive to create a new standardized system that would simply replace the board's standardization with his own. He was attempting to use it to help people remember what authentic cultivation was, to help them understand that their own nature was legitimate, to help them escape the false framework that had been imposed. The Guardian's final gift was access to the deepest records, the cultivation journals of the ancient practitioners, their personal accounts of how they had developed their diverse practices, their reflections on the nature of authentic cultivation. These were not treatises or formal philosophies. They were living records, accounts from real people describing real development. They were the most powerful evidence possible that diverse cultivation had been real, had been effective, had been liberating. As Liang Chen collected these journals, understanding their profound importance, the Guardian's presence faded completely. The ancient protector's work was done. The archive had been tested and found worthy. The knowledge could now be released into the world. Chapter 92. The Historical Revelation. The next morning, Liang Chen gathered his companions and showed them what the Guardian had revealed. The ancient cultivation journals, dozens of them, preserved through careful stewardship and protection by the Guardian's presence, were the final piece needed to transform philosophy into undeniable evidence. This is the age of diversity, Liang Chen explained, showing them journals written by cultivators with handwriting that had been carefully preserved. This is the historical reality that the board has been suppressing. These are real people, with real names, with real practices, with real development. They cultivated without standardization. They cultivated authentically according to their own nature. And the result was not chaos or degradation. The result was sophisticated, elegant, refined advancement. The journals themselves were remarkable objects. The paper had been treated with preservation formations, qi infused with protective sigils that kept the ink from fading and the paper from deteriorating. Someone, many someones, across centuries, had deemed this knowledge worth preserving at great cost. Each journal represented not just a cultivator's personal records, but a deliberate act of stewardship, a decision that future generations needed access to this testimony. One journal in particular held Liang Chen's attention, the personal record of a woman named Shi Huang, written across what appeared to be decades of development. She had cultivated according to what modern practitioners would classify as multiple anomalies. Her qi operated according to principles that shifted depending on her emotional state. Her cultivation expression changed based on the location she was in. Her advancement followed patterns that were entirely individual rather than following orthodox stages. As Liang Chen read from her pages, Mei gasped softly. Shi Huang's handwriting itself spoke of refinement and mastery. The brush strokes were elegant, precise, but utterly unlike the standardized notation taught in modern academies. There was an artistic quality to it, as though Shi Huang had been expressing herself even in the act of documentation. She wrote, "They say there is one correct way, but I have studied the cultivators around me, and I see something different. I see that each person's nature expresses uniquely. When I try to force myself into the prescribed form, I create distortion and suffering. When I honor my own nature and allow my cultivation to express according to what I am, I find elegance and advancement." I have begun to believe that the belief in a single correct way is itself the error. Perhaps authentic cultivation is simply the process of becoming more completely yourself. Later in the same journal, Shi Huang described specific techniques she had developed to work with her unusual qi patterns. She documented how emotional resonance could be used as a cultivation tool rather than suppressed as a weakness. She recorded detailed accounts of how location-based practice could create different effects depending on the environmental qi signatures. She had treated her anomalies not as problems to overcome, but as resources to develop. And her journals showed advanced attainments, descriptions of breakthrough moments, of profound states of awareness, of cultivation achievements that would be remarkable even by modern standards. This journal, more than any philosophical treatise Liang Chen could write, held the power to transform understanding. It was a real person, writing from genuine experience, articulating the truth that had been forgotten and suppressed. As Liang Chen shared passages with his companions, he watched their faces change. They were seeing themselves reflected in these ancient pages. The possibility that what they had been taught was weakness was actually strength. How many of these are there? Lin Shui asked, her darkness sense reading the subtle age patterns in the preserved documents. There was an urgency in her voice. She understood immediately that every journal represented testimony that contradicted the board's official narrative. Hundreds, Liang Chen estimated. Maybe thousands. The ancient cultivators documented their work extensively. They knew they were preserving something important. They wanted future generations to understand what they had discovered. The realization settled across the group. This wasn't just evidence. This was a comprehensive archive of an entire civilization's cultivation philosophy and practice. The ancient cultivators had been so committed to preserving their understanding that they had created multiple redundancies, ensuring that no single event could destroy their records. Journals had been hidden in multiple locations. Key texts had been copied and distributed. The most crucial philosophical works had been preserved in multiple formats on different materials. Someone in the ancient world had understood that their approach to cultivation was threatened. Someone had taken deliberate action to ensure it survived. Mo was moving through the archive, his stone sense reading the formations that still stood. The guardian you described, it wasn't hostile, he said. It was protective. The ancient cultivators weren't trying to hide this knowledge. They were trying to protect it until the world was ready to receive it. They built a guardian that would test anyone attempting to access it, to ensure the knowledge was used to serve authentic transformation rather than create new hierarchies. The formations in the archive itself spoke to this. As Mo explained what his stone sense was detecting, it became clear that the ancient cultivators had embedded intelligence into the physical space itself. The guardians and protections weren't walls meant to block access permanently. They were filters designed to test whether those seeking the knowledge had the right intentions. The cultivators who had built this archive had been deeply thoughtful about how to transmit dangerous knowledge safely. They had understood that information about cultivation could be misused. So they had created systems to ensure that only those who would use the knowledge for authentic development rather than new forms of control would gain access. And the Guardian accepted me, Liang Chen said. Which means the Guardian accepted that I understand the principles correctly, that I'm not trying to create a new standardized system, that I'm trying to help people return to authentic cultivation. The realization settled into the group like a profound validation. Liang Chen had not only discovered evidence, he had been tested and approved by the ancient guardians who had preserved that evidence. The ancient cultivators, across thousands of years, had explicitly validated the work he was attempting. Someone from the past had stood in this archive and thought, whoever comes after us needs to know this is possible. And when Liang Chen arrived, the ancient protections had recognized him as someone worthy of that knowledge. We need to move these journals, May said urgently. All of them. We need to hide them in multiple locations, distribute them to communities we can trust. If the board finds them here, they'll suppress everything. The work of documentation and distribution consumed the next 2 weeks. The group carefully cataloged the most important journals, using May's Chi sense to identify which ones held the most sophisticated understanding, using Mo's stone sense to determine which documents were most robust and likely to survive transport and hiding. They made copies, by hand, slowly and carefully, preserving not just the text but the spirit of the originals. They distributed copies through merchant networks that had been sympathetic to the path of expansion, sent them to the academy with instructions for further distribution. The work was physically exhausting. Copying thousands of pages by hand meant hours bent over the documents each day, carefully transcribing ancient handwriting into modern notation. But there was also something sacred about it. Each page Liang Chen copied was an act of transmission, a moment of connection with an ancient cultivator across centuries of time. As he wrote Shi Huang's words in his own handwriting, he felt that connection deepen. She had documented her journey so that people like him could find it. Now he was ensuring that others would find it as well. Each journal carried with it the voice of an ancient cultivator speaking across centuries, testifying to the reality of authentic diversity. Each one was an answer to the board's claim that standardization was universal and necessary. Each one was evidence that could not be dismissed or suppressed without the board openly admitting that they were destroying historical records. By the time they completed the distribution work, the news had spread through cultivator networks that something extraordinary had been discovered in the eastern ruins. Rumors began to circulate, stories about pre-standardization cultivators, about ancient archives, about journals that proved cultivation diversity had been deliberately suppressed. The rumors were distorted and exaggerated, but the core truth was spreading. The board's historical narrative was false. The past had been different from what they claimed. The board would eventually respond. They would have to. Their entire claim to authority rested on the belief that standardization was universal and necessary. Once that was questioned, once historical evidence contradicted the official narrative, the board's legitimacy was threatened at the deepest level. The cultivators they governed would begin to ask uncomfortable questions. If the board had been wrong about the past, what else had they been wrong about? If diverse cultivation had been legitimate before, what made it illegitimate now? But for now, the evidence was spreading. The journals were being read by cultivators throughout the empire. The testimony of the ancient practitioners was reaching people who had never dared to believe that diverse cultivation could be legitimate. The historical truth was becoming undeniable. Chapter 93. The archive's revelation. The weeks that followed were devoted to the most complete cataloging of the ancient archive that Liang Chen and his companions could manage. The archive itself spanned dozens of buildings, contained thousands of documents, and preserved cultivation knowledge that made current practices look fundamentally limited. The scale of the preservation effort was staggering. There were separate buildings for different cultivation types, one devoted entirely to texts about transformation cultivation, another documenting compass anomaly practices, another preserving shadow cultivation knowledge. The ancient cultivators had been systematic, comprehensive, and deeply committed to preservation. But what struck Liang Chen most profoundly as they worked was something he hadn't initially expected: the level of intentionality in what had been preserved. The ancient cultivators had not simply documented their work haphazardly. They had created a comprehensive record of cultivation across multiple dimensions. They had preserved not just journals, but also systematic philosophical texts, practical manuals for different cultivation types, detailed records of how diverse practices could be applied to different problems and situations. They had created something like a mirror of what the modern cultivation board's comprehensive frameworks were meant to be. Except instead of forcing diversity into standardized categories, they had documented diversity as naturally expressed. One building in particular seemed designed as a teaching archive. The walls contained what could only be described as lessons, advanced presentations of how different cultivation approaches worked, how they could be learned, how they could be coordinated. The ancient cultivators had anticipated that future people might want to understand what had been lost. They had left the materials necessary to relearn authentic cultivation from the ground up. There were diagrams showing how different chi patterns worked, flowcharts documenting the progression of various cultivation types, comparative charts showing how anomalies aligned with legitimate classical traditions that predated the board. As the companions explored, each discovered sections that seemed written directly for them. Jun Mo found journals describing compass anomalies in minute detail, how cultivators with this gift navigated using chi resonance, how they created maps of subtle forces invisible to normal senses, how they served communities as guides and navigators. Each entry was dated and signed, representing perhaps dozens of individual compass cultivators across centuries of the age of diversity. The sheer number suggested that compass anomalies had been common, valued, and actively taught. Jun Mo's gift wasn't a freak occurrence. It was part of a legitimate tradition stretching back millennia. What made Liang Chen understand the full scope of what he discovered was a conversation with Xunyu, another of his companions, a transformation anomaly cultivator who could shift the elemental nature of materials. She had been studying one of the philosophical texts preserved in the archive, and she came to him with revelation in her eyes. "These texts describe my cultivation exactly," Xunyu said. "Not as an anomaly, not as a deviation from proper practice. They describe it as a complete and self-sufficient cultivation tradition. They call it resonant transmutation, the capacity to understand the essential nature of materials and express that nature in different forms. They have entire sections on how to develop it, how to refine it, how to apply it to different problems. They describe specific techniques for working with different material types, methods for sensing the deep nature of things, ways to coordinate transformation cultivation with other cultivation disciplines. They're describing something that I was taught was impossible, something I had to suppress and work around. But here it's treated as a complete and valuable art. The texts described exactly what Xianxia had always intuitively felt capable of doing, but had been forced to suppress. One ancient transmutation master, named Luan, had written detailed accounts of using transformation cultivation to create healing salves, to transmute poisons into medicines, to shift the properties of metals for crafting tools of exceptional quality. The accounts were specific and practical, not vague mysticism, but actual techniques with documented results. Luan had described the precise chi patterns needed to accomplish each transformation, the environmental factors that enhanced or hindered transmutation work, the way a transformation cultivator's personal nature affected what kinds of transmutations came most naturally. Reading Luan's accounts, Xianxia felt something shift in her understanding of herself. She wasn't broken. She was trained incorrectly. Her supposed limitation was actually the foundation of a sophisticated discipline that ancient practitioners had spent lifetimes perfecting. This was the pattern repeating across the group. Each of them, as they studied the ancient texts, found their own anomaly, the source of their greatest shame and self-doubt, described as a legitimate, valuable, and completely natural cultivation expression. The ancient cultivators had had not just diverse practices, but diverse practitioners, people with gifts that matched Liang Chen's companions exactly, who had developed those gifts without shame, without suppression, without the belief that they were broken. Lin Shui found texts on shadow cultivation that spoke of darkness as a medium for cultivation rather than a limitation to overcome. The texts described how darkness could be shaped, how void could be perceived as a living force rather than absence, how shadow cultivators could accomplish things that light-based practitioners couldn't. There were detailed accounts of shadow cultivators creating perfect concealment, moving through darkness as easily as others moved through air, using void perception to sense things that normal awareness couldn't detect. One shadow master had written an entire treatise on the cultivation of what is not, how to work with absence, emptiness, and hidden forces as legitimate cultivation resources. For Jin Ling, whose healing anomaly was based on understanding the relationship between injury and wholeness, the archive contained entire libraries of medical cultivation texts. These texts didn't treat healing anomalies as supplementary to real cultivation. They treated medical cultivation as a sophisticated discipline with its own progression, its own advanced techniques, its own refinement pathways. There were case studies documenting healers who had reached profound attainment, accounts of healing cultivators who could regenerate entire limbs, records of medical practitioners who could cure illnesses the modern board considered permanent. The ancient world had valued and developed healing cultivation extensively. The ancient world understood something we've forgotten. Liang Chen said to the group that evening as they sat surrounded by ancient documents. They understood that cultivation diversity wasn't a problem to be solved. It was a resource to be cultivated. They understood that when you have people with different natural gifts and different authentic expressions, you create a community that can do things no single cultivation type could accomplish alone. Diversity wasn't a limitation they tolerated. It was an asset they valued. Over the following days, as they documented the archive's contents, a picture emerged of what the age of diversity had actually been like. It was a civilization where cultivation had been genuine and authentic, where people had been encouraged to develop according to their own nature, where the most valued achievement was not reaching a standardized rank, but becoming more completely and authentically yourself, where communities had been built on the understanding that human diversity was strength, not deviation. The ancient texts documented how communities had organized themselves. Different cultivation types had specialized roles. Compass anomalies had served as guides and navigators. Transformation cultivators had worked with materials and creation. Shadow cultivators had done work that required concealment and perception of hidden forces. Medical cultivators had served communities as healers. Force cultivators had engaged in protection and defense work. Every cultivation type had found its natural niche, and the society had been stronger for it, because it could accomplish complex tasks that required cooperation between different disciplines. One of the most stunning documents they discovered was a map, literally a map created by a master cartographer whose gift was compass anomaly cultivation. The map showed the ancient empire in extraordinary detail, with subtle notations indicating where different cultivation types were concentrated. It became clear that the ancient civilization had understood the geography of human diversity. They had known which regions naturally produced which cultivation types, and they had allowed communities to develop according to these natural patterns. There was no attempt to force every region into identical structures. Instead, there was elegant recognition that different places would naturally support different cultivation expressions, and the empire had worked with these natural patterns rather than against them. It was a vision of what the cultivation world could become again. If people could be freed from the false belief that standardization was necessary, if they could be shown the historical evidence that authentic diversity had worked before, if they could be convinced that the past offered a model for a better future. The cultivation board's nightmare was becoming real. The evidence was not just philosophical argument. It was historical documentation. It was testimony from real people across centuries. It was a comprehensive record of an alternative cultivation paradigm that worked, that had been effective, that had produced sophisticated and refined advancement. And it was spreading. By the time Liang Chen's companions left the archive with copies of the most crucial documents, the knowledge of its existence was becoming part of cultivator folklore throughout the empire. The rumors were spreading faster than the board could suppress them. People were beginning to believe that there might be another way. And with each passing day, more cultivators were asking themselves a dangerous question. If the board has been wrong about this, what else have they been wrong about? Chapter 94. The cultivator's recognition as the documentation work continued. One of the most significant discoveries emerged. The ancient cultivators had developed specific techniques and philosophical frameworks for many of the anomaly types that Liang Chen had been cataloging. For transformation anomaly cultivators like Xianxia, there were extensive texts on resonant transmutation, how to understand the elemental nature of materials and express it in different forms. For compass anomalies like Jun Mo, there were journals describing essence navigation, how to perceive and harmonize with the strongest qi expressions in any location. For darkness anomalies like Lin Shui, there were documents on shadow cultivation, how to work with concealment and void as legitimate cultivation expressions. But more importantly, the ancient cultivators had documented the philosophical principle that unified all these diverse approaches. The understanding that authentic cultivation required honoring what each person naturally was, rather than forcing everyone into a standardized mold. The philosophical consistency across these different traditions suggested something remarkable, that in the age of diversity, there had been a unified understanding that diversity itself was the point. Different cultivation types weren't competing for legitimacy. They were recognized as complementary expressions of a single truth, that the Tao itself expressed through infinite human variation. Xianxia spent hours studying a particular journal written by an ancient transformation specialist named Yu, who appeared to have lived more than 2,000 years ago. The journal was bound in materials that Xianxu's qi sense recognized as transformation cultivated. The covers had been shaped and hardened through transmutation rather than normal crafting. Someone had literally transformed raw materials into this book as an act of preservation. When she emerged from that study, her expression had fundamentally changed. There was something like homecoming in her eyes. She was like me, Xianxia said, her voice trembling with emotion. Exactly like me. The things she describes, the way her cultivation works, the challenges she faced, the way she learned to refine her technique. They're my experience, described in an ancient journal. But she never felt ashamed of it. She never thought of it as broken or deviant. She thought of it as beautiful, as her authentic expression of the Tao. She showed Liang Chen a passage from Yu's journal. My family says there is one correct way, that my cultivation is deviation from proper standards. But I have learned to trust what I am. When I attempt to force myself into their mold, I create distortion and suffering. When I allow my nature to express as it is, I find elegance and profound advancement. The mistake is in the belief that deviation from external standards means something is wrong with me. The truth is that I am simply not meant to conform to their standard. I am meant to become more completely myself. But it wasn't just this passage. The entire journal was Yu testifying to her own value. She had documented her journey of learning to trust her transformation cultivation. She described the moment when she had stopped trying to suppress her gift and started deliberately developing it. She recorded the breakthroughs that had come when she aligned with her own nature rather than fighting it. She detailed specific techniques for transmutation that she had discovered, methods for sensing the deep nature of materials, ways to coordinate her gift with force cultivation for enhanced effects. Yu had also written about what it meant to be validated. There was a passage describing the moment she had met another transformation cultivator, an older woman named Mei who had already mastered the art. Mei had recognized Yu's potential immediately and had offered mentorship. But more importantly, Mei had offered something even more valuable, the confirmation that Yu's gift was legitimate. In meeting Mei, Tung Yu had seen what she could become if she fully embraced her nature rather than trying to conform to external standards. Tung Yu had lived thousands of years ago, in a time before standardization. She had cultivated authentically according to her own nature. She had refined her transformation cultivation to profound levels. She had documented her work, left her testimony, so that future practitioners like Xun Yu would know that their gifts were legitimate. And then Tung Yu had done something even more radical. She had explicitly addressed future readers. To whoever reads this journal in ages to come, if you share my nature, if your cultivation expresses through transformation, know this: you are not broken. You are not deviant. Your gift is beautiful, and it deserves your full commitment. Develop yourself completely, as I am attempting to do, and you will become something remarkable. Over the following days, each member of Liang Chen's group discovered similar documents, journals and treatises written by ancient practitioners who had the same cultivation types they did, who had developed those types not as anomalies, but as authentic expressions. Jun Mo found the journal of a compass master named Fong Yi, who had written extensively about learning to trust his sense of direction, about how his gift had evolved as he stopped fighting it and started cultivating it intentionally. Fong Yi had described being a child and knowing instinctively which direction was home, of people treating this gift as something strange and uncomfortable, of finally meeting mentors who understood that his nature was valuable rather than deviant. Jean Ling found healing cultivation texts by a legendary medical practitioner named Li Shun, who had written, I have spent years learning to trust that my ability to sense and heal injury is not a weakness, but a profound gift. The more I develop this capacity, the more deeply I understand the connection between body and spirit, between individual healing and community health. Healing cultivation is not supplementary to real cultivation. It is one of the most sophisticated expressions of understanding authentic nature. Lin Shui discovered journals by shadow masters who had written extensively about the beauty of darkness, about how void cultivation was not about absence, but about perceiving and working with what was hidden, about how shadow cultivators serve communities in ways that light-based practitioners couldn't. One master, named Yu Jing, had written, When I finally stopped trying to see clearly and started learning to perceive in darkness, everything changed. I discovered that shadow isn't emptiness. It's fullness that normal eyes cannot detect. My gift isn't a limitation. It's access to dimensions of cultivation that most practitioners never develop. It was as though they were receiving validation and guidance from the past. The ancient cultivators were saying across centuries, you are not broken. You are not deviant. Your gifts are legitimate. Develop them authentically. This wasn't abstract philosophical validation. It was direct, personal, specific testimony from people who had faced exactly what Liang Chen's companions were facing. The ancient practitioners had been tested, challenged, doubted just as his companions were. And they had chosen to trust themselves, to develop according to their own nature, to become extraordinary precisely because they had stopped conforming and started becoming more completely themselves. The emotional impact of these discoveries was profound. For their entire lives, Liang Chen's companions had internalized the belief that their anomalies meant something was wrong with them. They had learned techniques that pushed them toward conformity, that suppressed their authentic expression in favor of standardized practice. They had accepted shame about what they naturally were. Many of them had wondered if perhaps they should have been born different, with the kind of gift that fit easily into the board's approved categories. Some had even experienced moments of self-hatred, wishing their own natures away. And now, in documents thousands of years old, they were seeing their own nature reflected and validated. They were seeing people like themselves who had cultivated authentically and beautifully. They were being shown that the shame they carried was not truth, but imposed distortion. More than that, they were being shown that their authentic nature, fully developed, could be extraordinary. Xin Yu cried as she read more of Ting Yu's journal. The tears weren't sadness, but something like recognition. She had spent so long believing herself defective, and now she was seeing herself mirrored in an ancient cultivator's life. It was as though Tung Yu had reached across 2,000 years to tell her, you are going to be okay. You are going to learn to trust yourself. You are going to become something remarkable. This is what the movement is really about. Liang Chen said to them that evening as they sat surrounded by ancient documents, the morning sun slanting through the archive's windows. Not just creating an academy or distributing philosophy. It's about helping people recover from the imposed belief that they're broken. The board has spent 300 years convincing people that their authentic nature is deviant. We're offering them something radically different. The historical proof that their authentic nature is legitimate, valuable, and beautiful. We're offering them the testimony of the ancients. You are not wrong. You are not defective. You are authentically you, and that is enough. That is more than enough. That is magnificent. As they prepared to complete their work in the archive and begin their return journey, Liang Chen made a decision. The most precious documents, the journals of individual practitioners, the ones that held the personal testimony of ancient cultivators, he would distribute first and most widely. Let the board try to suppress philosophy and theory. But how could they suppress the intimate testimony of real people from real time, describing their authentic development? How could they argue against the lived experience of thousands of ancient practitioners testifying that diverse cultivation was legitimate? The ancient cultivators had preserved more than knowledge. They had preserved hope. They had preserved the possibility that a different world could exist. They had preserved the testimony that authentic diversity was not just theoretically legitimate, but actually beautiful, and that people who had lived authentically, despite pressure to conform, had become extraordinary. That hope was about to spread throughout the cultivation world like a contagion. And the board, when they understood what was happening, would recognize it as a genuine threat to their entire system of control. Because once people believed that their authentic nature was legitimate, once they were shown historical evidence that they could trust themselves, the board's power would begin to collapse, not through violent revolution, but through the simple, radical act of people learning to believe in themselves. Chapter 95. The Guardian accepts. The archive's final revelation came as Liang Chen prepared to leave. The Guardian, having tested him and accepted him, offered one final communication, a message preserved in chi formations that only someone with Liang Chen's understanding would be able to read. Before the message itself emerged, the Guardian's form began to manifest more fully than it ever had before. Throughout their entire interaction, the construct had maintained a nebulous, partially solid appearance, a figure of crystalline chi that shimmered between states of being. Now it coalesced into something almost beautiful in its deliberately ancient design. Its core was a perfect sphere of blue-white luminescence, radiating an ineffable sense of timelessness. Concentric rings of meridian patterns orbited this core, each one turning at a different speed, each one inscribed with glyphs from a language that Liang Chen recognized but could not read. The sphere extended upward into a vaguely humanoid form with long, elegant limbs that trailed off into dispersing chi. Where a face should have been, there was only a focal point of light, intense, observant, radiating a gravity of purpose that made Liang Chen's entire being feel weighted by significance. When the message came, it was not words spoken aloud. Instead, it unfolded directly into Liang Chen's mind, a transmission so refined that it felt like remembering something he had always known. The voice was neither male nor female, neither old nor young, but rather the distilled essence of countless cultivators compressed into a single syllable of consciousness. The knowledge you have found is ready to be released. It has been preserved for this moment. Use it to help people remember what they have forgotten about themselves. The ancient cultivators knew that suppression would come. They prepared for it by leaving this testimony. Now, in the time of standardization, you are the one they have been waiting for. But there was more. The message deepened, branching into layers of meaning that the Guardian wanted him to understand. We built this archive when the standardization doctrine was merely a whisper in certain circles. The most visionary among us perceived what others could not, that a unified way, enforced by a central authority, would inevitably flatten the infinite expressions of cultivation that had developed across millennia. We recorded not merely facts, but the essence of method diversity, 67 major schools of chi refinement, each internally consistent and valid. 42 distinct approaches to body tempering, from the liquid spiral method to the gravitational crystallization of ancient Gui province. 130 documented pathways to breakthrough, each activated by different combinations of insight, practice, and spiritual foundation. The Heavens DAO now permits only one sanction method. It measures all practitioners against a single standard. It has erased the records that showed other ways worked, that other understandings held truth. But we preserved everything. We built these protective formations not to keep intruders out, but to wait. We calibrated the testing ground not to judge harshly, but to identify someone who could navigate through imposed limitation and still discover authentic principle beneath. Someone who would be humble enough to learn from suppressed texts and strong enough to resist the gravitational pull of conformity that has crushed so many before you. The Guardian's form began to waver slightly as it continued, as if the effort of this profound transmission was costing it something essential. The records contain more than practical technique. They contain the philosophical justifications for why diversity matters. They contain proof that the human spirit, the cultivator's spirit, is inherently multifaceted. You cannot force genuine growth into a single mold without fracturing something precious and irreplaceable. We leave this testament not as a rebellion, but as a love letter to the future, to whoever would come and remember. Liang Chen was only peripherally aware of his companions during this transmission, but he sensed them gathered around him in a semicircle. Qing Shui stood with her hand pressed to her chest, her expression one of profound reverence. Elder Ming looked transformed. The perpetual skepticism in his weathered face had been replaced by something that might have been approaching tears. Even the youngest cultivator in their party, who had seemed doubtful about the entire expedition, stood with head bowed, as if bearing witness to something sacred. The weight of that responsibility settled on Liang Chen not as an avalanche, but as a slow, deepening awareness. The ancient cultivators had literally preserved this knowledge across thousands of years, building protective formations and testing mechanisms, all for this moment. They had understood that authentic diversity would be suppressed. They had prepared their archive so that when someone with the right understanding came along, the testimony would be available. But understanding what was meant for him and accepting it were two different things. Liang Chen felt a tremor of fear move through his foundation. He was not a great enlightened being. He was simply someone who had refused to stop asking questions. The weight of being chosen felt almost crushing when he truly contemplated it. The weight of carrying forward knowledge that an entire empire had been taught to forget, that powerful institutions had actively expunged from history. What gave him the right? What made him worthy? As if sensing his doubt, the Guardian's form shifted subtly toward him. There was an almost gentle intention in its attention now. The blue-white luminescence at its core pulsed once, slowly, like a heartbeat that had spanned millennia. You are worthy not because you are perfect, but because you are willing to bear the burden with humility. Many would take what they have found here and become arrogant, certain of their own enlightenment. You instead feel the weight of it. This is correct. This is the only thing that will allow you to transmit these teachings without distortion. The construct's rings began to slow their rotation. The meridian patterns that inscribed them grew fainter, as though the energy sustaining them was finally, inevitably depleting. The Guardian was dying, or perhaps returning to an original state of dormancy, its purpose finally fulfilled after an eternity of watching and waiting. Go. The Guardian continued, and now there was something almost like warmth in its transmission. The archive will remain sealed. Others may find it in time, but only if they carry the same seeds of authentic seeking that brought you here. You need not protect it. It protects itself through the very nature of its design. Instead, protect the people who will struggle to understand what you have learned. They will be afraid of deviation. They have been taught that deviation means weakness. Show them, gently, that the greatest strength lies in authenticity. The Guardian's form continued to dissolve, not catastrophically, but gradually, like morning mist touched by early sunlight. The brilliant sphere of its core grew softer, more diffuse. The orbiting rings slowed, and finally stilled. The inscribed glyphs faded to a pale, barely visible phosphorescence. Within moments, there was nothing left of the construct but a gentle residue of light that lingered in the archive's center chamber before gradually dispersing into the ambient qi. Liang Chen realized, with a sharp pang of something between grief and privilege, that he had just witnessed the final moments of an intelligence that had persisted for countless ages. It had held its vigil through empires, through the rise and gradual consolidation of Heaven's Dao's power, through the forgetting of most of what it had protected. And it had released that burden into his care. Now Liang Chen carried that responsibility. He was no longer just an individual cultivator developing a personal philosophy. He was a transmitter of ancient wisdom, tasked with helping an empire remember what it had been taught to forget. The practical considerations began to crystallize in his mind, even as the weight of the moment still hung heavy in the air around him. He could not simply publish these texts. They would be seized and destroyed by Heaven's Dao authorities. He could not establish a school openly. It would be immediately branded heretical. Instead, he would need to move slowly, carefully, introducing ideas through subtle channels. He would need to find others like himself, cultivators who had felt the wrongness in standardization without being able to articulate why. He would need to help them remember, just as the Guardian had said, helping them recognize the validity of paths the Empire had taught them to reject. It would take decades, perhaps a lifetime, but he had been chosen by something ancient and genuine for exactly this task. His companions moved toward him as the last traces of the Guardian's presence dissipated. Without discussion, they began the long walk back toward the archive's exit. The stone corridors that had seemed so imposing and mysterious on their way down now felt different to Liang Chen. They felt like a gift, a responsibility wrapped in ancient stone and preserved across countless years. When Liang Chen emerged from the ruins into daylight, the world seemed transformed. The sky above was the same blue it had always been, the mountain slopes around them unchanged, but his perception of everything had fundamentally shifted. Every cultivator he saw in the distance, practicing their standardized techniques under rigid instruction, suddenly appeared to him not as settled in content, but as constrained, asleep, dreaming dreams that had been written for them rather than dreams they had discovered within their own spirits. The burden of his new knowledge settled more heavily with each breath of mountain air, but so did something else, a quiet resolve. The guardian had chosen him not for his perfection, but for his willingness to care. He would honor that choice. He would learn these texts, understand them so deeply that they became part of his living practice rather than mere memorized doctrine. And he would find the gentle, patient ways to plant seeds in the minds of others, seeds that might grow into their own authentic remembering of what the Empire had taught them to forget. Chapter 96. The negotiation at the precipice. Rather than returning directly to the academy, Liang Chen made a decision that surprised his companions. He sent Shi Mo, Lin Shui, and the others ahead with the crucial documents and instructions for distribution. But he remained in a location between the eastern ruins and the academy, waiting for something he sensed was coming. His instinct was correct. 2 days after sending away his companions, Magistrate Dao Qing returned, not alone, but accompanied by someone unexpected. An elderly official in board robes, someone whose bearing suggested significant authority within the cultivation board's hierarchical structure. The high administrator responsible for managing the enforcement division. Liang Chen almost chose to flee, but Dao Qing's energy conveyed no hostility, only careful negotiation. He allowed the high administrator to approach. "I am High Administrator Shan," the old official said, his voice carrying the weight of decades in positions of power. "I am here in a capacity that is not official. The board does not know I am communicating with you. Magistrate Dao Qing has made it clear that you are a person worth speaking with, despite the threat you pose to the board's authority." "What do you want?" Liang Chen asked, wary. "I want to understand what you think comes next," Shen said. "The board is prepared to move against you, against the academy, against anyone distributing the documents you've obtained. The heterodox designation will become active suppression. We have the authority to shut down the academy, to arrest its leadership, to hunt down the materials you've distributed. We have the power to do this. The question is whether you understand the scale of what you're proposing, or whether you're genuinely willing to sacrifice everything for this cause." "I am," Liang Chen said simply. "Then you should know what the board understands," Shen said. "What you've discovered in those ruins is genuinely revolutionary. The ancient documents, if they become widely distributed, will fundamentally undermine our claim to authority. Not because they disprove standardization as practical technique. We can still argue that standardization is efficient and useful, but because they prove that it was imposed, not discovered. That it was a choice, not inevitable. That the ancient cultivators deliberately rejected standardization in favor of diversity. That argument, once in people's minds, cannot be removed. The board's authority is ultimately based on the belief that we represent the only legitimate way. If that belief crumbles, the board itself crumbles." "I know," Liang Chen said. "And yet you continue," Shen said. There was something like admiration in his expression, mixed with genuine concern. "You understand that you're setting the cultivation world on a course toward fundamental transformation. You understand that there will be conflict, disruption, suffering, as the old structures attempt to suppress the new understanding and fail. You understand that the board will not go peacefully. And yet you continue. Why? Because the alternative is accepting that authentic human development must be suppressed forever," Liang Chen said. "Because the alternative is allowing the board to continue imposing a false standardization on a world that could be genuinely diverse. Because I've tasted authentic cultivation, and I've seen what it means for people who've been told they're broken their entire lives to discover that they're actually legitimate. I can't go back from that understanding. I can't pretend that the suppression is necessary or justified." Shen studied him for a long time. When he spoke again, his voice was different, less official, more human. "I joined the board 60 years ago," he said. "I believed, genuinely believed, that standardization was necessary for cultivators to develop properly. I still believe that in some contexts, standardization provides value and structure. But I have not been blind to the cost. I have seen the cultivators who were crushed by not fitting the standardized framework. I have seen the geniuses who could have created remarkable things if they'd been allowed to develop authentically. I have seen the suffering that standardization creates, and I have justified it by telling myself it was necessary." He paused, looking out toward the sunset beyond the pavilion. "Magistrate Dao Qing came to me with the account of what she witnessed in the ruins. She told me what you had discovered, and she told me that she could no longer serve the board with a good conscience. I was skeptical. I brought her in for questioning, thinking she was confused or compromised. But as I questioned her, as I listened to her describe the ancient cultivators, I began to see something I had not allowed myself to see before. The DAO itself is diverse. The nature of cultivation itself tends toward diversity. The board's standardization is fighting against the natural inclination of the DAO. We've been imposing order against what the DAO itself wants to express. What are you saying? Liang Chen asked carefully. I'm saying that the board is split, Chen said. There are those who understand what Magistrate Dao Qing understands, and who cannot in good conscience continue the suppression. And there are those who see the threat to their authority and want to move against you with overwhelming force. The conflict is not just you against the board. It's also the board against itself, between those who want to suppress this and those who believe suppression is not the right response. What do you want from me? Liang Chen asked. I want you to make a choice, Chen said. You can continue to operate as you have been, distributing documents, building the movement, accepting that it will lead to direct conflict with the board. Or you can attempt dialogue. You can attempt to convince the board that diversity is not a threat to authority, but an enhancement of it. You can attempt to transform the board from within, rather than destroying it from without. And if the board doesn't listen to dialogue, Liang Chen asked, then the suppression will happen, Chen said. The faction that wants to defend their authority by force will prevail. The movement will be driven underground. There will be real suffering. But the knowledge will survive, and eventually, it will transform the cultivation world. You'll win, in the long term. But only after conflict and bloodshed and disruption. The question is whether you're willing to attempt the harder path, the path of transformation rather than revolution. Liang Chen understood what he was being offered. A chance to negotiate with the cultivation board, to attempt to convince them that change was possible, that diversity could be incorporated into official governance rather than suppressed. It was an offer that might result in genuine reform. Or it might be a trap, an attempt to delay the movement while the board prepared more effective suppression. But Magistrate Dao Qing's presence validated the offer. She had chosen to sacrifice her position for truth. If she believed High Administrator Shun was worth trusting, that was worth something. I need guarantees, Liang Chen said. If I attempt dialogue, I need protection for the academy. I need assurance that students and teachers won't be arrested. I need time for the documents to spread beyond what the board can suppress. I can give you those guarantees, Shen said. But I need time as well. Time to build sufficient faction support within the board to make the case that diversity is legitimate. Time to convince enough board members that reform is better than conflict. I cannot prevent the suppression completely, but I can delay it. And during that delay, you can complete your work of distribution. It was a negotiation between two people who understood that the future was being decided in this moment. A revolutionary and a board official, finding common ground in the recognition that authentic diversity was inevitable, and that the only question was whether the transformation would be cooperative or violent. I'll do it, Liang Chen said finally. I'll attempt dialogue. I'll give the board the opportunity to reform. But if they choose suppression despite the evidence, despite the opportunity to change peacefully, then I'll continue the movement unrestrained. I won't accept that the board has to be destroyed, but I won't accept indefinite suppression either. That's all I ask, Shen said, and more than I deserve. Chapter 97. The Academy awaits. The journey back to the path of Expansion Academy took 5 days. As Liang Chen traveled west, he was aware of the strange suspension they'd created, a moment of potential transformation, where the board was not yet actively moving against the movement, where High Administrator Shun was working to build internal support for dialogue rather than suppression. It was a fragile peace, and it would not last long, but it provided the critical window needed. When Liang Chen arrived at the academy, he found it transformed. In his absence, the institution had expanded dramatically. New buildings had been constructed, 3-story teaching halls with advanced cultivation chambers designed for different anomaly types. New teachers had been hired, including some who had themselves left the board's official structures to join the movement. The student population had nearly tripled, from 40 students to nearly 120. The academy was no longer a small experimental institution. It was becoming a genuine rival to the board's authority. But there was also a new tension, an awareness that the heterodox designation meant danger, that what had been an intellectual movement was becoming something that the board perceived as a political threat. There were guards now, positioned at the academy's entrances. Scouts had been stationed to watch for official board investigators. The community was preparing for confrontation even as it continued its work. Renwei greeted him in her office, which had once been just a room in the corner of the academy's original building. Now it occupied a dedicated administrative structure. She had become the academy's public face, the one who negotiated with local authorities, who managed the institution's relationships with outside communities. Her desk was covered with correspondence, letters from cultivators throughout the empire asking for teachings, requests from other sects to form alliances, official inquiries from provincial administrators asking about the academy's status and intentions. The news from the east has been spreading, she said without preamble. Stories about ancient ruins, pre-standardization cultivators, documents that prove diverse cultivation was legitimate. It's transforming how people perceive the academy. We're no longer just an institution trying to accommodate anomalies. We're being seen as the spearhead of a movement to recover authentic cultivation. Students are coming from across the empire, some arriving with nothing but the clothes they're wearing, asking if we can teach them to trust their own nature. People are asking for copies of the documents. The movement is becoming real. She showed him some of the correspondence. One letter was from a young transformation cultivator in a remote province who had read rumors about the academy and written, "If there is a place where I don't have to hide what I am, where I can learn to cultivate according to my true nature, please tell me how to get there. I have lived my entire life believing something was wrong with me. If that's a lie, I need to know." Another letter came from a set of elder cultivators who had left the board decades ago in quiet protest against standardization policies. They wrote, "We have waited our entire lives to hear that someone was building an alternative. If what we're hearing is true, we would like to offer our expertise to help the academy expand." A third letter came from a Compass Anomaly cultivator who had been told her gift was a limitation and had spent 30 years working in a support role rather than developing her authentic practice. She had read the rumors about the archive and wrote simply, "Is it possible that I was wrong about myself all these years? Is it possible that my gift is actually a strength?" "I know," Liang Chen said, "and the board is preparing to move against us. But I've made a decision that might change the trajectory. I'm going to attempt dialogue with the board. There are officials who recognize that suppression is not the right response. I'm going to give them the opportunity to reform the system rather than fighting it." It was a controversial decision, and he could see Rin Wei's complex response. She understood immediately what this meant. Not capitulation, but a genuine attempt at transformation. An attempt to show the board that reform was possible, that they could evolve their role rather than being overthrown by a revolutionary movement. "And if they refuse?" Rinwei asked. The question had multiple layers. What if the board wasn't interested in reform? What if dialogue was just a way to buy time for suppression? "Then we continue unrestrained," Liang Chen said. "But I believe some within the board are ready to listen. I believe the evidence is powerful enough to change minds. I believe it's worth attempting peace before accepting inevitable conflict." Over the next days, Liang Chen met with the academy's senior cultivators. The meeting room was crowded, 20 teachers and senior students, all of them intensely aware of what was at stake. He shared what he'd discovered in the eastern ruins. He showed them the copies of the ancient journals. He explained the evidence for the age of diversity and the reality of authentic cultivation. He outlined what he was proposing, a period of dialogue with the board, an attempt to convince them that diversity was compatible with legitimate cultivation governance. The response was mixed, and the diversity of opinions actually validated his point. Some believed that dialogue was possible, that the evidence was powerful enough to change minds. They argued that if the board could be shown historical proof of authentic diversity, their commitment to standardization might soften. Others believed the board's commitment to standardization was too fundamental, that the only path forward was confrontation. They argued that the board could not reform because standardization was the foundation of their entire system of control. Still others offered middle positions. Dialogue was worth attempting, but only while simultaneously preparing for the worst outcome. The tension reflected the reality of what was beginning to happen, a cultivation world torn between the old order and the new understanding. Some people were ready to trust that reform was possible. Others had lost faith in the institutions they had served. Still others were caught between hope and fear, wanting to believe transformation was possible while fearing the consequences of being wrong. But Liang Chen also took more concrete action. He instructed the academy to distribute the ancient documents as widely as possible, to work with merchant networks and cultivator communities to ensure the copies spread beyond what the board could suppress. He authorized the creation of multiple smaller academies, affiliated with but geographically separate from the main institution, so that if the main academy was raided, the work would continue elsewhere. The vision was to create a network of institutions, each small enough to be resilient, but connected enough to maintain coherent teaching and support. He prepared letters for distribution, accounts of his journey, descriptions of what he'd found in the eastern ruins, philosophical arguments for why diversity was legitimate and necessary. These letters would spread through cultivator networks, ensuring that thousands of people would understand what was at stake before the board moved. Each letter included specific passages from the ancient journals, allowing people across the empire to read the testimony of ancient practitioners with their own eyes. He also commissioned visual guides, diagrams, and charts showing the different anomaly types, the ancient traditions that had supported them, the philosophical principles that united diverse cultivation. These visual guides could be understood by cultivators at all levels of sophistication. A student reading them would understand that their anomaly wasn't a deviation. An advanced practitioner would understand the philosophical depth of the ancient approach. The academy became a center of frantic but purposeful activity. The work of distribution, the training of teachers who could spread the new understanding, the documentation of the ancient journals, the creation of new study materials. All of it accelerated, driven by the understanding that the window for peaceful preparation was limited. The feeling was not frantic fear, but focused purpose. They were doing work that mattered. They were transmitting knowledge that had been preserved for centuries. They were helping an empire remember what it had been taught to forget. One evening, sitting in the academy's central courtyard under stars that had shone for thousands of years, Liang Chen reflected on the journey that had brought him here. From being expelled from the Misty Cloud sect for his anomaly, to creating the Path of Expansion Academy, to discovering the eastern ruins and accessing the ancient archive, to now standing at the threshold of genuine transformation. The arc of his own life seemed designed to prepare him for this moment. Every hardship he had experienced, the shame of being different, the loneliness of not fitting into approved categories, the years spent developing his understanding in isolation, all of it had given him the depth of insight necessary to recognize what the ancient archive represented and the courage necessary to use it. Everything was about to change. The board would either accept dialogue and move toward reform, or they would move toward suppression and the movement would respond with open confrontation. The cultivation world was poised at a pivot point. What came next would determine the future of authentic human development. Would people be allowed to cultivate according to their own nature, or would standardization continue to suppress the infinite diversity of human expression? Ren Wei sat beside him, her empathy sense reading the weight of what he was carrying. "You've done something remarkable," she said quietly. "You've given people permission to trust their own nature. You've shown them evidence that authentic diversity is legitimate. You've created a space where people can become themselves. That alone, regardless of what comes next, is transformation." "It's not finished," Liang Chen said. "The real work is just beginning." "I know," Ren Wei agreed. "But the beginning is underway. And that's what matters." Chapter 98. The Dangerous Alliance. The letter from High Administrator Shin arrived 3 days later, carried by a trusted courier and written in carefully neutral language that would reveal nothing to anyone who might intercept it. The message was brief. "The dialogue is being prepared. Arrange for your representative to meet with board officials within the month. This is a narrow window. Use it well." Liang Chen spent days preparing for what the dialogue would require. He needed someone who could represent the movement with credibility, who could articulate the philosophical case for diversity, who could negotiate with board officials without being corrupted by the institutional power structures. The choice was obvious. Ren Wei. "I need you to go to the board's central authority," he told her in a private meeting. "I need you to present the case for why diversity is legitimate, why standardization is not universal, why the board's role could evolve to accommodate rather than suppress authentic cultivation. I need you to be the bridge between what we're building and what the board could become." The briefing took hours. Liang Chen walked Ren Wei through the specific evidence from the ancient archive, which journals would be most persuasive to different board officials, which philosophical arguments would resonate with different factions, which historical examples would be hardest to dismiss. He prepared her for the specific challenges she would face. Officials who might claim that the ancient sources were unreliable, board representatives who might argue that the age of diversity had ultimately failed and standardization was a necessary improvement, negotiators who might try to find compromise positions that would neutralize the movement's impact. Ren Wei accepted the responsibility without hesitation. She spent hours in the archive with the copied documents, studying not just the content, but the emotional resonance of the ancient practitioner's testimony. She read Tung Yu's journals repeatedly, letting the voice of the ancient transformation master guide her understanding of what the dialogue needed to accomplish. She studied the most sophisticated philosophical texts, not just learning the arguments, but internalizing the understanding that stood behind them. She began preparing extensively, studying the ancient journals, perfecting her understanding of the philosophical case, mentally rehearsing conversations with board officials who would be skeptical and defensive. She practiced articulating the vision of what the board could become, Not an institution that suppressed diversity, but one that recognized and coordinated authentic cultivation across all its natural expressions. If I can help them see that reform isn't weakness, she told Liang Chen. If I can show them that accommodating diversity would actually strengthen their authority rather than weaken it, then maybe dialogue can work. Maybe they can be convinced that the future is better than trying to preserve the past. But as preparations moved forward, Liang Chen became aware of something troubling. Word was spreading through cultivator networks that High Administrator Shun had been removed from his official position. There were rumors of internal conflict within the board, of factions arguing about whether dialogue or suppression was the right response. The window Shun had promised was closing. The rumors spoke of power struggles within the board's highest levels. Apparently, Shun had been advocating strongly for dialogue and reform, but his position had become untenable. Board officials who opposed any kind of concession to the movement had used his advocacy for dialogue against him. By proposing that the board might evolve or compromise, Shin had made himself vulnerable to accusations of weakness or disloyalty to board principles. He had been removed from his position, sidelined into ceremonial roles where he could no longer influence policy. The faction that opposed dialogue was gaining strength. These were officials who saw the movement as an existential threat to board authority. They believed that any concession would encourage further challenges. They argued that the board needed to move forcefully against the movement before it could grow larger. From their perspective, allowing diversity would undermine the standardization that made central governance possible. If every cultivator pursued their own authentic path, how could the board maintain coherent policy? How could they ensure all practitioners met basic safety standards? How could they prevent chaos? Then, unexpectedly, Magistrate Dao Qing appeared at the academy again. She had left the board months ago, as she'd indicated, but not before learning something critical. She moved through the academy with purpose, seeking out Liang Chen in one of the private teaching halls. Her expression was grave. "The suppression is being prepared," she said urgently. Despite Shin's efforts, the faction supporting aggressive action has gained control. They're planning the raid for 3 weeks from now. They're going to arrest you and the senior teachers. They're going to seize whatever documents they can find and destroy them. The dialogue was supposed to delay this, but it's failed. Shin tried, but he couldn't convince enough board members to accept the risk of peaceful transition. Liang Chen felt something shift inside him. The possibility of peaceful transformation was evaporating. The board had made its choice, not dialogue, but suppression, not reform, but defense of their authority by force. Then the dialogue is a trap, he said, understanding immediately. They want Renwei to come to them, so they can capture her as well. They want to eliminate the leadership all at once. Yes, Dao Qing confirmed. The dialogue was genuine on Shin's part, but it's been co-opted by the faction that wants to suppress you. They're using it as cover to gather intelligence about the movement and to bring your representatives into range where they can be arrested. Shin is trying to find a way to warn you without exposing his own involvement, but his position is tenuous. The board has essentially removed him from decision-making power. Dao Qing had taken a significant risk to bring this warning. If the board discovered that she was warning the movement, she could be arrested herself. But she had decided that her commitment to what was right was more important than her position within the official structure. Liang Chen felt the pivot point shift. The possibility of peaceful transformation was evaporating. The board had made its choice, not dialogue, but suppression, not reform, but defense of their authority by force. The officials in power believed they could solve the movement problem the way the board had always solved problems, through force and suppression. He called an emergency meeting of the academy's senior leadership. The meeting room was crowded with teachers and senior students, all intensely aware that something fundamental had shifted. He presented what they were facing: the imminent raid, the threat of arrest, the board's decision to move against the movement with overwhelming force. The decision before them was stark: either flee and continue the work from hiding, or stay and face direct confrontation. The responses varied widely. Some believed that retreat was the wisest choice. They argued that the movement could continue working if the leadership escaped to other regions, if they established new academies in areas beyond board control. They pointed out that a frontal confrontation would result in arrests that would cripple the movement's effectiveness. "We can't run," one of the elder teachers said, her voice intense. "If we abandon the academy, if we abandon the students, what message does that send? That the board's force is stronger than our commitment? That authentic cultivation is something to be pursued only when it's safe? We're supposed to be showing people that trusting their own nature is worth defending. But if we stay, we'll be arrested," another said practically. "We'll be removed from leadership, unable to guide the movement. The board will control the narrative about what happened. They'll claim we were spreading dangerous heterodoxy, that the academic community needs to be protected from our influence. Unless we don't wait for them to come, Renwei said quietly. The proposal seemed to form as she spoke it, the strategy revealing itself in real time. Unless we make the movement impossible to suppress by making it public before they can suppress it. The realization settled across the room. They could release everything before the board had the chance to act. They could make the evidence so public, so widely distributed, that suppression would become impossible without openly destroying historical records. They could force the board to choose between allowing the movement to exist or revealing themselves as suppressors of truth. We have 3 weeks, Liang Chen said. 3 weeks to distribute every crucial document, every journal, every piece of evidence, to communities across the empire. 3 weeks to make what we've learned impossible to suppress. If we do this right, if we make the case public enough before the board moves, they won't be able to suppress it without revealing their own corruption. The strategy was risky but elegant. Instead of trying to defend the academy against a board raid, they would make the academy's resources irrelevant. They would distribute the knowledge so widely that no single raid could suppress it. They would ensure that thousands of cultivators across the empire would have copies of the ancient journals. They would create redundancy through wide distribution. And what about you? Renwei asked, understanding the full implication of the plan. If we release everything before the raid, they'll move immediately to arrest you. I know, Liang Chen said. That's why I'm going to be waiting for them. The decision to stay, to accept arrest, carried profound implications. But Liang Chen had come to understand something important. The movement didn't depend on him staying free. It depended on the knowledge spreading, on people understanding that authentic diversity was legitimate. If his arrest happened after the knowledge had been released widely, his arrest would actually validate the movement. It would show that the board was willing to use force against someone who was simply trying to help people understand historical truth. There was also something else. By accepting arrest, Liang Chen would become a symbol. He would become the person who had stood against the board's power in defense of authentic cultivation. His arrest would inspire the movement far more than his freedom would. The ancient cultivators had understood something similar. They had preserved their knowledge even knowing it might be suppressed. They had made the choice to trust that truth was more valuable than safety. Now Liang Chen was making a similar choice. Chapter 99. The preparation for confrontation. The 3 weeks that followed were the most intense period of activity the Academy had ever experienced. Every resource was devoted to a single goal: distribute the evidence widely enough that suppression became impossible without the board openly revealing itself as a suppressor of truth. The distribution plan was coordinated with precision. The ancient journals were copied and distributed through merchant networks that had been sympathetic to the path of expansion. These networks had spread across the empire. Merchants who valued authentic cultivation, who had seen the beauty of diverse practice in their own communities, who understood that standardization served the board's interests more than genuine human development. Each merchant network agreed to distribute copies of the most significant journals to cultivation communities in their region. Letters describing Liang Chen's discoveries were circulated to cultivator communities across the empire. These weren't formal documents, but personal accounts. Liang Chen describing his journey, his experiences accessing the archive, his understanding of what diverse cultivation meant for the future. The letters had an intimacy that official documents couldn't match. People reading them felt they were hearing directly from someone who had dedicated their life to authentic cultivation. The philosophical treatise on the diversity of the DAO was reproduced in multiple formats and sent to every academy, sect, and cultivation center that had expressed interest in the movement. Some copies went on expensive paper, bound in leather, designed to appeal to institutions with resources. Other copies went on simple paper, bound with string, designed to be easily copied and shared. The philosophy needed to reach people at all economic levels. The evidence that diverse cultivation had been legitimate and effective was being distributed so widely that suppression was becoming impossible. The ancient journals were being read by cultivators in merchant cities, provincial academies, rural cultivation communities. People were seeing the testimony of ancient practitioners with their own eyes. They were reading accounts of transformation cultivation, compass cultivation, shadow cultivation, healing cultivation, all documented as legitimate disciplines with centuries of accumulated knowledge. But something unexpected was also happening. As the distribution spread, people weren't just passively receiving the information. They were actively engaging with it, discussing it, teaching it to others. Study groups formed in villages. Advanced practitioners began researching the ancient techniques, trying to understand how their own modern practices compared to what the ancients had documented. Teachers began experimenting with less standardized approaches. wondering if the ancient methods might actually be more effective than the board's approved curriculum. The movement was becoming real, not as an institution, but as a shift in understanding. It was becoming impossible to suppress because it was no longer just the path of expansion academy. It was becoming a cultivation philosophy that was taking root across the empire. If the board suppressed the academy, the philosophy would continue spreading. If they arrested Liang Chen, the ancient journals would continue circulating. The movement had become distributed, resilient, impossible to kill through any single act of suppression. At the same time, Liang Chen worked with the academy's leadership to ensure that the institution would survive the raid. Key documents were hidden in multiple locations, some buried in the academy's grounds with protective formations, some sent to sister institutions, some placed in the hands of trusted cultivators who agreed to preserve them. Emergency protocols were established for students to evacuate if necessary. Sister academies were prepared to expand their operations and carry on the work if the main institution was closed. Contingency plans were made for how to continue teaching and spreading the philosophy if the primary institution was destroyed. But perhaps most importantly, Liang Chen authorized the creation of new academies in different regions, each small enough to be resilient but connected enough to maintain coherent teaching. These new institutions would be founded by teachers who had trained at the path of expansion academy, who understood the philosophical principles of authentic cultivation, who could expand the movement beyond the main center. If the main academy was closed, the work would continue in dozens of other locations. The movement couldn't be suppressed because it was no longer dependent on a single institution. As the 3 weeks progressed, something unexpected began to happen. The distribution of evidence was creating a movement in the cultivation world that transcended the academy's direct control. Cultivators throughout the empire were reading the ancient journals and recognizing themselves in the accounts of authentic diversity. A compass anomaly cultivator in the southern provinces read Feng Yi's journal and realized that his gift wasn't weakness but the expression of a legitimate tradition. A transformation cultivator in the eastern mountains studied Teng Yu's accounts and began developing her practice authentically for the first time in her life. Teachers were beginning to experiment with less standardized approaches to cultivation. Some of the board's own appointed instructors were secretly reading the distributed documents, wondering if they had been teaching incorrectly all these years. Students were questioning whether the orthodox methods were actually superior or simply more familiar. The fundamental belief system that the board depended on, that standardization was necessary and natural, was beginning to crack. The movement was becoming a shift in consciousness, not just an institutional challenge. It was becoming impossible to suppress because it was no longer just the path of expansion academy. It was becoming a cultivation philosophy that was taking root across the empire. Every person who read an ancient journal, every cultivator who recognized themselves in the testimony of someone from 2,000 years ago, every student who began to trust their own nature. These individuals became nodes in a network that the board couldn't destroy with force. The night before the raid was scheduled, Liang Chen sat in his room and wrote a letter that would become the philosophical foundation for what came next. He wrote carefully, deliberately, trying to capture the essence of what he had discovered and what it meant for the future. To the cultivators who read this after the board's intended suppression, I offer these reflections. I have been preparing for confrontation with the cultivation board because I believe that authentic diversity is worth defending. But I want to be clear about what I am defending. I am not defending myself or the academy or even the movement as an institution. I am defending the fundamental truth that each person's authentic nature is legitimate and deserves space to express. I am defending the right of humans to cultivate according to what they naturally are, rather than forcing themselves into imposed standardization. The board will attempt to suppress this movement. They may arrest me. They may close the academy. They may destroy some of the documents. But they cannot suppress the understanding that has already taken root. They cannot prevent millions of people from recognizing themselves in the accounts of authentic diversity. They cannot force the DAO itself to conform to their standardization. Once people understand that diverse cultivation is legitimate, that belief cannot be erased through force. If I am arrested, do not fight the board with force. Instead, continue the work of education. Continue teaching authentic diversity. Continue helping people understand that their true nature is legitimate. The board's authority ultimately rests on people's belief in the necessity of standardization. If that belief collapses, the board collapses, not through violent revolution, but through the simple recognition that a false system cannot maintain itself against truth. The ancient cultivators documented their work because they believed authentic diversity was valuable. I have released that documentation because I believe what they believed. The future of cultivation will be determined not by what happens to me or to the academy, but by whether that documentation continues to spread, by whether people continue to learn that diverse cultivation is legitimate, by whether the movement becomes something that no institution can control or suppress. The age of standardization is ending. Not because I will it, not because the Academy demands it, but because authentic human nature is reasserting itself. People are beginning to trust what they naturally are. Communities are beginning to see diversity as strength rather than deviation. The ancient wisdom is being recovered. And once recovered, it cannot be suppressed again. I go to face the board's intervention with acceptance. What comes will come, but the work will continue. Not because I lead it, but because it serves something larger than any individual leader. It serves the truth about what humans authentically are. He sealed the letter and gave it to Ren Wei with explicit instructions to distribute it after the raid, when it would serve as the movement's philosophical foundation, when Liang Chen's arrest would make the letter's words carry maximum emotional and philosophical weight. The final gathering came the night before the board's scheduled raid. The Academy's senior teachers assembled in the central courtyard, watching the stars that had shone across millennia of human history. They stood together in silence, acknowledging what the next day would bring. The board's raid was coming. Arrest would happen. The Academy would be disrupted. But the work would survive. The evidence had already been released. The understanding was already spreading. No raid could suppress what had already taken root in the minds and hearts of thousands of cultivators across the empire. Liang Chen looked at his companions, the teachers who had dedicated themselves to authentic cultivation, the students who had risked everything to trust their own nature, the community that had gathered around the simple belief that humans deserved space to become themselves. He felt profound gratitude. None of them needed to be here. All of them had chosen to stay, chosen to accept the consequences of standing for what was right. Thank you, he said simply, for believing, for trusting, for having the courage to become yourselves. The next morning, when the board's enforcers arrived at the Academy gates with arrest warrants and authority to seize documents, they found the doors open, the leadership waiting, and the knowledge already distributed beyond their capacity to suppress. Liang Chen stepped forward to accept arrest, knowing that his sacrifice would serve the movement far more than his freedom ever could. The ancient cultivators had taught him this. Sometimes the most powerful act is to accept consequences in service of larger truth. When morning came, they were ready. Chapter 100. The agreement in darkness. The conversation between Liang Chen and Magistrate Dao Qing happened in the hours before the raid, in a private room where no board surveillance could reach. The two of them sat across from each other, a man dedicated to authentic cultivation and a board official caught between her loyalty to the institution and her growing understanding that the institution was wrong. I can delay the raid by 3 days, Dao Qing said without preamble. If you can guarantee that by that time, the knowledge will be distributed beyond what the board can suppress, then I can justify the delay by claiming I needed additional time to prepare the enforcement team. 3 days is not much, but it might be enough. The offer was dangerous for Dao Qing. If the board discovered that she had deliberately delayed a suppression raid, she would be arrested herself. Her position would become untenable. She would lose everything: her rank, her authority, her place within the institution she had served her entire adult life. The fact that she was offering this suggested something profound. Her commitment to what was right had finally become stronger than her attachment to institutional safety. Why? Liang Chen asked, not in challenge, but in genuine curiosity. You've worked for the board your entire life. You've benefited from the system. Why would you risk everything for this? Dao Qing was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice carried the weight of years of internal struggle. Because I've read the journals, she said. I've read the testimony of ancient cultivators describing authentic diversity. And I've realized that my own anomaly, my gift for enforcement and organization, this is something I've been doing according to standardization all these years. I've been using my gifts in service of a system I'm beginning to understand is wrong. I've spent my life organizing suppression of people like the ones I read about in those ancient journals. People who deserved better. She paused, then continued. When you offered me the choice months ago, I said no. I said my loyalty was to the board. But I've been thinking about what you said, about how even if I couldn't join the movement, I could choose not to actively work against it. I can't abandon the board openly. My position is too important, and I need to maintain credibility. But I can delay. I can create space. I can do what I'm ethically capable of doing while staying in position. The agreement they reached was carefully constructed to minimize risk while maximizing impact. Dao Qing would report that she needed additional time to prepare enforcement teams, that the raid should be delayed 3 days. She would claim that proper suppression required careful planning, and she could not be held responsible if the operation failed due to insufficient preparation. The bureaucracy of board administration would work in their favor, Officials would accept the delay because it sounded professionally reasonable. In those 3 days, the distribution would accelerate. The most crucial documents would be sent to communities across the empire. The philosophical treatises would be distributed to every cultivation center that had shown interest. The ancient journals, the most powerful testimony, would be placed in the hands of people committed to spreading the word. What will you do after the delay? Liang Chen asked. He was thinking about what came after, about the long-term consequences for Dao Qing, about what happened to her position and authority in the aftermath of the raid. I will participate in the raid, she said matter-of-factly. I will fulfill my duties as a board official. I will enforce the suppression order, but I will do it in ways that create the least damage. The documents that have already been distributed, I won't search too aggressively for those. Any individuals who want to escape, I will give them warning through channels they can understand. I will protect the movement as much as I ethically can while remaining a functioning member of the board. That's not without risk, Liang Chen said. If the board becomes suspicious, I know, Dao Qing interrupted. I've accepted that risk. I'm making a choice, to serve what I believe is right rather than only serving the institution that employs me. It's a choice I should have made years ago. The moment between them carried a strange intimacy. They were still on opposite sides of the conflict. When the raid came, Dao Qing would participate in Liang Chen's arrest. But they had found a way to work together, each person doing what they could within their constraints. The board is changing, Liang Chen said. This moment, your choice, other officials like you who are questioning. This is how transformation happens. Not through violent revolution, but through individuals choosing to align with what they believe is right. When enough people in the board make choices like yours, the board will change. Or it will collapse. Either way, a new order will emerge. I hope so, Dao Qing said. Because what the board is right now, enforcing standardization through fear and suppression, this isn't sustainable. People are waking up. The evidence is spreading. The old order is already dying. The question is what comes next and how much damage is done in the transition. They discussed the specific logistics of the delay. Dao Qing outlined what she would need to justify the 3-day postponement. She explained which board officials needed to be informed and in what way to make the delay seem reasonable. She detailed what the raid would look like when it came, which buildings would be targeted, which documents they would search for, which individuals they planned to arrest. They're planning to arrest you, Rinwei, and 3 of the senior teachers, she said. They see you as the core leadership. They believe that removing the leadership will collapse the movement. Then we'll make sure the movement doesn't depend on leadership, Liang Chen said. He was already thinking about how to structure things, how to distribute decision-making authority so that arrest of the core group wouldn't cripple the movement's ability to function. I have something for you, Dao Qing said. She handed him a small pouch. Inside were official board documents, specific enforcement protocols, procedural requirements that the raid team would need to follow. These are the legal requirements for a suppression operation. If you distribute these, cultivators will understand what rights they have. The board will be more constrained in what it can actually do. It was a profound act of subversion. Dao Qing was giving them tools to understand and resist the very system she officially served. She was helping them navigate the enforcement action from a position of knowledge. Once I do this, she said quietly, I can't go back. My life within the board is effectively over. Even if they don't discover that I delayed the raid, once the movement becomes established, once reformed cultivation practices become widespread, I won't be able to continue serving an institution built on standardization. I'm sacrificing my career because I believe in something more important. The agreement they had reached carried the weight of mutual sacrifice. Liang Chen would accept arrest to serve the movement. Dao Qing would sacrifice her position to give the movement 3 crucial days. Both of them were choosing to serve something larger than their own institutional positions. When this is over, Liang Chen said, when authentic cultivation is restored and the board has reformed or been replaced, will you lead the new order? Dao Qing laughed, a surprised sound in the darkness. No, she said. I'm not a builder of new systems. I'm just someone who came to understand that the old system was wrong. Others will build what comes next. I'll just try to do as little harm as possible in the transition. They sat together for a while longer, 2 people from opposite sides of a conflict finding unexpected common ground. The darkness outside the window was giving way to dawn. In a few hours, Liang Chen would be arrested. Dao Qing would return to her duties as a board official, bearing the secret knowledge that she had given the movement 3 days of grace. It was an odd form of alliance, not cooperation but a temporary alignment toward the same goal, motivated by different understandings and serving different purposes. Yet it was also deeply human. 2 people, recognizing that something was wrong, choosing to do what they could to make things right, even when the cost was high. Thank you, Liang Chen said simply. Don't thank me yet. Dao Qing replied. Wait until you see if those 3 days actually matter. If the knowledge spreads, if the movement survives the raid, if authentic cultivation genuinely emerges from the ashes of suppression, then you can thank me. Until then, I'm just someone who delayed the inevitable. But they both knew it wasn't just a delay. The 3 days would give the movement time to ensure redundancy, to distribute knowledge to communities that could survive independently of the academy, to create networks of support that would sustain the movement even after the central institution was disrupted. 3 days was enough time to transform a movement from being dependent on institutions to being rooted in thousands of hearts and minds across the empire. When Dao Qing left the room to return to her official duties, she carried with her the understanding that she had crossed a threshold. She was no longer simply an enforcer of the system. She had become, in her own way, part of the movement that was transforming it. The agreement in darkness would determine the course of the coming days. And when the raid finally came, it would find that the knowledge had already been distributed too widely to suppress. The board's attempt at suppression would only validate what the ancient cultivators had testified to across centuries, that authentic human nature could not be suppressed, only driven underground for a time. And eventually, the truth would emerge again. Chapter 101. Return. The road north toward the path of expansion academy stretched through cultivated farmland and ancient forests, a landscape Liang Chen had traveled many times before, but which now seemed transformed by the knowledge he carried. 3 days of grace. 72 hours for the movement to distribute what needed to be distributed, to prepare what needed to be prepared, to embed the seeds of authentic cultivation so deeply in the empire's consciousness that no single raid could uproot them. The academy appeared first as distant white walls catching afternoon sun, then resolved into the familiar architecture of the main buildings, the training grounds, the central courtyard where he had sat so many nights reflecting on what was unfolding. But as he drew closer, riding on a borrowed horse along the main road, Liang Chen could see immediately that something fundamental had changed in his absence. The academy was no longer what it had been when he left. The walls were reinforced, not with military fortifications. That would have been impossible and would have drawn board attention, but with subtle cultivation formations that Liang Chen could sense even at distance. The energy signatures spoke of protection, of preparation. The number of people he could feel within the grounds had increased substantially. There were more students here than he'd left, more energy, more presences both within the main buildings and in satellite structures that now extended beyond the original academy layout. He was still some distance from the gates when Renwei appeared, moving through the cultivated fields to meet him. She moved with purposeful grace, and her empathy sense touched him before she spoke, a familiar gesture of welcome and concern layered together. The others arrived before the board's announcement, she said without preamble, walking beside him as he slowed the horse to match her pace. The smaller academies started sending their students here, and cultivators from the provinces began arriving once the distribution of the journals started circulating. We've had to expand housing. We've had to organize teaching in shifts. The main courtyard isn't large enough for everyone. How many? Liang Chen asked. 387 souls on the grounds right now, Renwei said. But we're not just receiving people. People are leaving too. Teachers who wanted to go back to their provinces to establish new academies, students who felt called to spread the teachings in their own regions. The movement has reached a point where it's not contained by the academy's walls anymore. It's distributed. It's everywhere. They walked through the gates together, and Liang Chen saw the transformation for himself. The training grounds were filled with cultivators in various stages of practice. The main buildings had been reorganized, with sleeping areas, study halls, and teaching spaces occupying every available space. The central courtyard, which had once been a place for quiet reflection, was now a gathering space where dozens of people sat in study groups, discussing the ancient journals, debating what authentic cultivation meant for different anomaly types. But what struck Liang Chen most powerfully was not the physical transformation, but the energy of purpose that filled the entire academy. These people were not here out of obligation. They were here because they had read the journals and recognized themselves. They were here because they had spent years hiding what they naturally were, and now, for the first time, they had evidence that their nature was legitimate. The academy had become not just an institution, but a sanctuary for thousands of people who had been taught to despise themselves and were beginning to remember that they were acceptable as they naturally were. The board's announcement came 2 days ago. Renwei continued as they walked toward the central building. They declared the academy a dangerous heterodox sect. They issued a formal suppression order. But they also announced that the raid would not happen for several days. They said they needed time to organize enforcement teams. That's given us time to prepare. Dao Qing, Liang Chen said, understanding immediately. The magistrate was keeping her word. We're assuming so, Renwei said. In any case, we've used the time well. The most crucial documents have been sent out to every region of the empire. Teachers from here have traveled to help establish new academies in provinces where they have supporters. We've created redundancy at every level. If they close this academy, the work continues. They reached Liang Chen's private quarters, and he sat for the first time since leaving the southern provinces, feeling the accumulated weight of travel and decision-making settle into his body. Renwei remained standing, her empathy sense reading the emotional landscape with the precision that made her such an effective administrator and such a trusted advisor. There's more you should know, she said. The movement is becoming something we can't fully control. That's not a criticism, it's an observation. I'm not sure we ever could have controlled it once the truth started spreading. But there are groups forming that are advocating for violence. They're saying that if the board won't listen to evidence, we should use force. They're angry. They feel betrayed by the board's response. And they're looking for authorization from you to take more aggressive action. This was the challenge Liang Chen had anticipated but not yet had to face directly. The movement had grown beyond the philosophical discussions and careful documentation. It had reached people whose primary feeling was rage. Rage at being suppressed, rage at being told they were wrong, rage at having their authentic nature treated as something shameful. That rage was understandable and justified. But rage led to violence, and violence would give the board exactly the justification it needed to crush the movement. I'll address this tonight, Liang Chen said. I need to be present with everyone. I need them to hear directly from me what I believe about how this confrontation should unfold. They need permission to be angry, Renwei said, and it was both a statement and a request. They need to know that their anger is valid. What they don't need is to be told that anger justifies violence. Liang Chen nodded. She was right. The distinction was crucial. As evening fell, he found himself in the central courtyard watching the sun descend toward the western mountains, casting long shadows across the gathered people. The academy had never been so full, never been so alive with purpose. He thought about what Dao Qing had said, that the board couldn't suppress what was already taking root in people's hearts. Looking at these faces, understanding what each person had sacrificed to come here and be here, Liang Chen realized that the outcome of the coming confrontation was no longer in doubt. The board could raid the academy. They could arrest him, arrest the senior teachers, disrupt the institution. But the understanding had already spread. The seed had already been planted. The board had already lost, even though they didn't know it yet. But that knowledge was both comforting and sobering. Because if the movement couldn't be suppressed, then the board's confrontation would be brutal and absolute. They would lash out with maximum force, trying to prove that suppression was still possible. And thousands of people would suffer in that attempt, even though the movement would ultimately survive. Liang Chen carried that understanding as he prepared to speak to his people, to acknowledge their rage while offering them a vision of confrontation that didn't depend on violence. It was perhaps the most important speech he would ever give, not because the words would be eloquent, but because the people receiving them needed permission to be true to themselves even in the face of institutional violence. Chapter 102. The gathering of companions. The assembly hall had never been designed to hold this many people, but 300 cultivators found ways to occupy the space, standing in rows that extended into the evening air flowing through the open sides of the building. The air itself seemed to shimmer with the gathered presence, with the collective chi of people who had finally found a space where they could become themselves. Liang Chen stood before them, and the room fell silent. This was his academy, but these were not just his students. They were individuals from dozens of regions, representing anomaly types from across the spectrum of authentic cultivation. A girl with lightning gift who had been told her power was too dangerous. A young man whose compass sense was uncontrollable in standardized training. An elder woman whose transformation cultivation had been blocked by board regulations. Hundreds of stories of suppression, of shame, of finally finding a place where their authentic nature was welcomed. I know you're angry, Liang Chen began, his voice carrying through the gathered crowd with the ease of someone who had spent years teaching in spaces both large and intimate. Your anger is justified. You've been told that something was wrong with you. You've been told to suppress what you naturally are. You've been told that authentic diversity is heterodox, dangerous, wrong. And now you've discovered that everything you were told was a lie. You've read the journals of ancient practitioners who did what you do, who perfected the arts you're discovering, who proved that diverse cultivation is not only legitimate but powerful. Your anger is entirely understandable. He paused, allowing that acknowledgement to settle. This was crucial, not minimizing the anger, not asking them to suppress it, but validating it as a reasonable response to genuine injustice. Some of you are asking whether we should respond to this injustice with force. Some of you are asking whether we should fight the board's enforcement team when they come. I understand that impulse. I understand the desire to defend what we've built, to protect this sanctuary we've created. But I want to offer you a different understanding of what confrontation means in this situation. Liang Chen walked through the gathered crowd, making eye contact with individuals, letting his presence communicate what his words were about to articulate. The cultivation board's power ultimately rests on belief, he continued. It rests on the belief that standardization is necessary. It rests on the belief that their authority is legitimate. It rests on the belief that diverse cultivation is dangerous and must be suppressed. That belief system is like a structure built on sand. Once people stop believing in it, the structure collapses, not because anyone destroyed it through force, but because the foundation dissolved. He returned to the center of the space, and his voice took on a quieter but more intense quality. We have released the evidence. The ancient journals are spreading across the empire. People are reading the testimony of practitioners who lived thousands of years ago, and they're recognizing themselves in those accounts. Teachers are beginning to question whether they should be suppressing authentic cultivation. Board officials are starting to doubt whether the standardization system they've enforced their entire lives is actually right. The belief system is cracking. But if we respond to the board's force with violence, we validate their narrative. We give them evidence that diverse cultivators are indeed dangerous. We give them justification for the suppression that will come after. We allow them to reframe the story from, "We were suppressing authentic cultivation," to, "We were defending the empire from dangerous practitioners." Violence is the board's weapon. It's what they're trained for. It's what their entire institutional structure is built to support. If we fight them with violence, we're playing their game on their field. A young cultivator near the front, someone with transformation gift, Liang Chen could sense, raised her hand. When Liang Chen gestured permission to speak, she said, "But what about defending this academy? What about protecting the students who are here? If we don't fight, people will be arrested. The institution will be destroyed." It was a good question, asked with genuine concern for the people who had gathered here in safety. "Yes," Liang Chen acknowledged. "Some of us will be arrested. The academy, as it currently exists, will likely be closed. But the work will not be destroyed." That's the fundamental shift in understanding. The academy is not the movement. The movement is distributed across thousands of people who have already read the journals, who already understand that diverse cultivation is legitimate. Destroy this building, arrest me, close every academy. The understanding has already taken root too deep to be uprooted. He let that settle, then continued. Protecting the students here means not provoking the board into using violence more forcefully than they would otherwise. It means creating conditions where as many people as possible can survive the confrontation intact. And that happens not through fighting, but through organized retreat. Through evacuations that we execute before the raid actually happens. Through ensuring that people have safe places to go, that the distributed network is ready to receive everyone who needs to leave the academy. Over the next hours, Liang Chen detailed the plan that had been developed in his absence. The academy would not violently resist the board's raid, but neither would it passively accept suppression. Instead, it would evacuate deliberately, strategically, ensuring that people were distributed to dozens of locations where they could continue the work. The core documents had already been sent to every region. The philosophical case had already been made. The movement no longer depended on this institution's continuation. Some of the younger cultivators were disappointed by this approach. They wanted grand confrontation, wanted to stand and fight, wanted the satisfaction of defending what they'd built. But the older practitioners, particularly those who had been suppressed longest, understood the wisdom of what Liang Chen was proposing. They had seen institutions destroyed before. They understood that the real power of the movement was not in any single location, but in the distributed understanding that had already taken root. As the assembly dispersed, cultivators gathered in smaller groups, discussing what the coming days would mean, preparing for evacuation, helping each other process the complex emotions of triumph mixed with disruption. The academy had become a sanctuary in just a few months. Now it would have to transform into a network, spreading beyond walls into the hearts of cultivators across the empire. Later, in his private quarters, Liang Chen met with the core group of senior teachers who had been present since the very beginning of the academy. These were the ones who had taken the greatest risk in supporting his vision. These were the ones who would face the greatest consequences if the board decided to make examples of them. "They're handling this better than I expected," one of the elder teachers said, a transformation cultivator who had been suppressed by the board for 30 years before finding refuge here. "They're frightened, but they're also resolved. They understand what's at stake. That's because they've already experienced what it feels like to suppress themselves," Liang Chen said quietly. They've carried that burden so long that the thought of continuing to carry it is worse than facing whatever consequences come from refusing to carry it anymore. The conversation turned to practical matters. Which students would go to which regional academies? Which documents still needed to be distributed? What contingencies should be prepared if the board took action beyond what was anticipated? The details of managing a movement through institutional disruption were complex, but the senior teachers had been working on them for weeks. They had created spreadsheets, contingency plans, communication networks that would function even if the academy was sealed. What struck Liang Chen most was how thoroughly they had prepared. In his absence, the academy's leadership had not waited for his return to organize a response. They had anticipated the challenge and begun building the distributed network that would survive whatever suppression came. His role was not to direct them into action, but to provide the philosophical coherence and emotional grounding that made their actions meaningful. As the night deepened and the senior teachers departed to their various quarters, Liang Chen sat alone in the central courtyard and reflected on how much the academy had grown. It had begun as an institution founded on a simple principle: that people should be allowed to cultivate according to their authentic nature. It had become something vastly larger. It had become the physical embodiment of a movement for fundamental human transformation. And now, on the eve of confrontation, it would dissolve and distribute itself across the empire, carrying the seeds of authentic cultivation to every region, every cultivation center, every community where people had been told they were wrong for being themselves. The cultivation board thought they were coming to suppress a dangerous sect. They didn't understand that they were already too late. The movement had grown beyond any institution's capacity to control or destroy it. Chapter 103. The letter from Renwei. It came on the morning of the board's expected raid. A formal notice that Renwei had received from contacts within the board's administrative structure. The letter was written in official language, the kind of bureaucratic prose that board documents always employed, but the content was what mattered. The suppression order is being enacted today, the letter read. The raid will commence at sunset. The enforcement team has been authorized to seize all documents related to heterodox cultivation practices and to place under arrest all individuals identified as core leadership of the Path of Expansion Academy. High Administrator Shun has been temporarily reinstated to oversee the operation, which suggests that the board has decided on a measured approach rather than a total destruction. The intention appears to be disruption and arrest of core leadership, with the expectation that this will collapse the movement. Renwei read the letter aloud to Liang Chen and the senior teachers in the administrative building, her voice steady despite the gravity of what the words conveyed. The measured approach was actually more dangerous in some ways. Total destruction would have been obvious, would have validated everything the movement was saying about board suppression. But measured suppression, arrest of leadership, closure of the academy, confiscation of documents, would allow the board to claim they were acting responsibly, protecting the cultivation community from dangerous heterodoxy. They're expecting us to defend, one of the senior teachers said. They're expecting confrontation. That's why they're sending enforcement teams with arrest authority rather than just closing the academy and dispersing the students. And they're giving themselves legal cover, another teacher added. A measured response that looks like proper governance from the outside, even though it's suppression from the inside. Liang Chen understood the sophistication of what the board was doing. They had learned from the movement's strategy. They weren't going to give the movement the satisfaction of dramatic confrontation. They were going to use legitimate institutional processes to suppress, which made it much harder to rally public support against them. Then we need to accelerate the evacuation, Liang Chen said. We need to move people out before sunset, not during the raid. We need to ensure that when the enforcement team arrives, they find a largely empty academy. We evacuate the vulnerable people, keep only the core group that's willing to accept arrest. The evacuation plan that had been prepared over the past weeks was activated with precision. It had been designed for exactly this scenario. Students were organized into departure groups, with experienced cultivators leading each group to designated locations in different provinces. The students carried with them copies of the most crucial documents, distributed across dozens of bags and luggage items so that the confiscation of any single group's materials wouldn't result in the loss of critical knowledge. The smaller academies in other regions had been preparing to receive students, to expand their operations, to become the nodes of the distributed network that would survive the academy's closure. When the evacuation began, students departed in organized groups, some traveling the roads openly, carrying letters of passage that made them look like ordinary travelers. Others used less visible routes, moving through forested areas and small cultivation communities. The movement was not fleeing in panic. It was distributing deliberately, safely, with the expertise of people who had spent months planning exactly this transition. What was remarkable was how many students chose to stay even though they could have left. The youngest ones were evacuated regardless of choice. But students who were older, cultivators who had already established themselves with some degree of power and independence, many of them chose to remain at the academy. They wanted to be present when the confrontation happened. They wanted to demonstrate their commitment to authentic cultivation by standing witness to what the board would do. By late afternoon, the academy had been transformed. The central courtyard, which had been crowded with hundreds of people that morning, now held only about 30 people. The main buildings, which had been vibrant with activity, were now largely empty. The core group remained: Liang Chen, Ren Wei, the senior teachers who had founded the academy, a few advanced students who had requested permission to stay. Everyone else had been distributed into the network that would sustain the movement through whatever came next. Liang Chen walked through the empty buildings in the fading afternoon light and reflected on the strangeness of institutional dissolution. The academy had been transformed, in just a few months, from a small institution into something that had touched thousands of lives, that had given permission to people who had been suppressed to trust what they authentically were. And now, before it had even fully established itself, it was willfully dispersing. The physical institution was becoming unnecessary. "It's remarkable when you think about it," Ren Wei said, finding him in one of the empty study halls. "Months ago, this was just an idea, a belief that people deserved space to cultivate according to their authentic nature. And now that idea has taken root so deeply that it doesn't need this building or any building. It's become part of how thousands of people understand themselves." The real work was never the academy, Liang Chen said, understanding something in that moment that he should have understood earlier. The academy was just a tool. The real work is what happens in the hearts and minds of people. The academy was a place where transformation could happen safely. But transformation itself is what matters. And transformation has already happened for all the people who have passed through here. As sunset approached, the enforcement team arrived at the gates. They came in formal procession, board officials in official robes, enforcement officers bearing the symbols of board authority. The gates, which would normally have been guarded, opened without resistance. There was no confrontation, no dramatic defense of the institution. There was just a simple opening of gates to allow the board's officials inside. High Administrator Shen led the group, and Liang Chen could sense something complicated in his presence. Official duty performed reluctantly, authority exercised with internal conflict. This was a man who had wanted dialogue, who had advocated for reform, who now found himself carrying out the very suppression he had tried to prevent. The confrontation, when it came, was almost anticlimactic. The enforcement team moved through the academy, expecting to find dozens or hundreds of people. Instead, they found 30. They expected to find extensive libraries of documents. Instead, they found only a few volumes left behind deliberately, the ones that had already been circulated widely enough that their seizure would accomplish nothing. The arrests were made with official formality. Liang Chen was read the suppression order, informed of the charges against him, placed under formal custody. The senior teachers were arrested as well. The few students who had remained were released rather than arrested. The board had no authority to arrest students, only the core leadership that they believed had founded this dangerous heterodox sect. As Liang Chen was being escorted toward the transportation vehicle that would take him to board custody, he looked back at the academy one final time. The buildings were empty now, abandoned, no longer the sanctuary they had been. But the work had already been distributed. The understanding had already taken root. The academy's closure was not a defeat, but a transformation into something the board couldn't contain or suppress. And as the vehicle carried him away from the academy toward whatever consequences awaited him, Liang Chen found himself feeling not despair, but a strange peace. The movement had survived. That was all that mattered. Everything else was just the working out of what came after. Chapter 104. The Council of Anomalies. The detention facility where Liang Chen and the senior teachers were held was not brutal, at least not in obvious ways. The board wanted to maintain the appearance of legitimate governance. The cells were clean, the guards were professional, the treatment was correct, if not kind. The intention seemed to be administrative containment rather than punishment. But the effect was the same. The core leadership of the movement was removed from circulation, unable to direct affairs, unable to speak publicly, isolated from the people who depended on their guidance. But isolation was what the board had failed to anticipate. Because in the week following the arrests, something remarkable began to happen across the empire. The distributed network that Liang Chen and Ren Wei had spent months building suddenly activated in ways that no central authority could have coordinated. Regional academies began holding public assemblies. Cultivators who had read the ancient journals began writing their own testimonies, describing how the knowledge had transformed their understanding of themselves. Study groups met in merchant cities, in provincial towns, in cultivation communities across the empire, discussing the evidence and what it meant for the future. And 1 week after the arrests, representatives from 32 regional cultivation communities gathered in the merchant city of Linchong, which had become a major hub for the distributed movement. These were cultivators of every anomaly type: transformation cultivators, compass cultivators, shadow cultivators, healing cultivators, and dozens of others. They came from provinces that had been suppressed under the board's standardization, from communities that had hidden their authentic practices for generations, from academies that were only now beginning to emerge from secrecy. The gathering was called the Council of Anomalies. It was held in a neutral location, without official sanction, but with the presence of hundreds of witnesses, cultivators from each region, community leaders, scholars from universities that had begun questioning the board's authority. The event itself was a statement. Authentic cultivation practitioners were no longer hiding. They were gathering openly, publicly, collectively affirming their right to practice without suppression. The first order of business was to formally acknowledge what Liang Chen's arrest had already made clear. The movement was no longer dependent on any individual leader or institution. It had become a genuine collective movement, with distributed decision-making and shared authority. This was not a weakness, but a strength. It meant the board couldn't suppress the movement by arresting key individuals. The movement would continue because it was held together not by hierarchical authority, but by shared understanding. The second order of business was to formalize the network of regional academies and their relationships to one another. Each academy would maintain local independence, but would participate in shared teaching, shared documentation, and shared advocacy for the right to authentic cultivation. Information would flow between academies through merchant networks and traveling cultivators. If the board closed an academy in one region, other academies would expand to receive the displaced students and teachers. The network was resilient because it had no single point of failure. The third order of business was to consider what the council's response should be to Liang Chen and the other arrested teachers. Some of the representatives argued that the council should formally distance itself from the arrested individuals, acknowledge them for their pioneering work, but move forward independently. This would, they reasoned, make the board less likely to use the arrests as justification for broader suppression. But other representatives disagreed. They argued that abandoning arrested individuals would betray everything the movement was supposed to represent. If authentic cultivation was legitimate, then the people who had sacrificed themselves for the movement's establishment deserved support and vindication, not distance and denial. The debate was serious and sustained, reflecting the genuine diversity of the movement. And what emerged from the debate was not a simple consensus, but a more nuanced decision. The council would not disown the arrested individuals, but neither would it make the suppression of the arrests its primary focus. Instead, the council would work to accelerate the movement's impact and success, using the evidence and the growing acceptance of authentic cultivation to create a situation where the board would eventually have to release the arrested individuals as a matter of practical necessity. The best vindication of Liang Chen and the others was not to demand their release, but to make authentic cultivation so obviously legitimate and widespread that the board's suppression would become untenable. One of the representatives, an elder transformation cultivator from the eastern provinces, stood to address the council directly on this issue. "We have two choices," she said, her voice carrying the authority of someone who had practiced authentic cultivation in hiding for 30 years. "We can make this movement about martyrs and victims, letting the board define our identity by their suppression of us. Or we can make this movement about the beauty and power of authentic cultivation, letting the evidence and our own success define our identity. If we do the second, we grow beyond what the board can suppress. And when we've grown large enough, when authentic cultivation has become so obviously necessary to the empire that the board has to acknowledge it, then the arrests will lose their power. The arrested will be released not because we demanded it, but because the board will have no choice." The council agreed with this assessment. The movement would not focus on the arrests. It would focus on growth, on evidence, on helping more people discover their authentic gifts and begin developing them properly. It would focus on establishing legitimacy through demonstrated success rather than through confrontation with the board. To implement this strategy, the council created several working groups. One would be responsible for documenting authentic cultivation practices, gathering the scattered knowledge that had survived suppression, preserving it, codifying it into teachable frameworks. Another would focus on education and recruitment, ensuring that the distributed academies were high quality, that students received genuine training rather than just political messaging. A third group would manage the relationships between regional academies, creating protocols for information sharing and mutual support. A fourth group would handle public communication, ensuring that the movement's message was clear and compelling to people who were encountering it for the first time. What emerged from this council was not a unified hierarchy, but a sophisticated network of specialized functions coordinated through regular meetings and shared documentation. It was a new form of organizational structure. Neither the rigid hierarchical control of the board nor the chaotic decentralization of an uncoordinated movement, but a middle path that allowed for both local autonomy and collective coherence. By the time the council concluded its gathering, it had done something remarkable. It had transformed a movement that had been dependent on a few key individuals into a genuine collective undertaking. It had taken the dispersal that the board had forced through the academy's closure and converted it into distributed strength. And it had created institutional structures that could survive indefinitely without any single leader. Liang Chen, sitting in his detention cell, felt some echo of this transformation through the occasional visitor and the whispered conversations that guards couldn't prevent entirely. The movement had become real. It had become independent, and that meant that whatever happened to him, whatever consequences the board decided to impose, the work would continue. The movement was bigger than any individual, including himself. It was one of the most profound accomplishments of his life, to have built something that had become strong enough that it no longer depended on him. Chapter 105. The divergence in the detention cells. Liang Chen and the senior teachers were kept separated, which limited their ability to coordinate, but did not prevent communication. Guards could be influenced, messages could be passed, and the informal network of people who supported the movement extended even into the board's custody facilities. Through these unofficial channels, Liang Chen received reports of what was happening across the empire. The reports were staggering in their scope. The ancient journals that had been distributed before the academy's closure were being copied and redistributed at an exponential rate. In the capital city itself, students were secretly studying the accounts of ancient practitioners. In remote provinces, teachers were integrating authentic cultivation techniques into their private teaching. Even within the board's own educational institutions, instructors were beginning to question whether the standardized approach was actually optimal. More significantly, the Council of Anomalies had formally issued a statement that, while not directly challenging the board's authority, made clear that authentic cultivation practitioners would no longer accept suppression. The statement was carefully worded to sound philosophical rather than confrontational, but its impact was political. It created a public acknowledgement that a movement existed, that it had organized itself across the empire, and that it represented genuine practitioners with legitimate grievances. The board's response was complicated and revealing. Some board members wanted to escalate the suppression, to arrest more individuals, to conduct raids on regional academies. But other board members, including several who had been moved by the ancient journals, argued for caution. They were concerned that further escalation would only validate the movement's claims about board oppression. They argued that the best approach was to contain the movement through slow, steady pressure rather than through dramatic confrontation. The result was a stalemate of sorts. The board maintained the detention of Liang Chen and the senior teachers, maintaining the appearance that they were still suppressing the movement. But they did not conduct the broad arrests that the hardline faction wanted. They did not raid regional academies with the force they might have. Instead, they instituted a form of controlled tolerance. The movement could exist, but only so long as it maintained a low profile and didn't create obvious political challenges. This stalemate had unexpected consequences. It created space for the movement to grow in ways that it might not have if suppression had been total. It created space for practitioners to operate in semi-openly, developing their authentic cultivation while technically remaining within board tolerance. And it created space for the internal contradictions within the board itself to become visible. High Administrator Shan, who had overseen the academy's closure, began making unusual moves within board administration. He started formally interviewing scholars about the historical accuracy of the ancient journals. He established a committee to investigate whether there were indeed pre-standardization cultivation systems that might have been equally valid. He was, in essence, beginning the investigation that he had promised Dao Qing he would conduct, and he was doing it with enough official authority that other board members couldn't easily dismiss it. Dao Qing herself was in a strange position. Her service in the suppression raid had been noted, and there were moments when she seemed to have the board's confidence. But she was also clearly operating as an agent of complexity, sometimes restraining enforcement actions that she felt were unjust, sometimes gathering information that found its way to movement allies. She was serving the board officially while serving the movement's interests practically, a balance that couldn't be maintained indefinitely. The complexity of this situation became especially clear in a conversation that Liang Chen managed to have with Dao Qing through one of the guards who was sympathetic to the movement. The magistrate visited him in his detention cell, an official visit that allowed them to speak with relative privacy. The board is fractured in ways that it has never been before, Dao Qing said without preamble. The evidence from the ancient journals is real, and it's transforming how people understand cultivations. But the board's institutional interests are also real. They can't admit that standardization was wrong without delegitimizing their entire authority structure. And they can't suppress the movement without revealing themselves as suppressors of truth. So they're trying to manage both, Liang Chen understood. Suppress the movement enough to maintain official credibility while allowing it to exist, because total suppression is no longer possible. Yes, Dao Qing confirmed. And that stalemate is unsustainable. At some point, one side will break the equilibrium. Either the movement will grow so large that the board has no choice but to formally acknowledge it and begin reform, or the hardline faction within the board will overcome the caution and push for total suppression. Which outcome is more likely? Liang Chen asked. Dao Qing was quiet for a moment, considering. The movement, she said finally. Because growth is occurring at the grassroots level where the board can't easily stop it. Every day, more students are studying authentic cultivation. Every week, more teachers are experimenting with less standardized approaches. Every month, the acceptance of diversity is becoming more normalized. The board can slow that growth, but it can't stop it. The only way they could stop it would be through violence so massive that it would expose the board's true nature to everyone. She paused, then added quietly. And I don't think the board is willing to pay that price. Not yet, at least. Not while there's still the possibility of managed transition. Then release might be possible, Liang Chen said, understanding the implication. Not through the board admitting wrongdoing, but through the situation becoming untenable to maintain. Perhaps, Dao Qing said. But that could take time. The board members who are doubtful about standardization need space to convince the others. And that requires patience. Are you capable of patience while detained? It was a good question. Liang Chen had spent years developing patience. The patience to accumulate evidence, the patience to build the academy gradually, the patience to trust in the slow transformation of consciousness rather than seeking immediate dramatic change. But patience in detention, waiting for others to make decisions about his fate, was a different kind of challenge. I'll manage, Liang Chen said. The movement is more important than my freedom. And if the delay allows the board members who doubt themselves to convince the hardliners, then the delay serves a purpose. Dao Qing left shortly after, and Liang Chen was left with the knowledge that he might be detained indefinitely, not as punishment, but as a kind of limbo, while the empire's power structures reorganized themselves around the reality that authentic cultivation could not be suppressed indefinitely. It was, in a strange way, the ideal outcome for what Liang Chen had been trying to accomplish. The movement was not achieving its goals through his agency, but through its own growth and legitimacy. The board was not being overthrown, but was being forced to adapt to new reality. And he himself was becoming less important to the movement as it matured and became self-sustaining. But it was also a test of character that Liang Chen had not anticipated. Could he accept that others were becoming the leaders of the movement? Could he accept that his role might be diminishing? Could he trust that the understanding he had helped to establish was strong enough to succeed without him? These were the questions that echoed in his detention cell as he waited to see what would come next. Chapter 106, The Investigation. In the weeks following the Council of Anomalies, something changed within the board's investigative structure. High Administrator Shen, operating with the cautious authority that his position still carried, formally opened an investigation into the historical claims made by the Anomaly cultivation movement. The investigation was narrow in its official scope. It was framed as simply examining whether the board's own archival records could corroborate the existence of pre-standardization cultivation systems, but its implications were vast. Scholars were brought in from universities across the empire. Historians who had not been bound by board ideology for their entire careers were invited to examine the evidence. The ancient journals that had been seized in the academy's closure were entered into evidence and made available for scholarly examination. And what these scholars found was consistent and undeniable. The historical record supported everything the movement had claimed. Diverse cultivation had indeed been widespread in the age before standardization. It had been documented extensively. It had been considered legitimate by the major practitioners and institutions of that era. The investigation took months, which was partly genuine scholarly work and partly deliberate delay. The longer the investigation took, the longer Liang Chen and the others remained in detention but unkilled, the longer the board appeared to be taking seriously the claims of wrongdoing, the longer the hardline faction was prevented from escalating their suppression. Chen was, in his careful way, using bureaucracy as a tool of resistance against the hardliners within his own institution. But something else was happening that was perhaps more important than the formal investigation. The distributed network of academies was growing in sophistication and effectiveness. Teachers trained at the Path of Expansion Academy were spreading authentic cultivation techniques to dozens of regional academies. Students who had studied at the main academy before its closure were now leading cultivation communities across the empire. And the quality of instruction was improving as the teachers shared knowledge, refined techniques, and developed increasingly sophisticated frameworks for understanding how different anomaly types could be developed authentically. One of the reports that reached Liang Chen through informal channels was particularly significant. A student who had been at the academy for only 3 months before the closure had gone to the western provinces and, within weeks, had established a thriving community of shadow cultivators who were making remarkable progress in authentic practice. The student had not been a master himself, just someone who had been touched by the philosophy and had absorbed enough of the teaching methodology to help others. The fact that he could succeed without being personally trained by Liang Chen or any of the other masters demonstrated something crucial. The movement had reached a level of maturity where it could be sustained and expanded by ordinary practitioners, not just extraordinary teachers. The academy, as a physical institution, had been closed. But the academy's teaching, as a distributed practice, had become stronger than it had ever been as a centralized institution. This was the realization that sustained Liang Chen through the long weeks of detention. The work had succeeded, not in the way he had initially imagined, but in a deeper and more resilient way. The movement was becoming independent of any institution or any individual. Around this time, something significant occurred in the detention facility. The guards who had been sympathetic to the movement approached Liang Chen with an unusual proposal. They could not release him. That would be both illegal and would endanger their own positions. But they could arrange a transfer that would place him in a different detention facility, one that was less secure, one where visitors were allowed more frequently, one where communication with the outside world was less completely controlled. Why would you do this? Liang Chen asked, understanding that the guards were taking real risk. Because we've read the journals, one of the guards said. Because what you're trying to build is right. Because we're tired of serving suppression. Because even though we can't openly join the movement, we can do what we can to support it within our constraints. It was a manifestation of something that Dao Qing had mentioned, that the evidence was transforming people's understanding of what standardization meant. Even board officials and guards were beginning to doubt whether suppression was justified. The slow transformation of consciousness that Liang Chen had been trying to accomplish was working, not through dramatic confrontation, but through quiet shifts in how individuals understood their own roles and responsibilities. The transfer was arranged, and Liang Chen found himself in a different detention facility, one that allowed him more contact with the outside world. This facility also happened to house some of the other arrested teachers, which meant that Liang Chen and his colleagues could finally coordinate directly rather than through intermediaries. The coordination that emerged was remarkable. Even from detention, the senior teachers were able to provide guidance to the network of regional academies. They could review documentation that was being created, they could provide feedback on teaching methodologies, they could help maintain coherence across the distributed movement. The detention had not prevented them from serving the movement. It had merely transformed their role from active leadership to mentoring and guidance. As weeks turned into months, Liang Chen noticed something important in the official records that found their way into detention. The board's investigation was beginning to reach conclusions. Not yet publicly, but internally, the scholarly consensus was becoming clear. The ancient cultivation practices had been legitimate. The evidence for pre-standardization diversity was irrefutable. The board's standardization system, while it had served certain administrative purposes, had also suppressed authentic human development. This conclusion, if it became public, would fundamentally challenge the board's authority. It would require either the board's admission of wrongdoing or the board's explicit rejection of scholarly truth. Neither option was comfortable, but both were beginning to seem inevitable. High Administrator Shen, in his careful way, was maneuvering to ensure that the inevitable conclusion led to reform rather than to the board's collapse or defensive escalation. He was building a coalition within the board of members who would accept that reform was necessary. He was preparing the intellectual and political case for acknowledging that standardization had been a mistake and that the board needed to evolve. And through it all, Liang Chen remained in detention, waiting, knowing that the transformation he had tried to inspire was unfolding whether he was free or imprisoned. The movement had become larger than any individual. The truth about authentic cultivation had become too evident to suppress. And the board, even the board that had arrested him, was slowly being forced to confront what it had done. It was, in many ways, exactly the outcome Liang Chen had hoped for, though the path was different than he had anticipated. Not violent confrontation, but quiet institutional transformation. Not the board's overthrow, but the board's evolution. Not the movement conquering the board, but the board's gradual acceptance of what the movement represented. Chapter 107. Public recognition. The day the board publicly acknowledged the age of diversity and the legitimacy of pre-standardization cultivation practices was an ordinary day, at least in the way it began. But by evening, the empire understood that something fundamental had shifted. The announcement came from High Administrator Shun in a formal address to the board's full assembly, and it was carefully written to acknowledge historical truth while minimizing the appearance of institutional failure. The board's investigation, Shen announced, had confirmed that diverse cultivation systems had indeed existed in the pre-standardization era. These systems had been documented by serious practitioners and had produced demonstrable results. The board's historical records, he noted, had not always been candid about the sophistication and validity of these ancient systems. The board now accepted that this historical reality should be acknowledged openly. This acknowledgement, while carefully hedged in language that preserved board authority, represented a seismic shift. The board was, in essence, admitting that the foundational justification for standardization was flawed. The standardized system had not been the only effective approach to cultivation. There had been alternatives, and those alternatives had been legitimate. What followed was political chaos, but chaos that was strangely productive. Some board members responded to the acknowledgement by doubling down on the defense of standardization. They argued that even if ancient systems had existed, the standardization system had proven more effective, more safe, more organized. They argued that the board's role was to maintain stability and prevent chaos, not to indulge in the nostalgia of ancient practices. But other board members responded by accepting the implications of Shen's acknowledgement. If ancient systems had been legitimate, then contemporary anomaly cultivators who practiced those systems should no longer be suppressed. If diverse cultivation was historically valid, then practitioners of diverse cultivation should be allowed to operate openly. If the board had been wrong about standardization being the only legitimate approach, then the board needed to evolve. The pivotal moment came during the second day of the assembly, when Magistrate Dao Qing, still serving the board but increasingly openly aligned with reform, made a formal statement. She reported on the findings of enforcement teams that had been investigating the distributed movement. These findings, she said, indicated that anomaly cultivators operating under the model of authentic cultivation had not engaged in dangerous or chaotic practices. The academy that had been closed, the path of expansion, had maintained standards of teaching, had limited its students to capable practitioners, had been careful about documentation and methodology. The movement, far from being a threat to cultivation stability, appeared to be enhancing cultivation practice in regions where it was being implemented. This statement, coming from a board official with genuine enforcement experience, was difficult to dismiss. Dao Qing was not arguing that the board had been wrong. She was very carefully preserving her institutional position. She was simply reporting facts. Authentic cultivation, as practiced by the movement, was working. It was producing skilled practitioners. It was not creating chaos. In the weeks that followed this public acknowledgement, the political situation shifted dramatically. The board could no longer maintain that anomaly cultivation was inherently dangerous or that suppression was necessary for stability. The evidence was too clear, the public acknowledgement too explicit, the practical success too obvious. What had been framed as suppression of dangerous heterodoxy now had to be reframed as something else: policy correction, institutional reform, evolution of understanding. The board created a new classification category: diverse cultivation traditions. These were no longer classified as heterodox. They were recognized as legitimate alternative approaches to cultivation that had historical precedent and contemporary validity. Regional authorities were instructed to allow diverse cultivation practitioners to operate openly, provided they maintained reasonable standards and submitted to board oversight the same way that standardized practitioners did. This classification did not represent the complete victory that the movement might have hoped for. The board was not admitting that it had been systematically suppressing authentic cultivation for centuries. It was not apologizing for the damage that standardization had caused to generations of practitioners. It was not opening all positions in the board's educational institutions to practitioners of diverse traditions. But it was acknowledgement. It was the creation of space for authentic cultivation to exist and grow without the constant threat of suppression. The impact on Liang Chen's situation was immediate and profound. With the board's official acknowledgement that diverse cultivation traditions were legitimate, the continued detention of the movement's key figures became politically untenable. Holding them made no sense if the movement itself was now being recognized as valid. Within days of the board's classification of diverse cultivation as legitimate, Liang Chen and the other arrested teachers were released. The release was not accompanied by apology or acknowledgement of wrongdoing. It was simply stated as a matter of administrative procedure. The individuals had been detained pending investigation of claimed heterodoxy. The investigation had concluded that no heterodoxy had been proven, therefore continued detention was not justified. It was bureaucratic language that allowed the board to preserve its authority while acknowledging that the detentions could not be continued. Liang Chen walked out of the detention facility on a spring morning, months after his arrest, and found Renwei waiting for him. The empathy cultivator had been released weeks earlier. Her detention had never had the same level of official justification as Liang Chen's. She greeted him with emotion carefully contained, the way she always managed intensity, but he could feel the depth of her relief through her presence. "The movement has grown beyond anything I anticipated," Renwei said as they walked away from the detention facility. "The distributed academies have become more effective than the main academy ever was. Teachers are innovating, students are advancing. The knowledge is spreading across provinces we never even reached. You've been in detention for months, and the work has continued. In some ways, the work has accelerated." As they traveled back toward the recovered path of Expansion Academy, Liang Chen reflected on something profound. The movement had not succeeded through his leadership or his freedom. It had succeeded despite his imprisonment. It had succeeded because it had become large enough and distributed enough that no single individual's detention could stop it. It had succeeded because the understanding was real and powerful enough that it transformed anyone who encountered it. It had succeeded because authentic human nature, once recognized, could not be suppressed indefinitely. The empire was beginning to change, not through violent revolution, not through the overthrow of institutions, but through the quiet recognition that authentic diversity was legitimate and necessary. The old system was not being destroyed. It was being forced to evolve, to accommodate, to acknowledge what it had been denying. And that evolution would create space for authentic cultivation to flourish. Chapter 108. The Return and the Doubt. The path of Expansion Academy was transformed when Liang Chen returned to it. The buildings had been returned to the movement's control as part of the settlement that had resulted from the board's public acknowledgement. But in the months of his detention, the academy had been fundamentally changed by the people who had stayed and worked within it, by the teachers who had led it in his absence, by the evolution that had happened without his direct guidance. The central courtyard, where he had spent so many evenings reflecting on the movement's purpose, was now dominated by a large monument, not to Liang Chen, but to the ancient practitioners whose journals had started everything. The names of Teng Yu, Feng Yi, and dozens of other ancient cultivators were inscribed, with selections from their journals carved into stone. It was a powerful statement. The movement was not about any individual or institution. It was about recovering what humans had been doing authentically for millennia. The main buildings had been restructured entirely. What had once been hierarchical, Liang Chen's quarters, the senior teacher's meeting room, then everyone else, was now organized around functional groups. There was a documentation center where scholars worked to translate and preserve the ancient journals more completely. There was a training hall that served multiple anomaly types, with teaching groups rotating through. There was an administration section that coordinated with the distributed network of regional academies. There was a library where students could study independently. Most significantly, the academy was now run by a council structure rather than by a single leader. When Liang Chen returned, he found that the senior teachers and several advanced students had created a formal governance system where decisions were made collectively, where leadership roles rotated, where everyone had voice in what happened. The implicit structure that Renwei had begun developing while he was imprisoned had become explicit and formalized. "We had to evolve the governance," Renwei explained when they had a private moment in the evening of Liang Chen's return. "During your detention, people wanted to know who was making decisions. They wanted to know who had authority to direct resources, to make strategic choices. We tried to run things by committee, but committees without clear authority are inefficient. So we created a formal council structure with rotating leadership and clear decision-making processes." "How does it feel?" Liang Chen asked. "Does the movement feel stronger with that structure?" "Yes," Renwei said, "but it also feels less like it's yours. The academy was your vision, your creation, and now it's become a communal project. I think that's better, but I also think it's something you'll need to accept." She was right, and Liang Chen knew it. When he had founded the academy, He had imagined it as a place where his vision of authentic cultivation could be realized. But successful movements, he was learning, eventually transcended the visions of their founders. They became something larger, something that incorporated input from hundreds of people, something that no individual could fully control or direct. That evening, Liang Chen called for a general assembly. The recovered academy was full again, not as full as it had been at its peak, but with a significant population of teachers and students. He wanted to address them directly, not as their leader issuing directions, but as someone returning to a community he had helped found, but that had now moved beyond his original vision. "I see the monument in the courtyard," he began, addressing the gathered crowd. "I see the academy that you've built in my absence. And I want to be clear, I'm not here to reclaim authority that you've distributed. I'm not here to restructure what you've carefully organized. I'm returning to a community, not to reassert control of an institution." He paused, letting that sink in, understanding that many people might have expected him to come back and immediately reimpose a hierarchical structure under his leadership. "The academy that you've built is better than what I built," he continued. "It's more resilient. It's less dependent on any single person's vision or presence. It's evolved in ways that I couldn't have anticipated while I was imprisoned. And that's exactly what an authentic movement should do. It should grow beyond the limitations of any founder's imagination." He spoke about the importance of the council structure, about the necessity of distributed leadership, about the way that authentic cultivation required authentic human relationships rather than hierarchical submission. He spoke about his time in detention, about watching the movement succeed without him, about coming to understand that his role had always been temporary, to help establish understanding that others could carry forward. "I will serve this council," he said. "I will contribute my experience and my perspective, but I won't lead it. I won't make decisions unilaterally. I'll participate in the process that all of you have created, and I trust that process because it reflects what authentic cultivation actually looks like, a genuine collaboration of human beings who trust each other and themselves." The response to his statement was complex. Some people seemed relieved that he was not taking control. Others seemed disappointed that he wasn't asserting the authority they had expected. Most seemed thoughtful, appreciating the philosophy behind what he was proposing even as they processed the implications of him not returning as the movement's authoritative leader. After the assembly, several advanced students and teachers approached Liang Chen with concerns. One of them, a senior teacher who had been part of the academy since its founding, spoke directly. "I understand what you're saying about distributed leadership," the teacher said. "But leadership requires making difficult decisions, making them quickly, holding people accountable. Can a committee structure actually do that? Or are we going to end up paralyzed by process?" It was a legitimate concern, and Liang Chen didn't dismiss it. "Probably there will be times when committee governance is slower than single-leader governance," he acknowledged. "The question is whether efficiency is worth the cost to authenticity. When people are forced into hierarchical obedience, they lose their own authority over their lives. They become good at obeying, but not good at thinking for themselves. We're trying to build something different, a community where everyone is responsible for decisions, where everyone participates in governance. Yes, that's slower sometimes, but it's also more genuinely creative." The conversation continued into the evening, and Liang Chen found himself experiencing something that had not been possible during the months of detention, genuine dialogue about what the movement should become. Not dialogue he was directing, but dialogue he was participating in. These teachers were challenging him, questioning him, pushing him to articulate why distributed governance mattered. And in engaging with those challenges, Liang Chen found himself clarifying his own understanding. Later that night, sitting alone in a restored but unfamiliar room in the academy, Liang Chen allowed himself a moment of doubt. He had spent years building the Path of Expansion Academy as a vehicle for his vision. He had spent months imprisoned, maintaining faith that the movement would succeed without him. And now he had returned to find that his presence was no longer central, that the movement had evolved in ways he didn't fully direct, that the authority he had exercised had been distributed among many people. Was this success or failure? Was the movement better for this evolution, or had it lost something essential to Liang Chen's original vision? These questions had no easy answers. Liang Chen sat with them, allowing the doubt to exist without trying to resolve it prematurely. Some of the deepest truths only emerged when you allowed yourself to genuinely not know, when you allowed contradictory feelings to coexist. The transformation was not complete. The struggle was not finished. The movement had achieved political recognition, but not yet genuine transformation of cultivation practices across the empire. The board had acknowledged that diverse cultivation was legitimate, but had not truly changed its institutional commitment to standardization. And Liang Chen himself was navigating a new role that he had not anticipated, in a community that he had helped create but could no longer fully control. Chapter 109. The public debate. The formal debate between the Path of Expansion movement and the board's institutional representatives took place in the capital city, in a public venue where hundreds of cultivators could attend. It was not required by either side, but both had recognized that a public discussion of the differences between standardized and authentic cultivation would serve their interests. The board wanted to maintain that standardization was still the most efficient approach, even if authentic cultivation was now acknowledged as legitimate. The movement wanted to make the case that authentic cultivation was not merely an acceptable alternative, but actually superior in many ways. The debate was moderated by a neutral scholar from the Imperial Academy, a woman who had no stake in cultivation practice herself, but who could ensure that the discussion remained intellectually rigorous. The board was represented by High Administrator Shun and two other senior officials. The movement was represented by Liang Chen, Renwei, and one of the advanced teachers who had been particularly innovative in developing authentic techniques. What happened in that debate was unexpected, at least for those who had anticipated a clear victory for one side or the other. Both sides made compelling arguments. The board argued that standardization provided consistency, safety, and organization. They pointed out that the standardized approach had been refined over centuries and had produced reliable results. They acknowledged that some practitioners might find authentic cultivation more satisfying personally, but they argued that standardization better served the collective needs of the empire. Liang Chen argued that the premise itself was flawed. Authentic cultivation and standardization were not in genuine competition, he suggested. Different practitioners naturally gravitated toward different approaches. Some people genuinely benefited from standardization's clear structure and consistency. Other people found that authentic cultivation allowed them to develop more deeply and more powerfully. The real issue was whether the board would allow both approaches to exist, or whether they would continue to suppress authentic cultivation in favor of their standardized approach. The ancient cultivators understood something that we've forgotten, Liang Chen said, addressing the gathered crowd. They understood that there is no single way to cultivate. A person might be naturally a compass cultivator, born with the gift to navigate and understand direction. That person will never be satisfied attempting to develop a standardized approach. They will either suppress their authentic gift in service of conformity, or they will secretly develop their authentic practice in isolation. The board offers false choice. Either standardize yourself or be suppressed. We offer different choice. Become authentically what you naturally are, and trust that this serves both you and the empire better than suppression ever could. One of the board officials countered with a challenge. If authentic cultivation is so much better, why has the empire relied on standardization for centuries? Why did the board's approach become dominant if it wasn't more effective? It was a fair question, and the movement's answer required nuance. Renwei responded with the kind of empathy-based clarity that made her so effective as an advocate. Standardization became dominant because it served the interests of centralized power, she said plainly. It made it easier to control and organize a large population if everyone was using the same methods, studying the same material, responding to the same authority structure. Standardization was efficient for governance. But efficiency for governance is not the same as effectiveness for cultivation. The board chose the system that made their job easier, not the system that made human development better. Those are different things. The debate lasted for hours, and what emerged was not a clear victor but a genuine intellectual engagement with the complexity of the situation. Some audience members came away convinced that authentic cultivation was obviously superior. Others remained convinced that standardization was the safer, more reliable approach. Most came away with a more nuanced understanding of the trade-offs involved in different approaches. What was remarkable was how respectful the debate remained. Liang Chen did not dismiss the board's arguments. He engaged with them seriously, acknowledging the real benefits of standardization while arguing that the costs of suppressing authentic cultivation were too high. The board officials, at least the ones who were genuinely engaging rather than merely defending institutional positions, acknowledged the validity of the movement's concerns while maintaining that standardization had important functions. After the formal debate concluded, something unexpected happened. One of the board officials, an elder who had served the institution for 40 years, approached Liang Chen privately and asked if he would be willing to teach him authentic cultivation techniques. The official was a transformation cultivator who had spent his entire life developing his cultivation through standardized approaches. But he had read the ancient journals, and he had become curious about whether he could develop his authentic transformation gifts more powerfully than the standardized approaches had allowed. "I'm asking as an individual," the elder said, "not as a board official. If what the movement is claiming is true, I'd like to experience it directly rather than just discussing it intellectually. Liang Chen accepted, understanding that this was a significant moment. The board official was not leaving his position or publicly abandoning standardization, but he was opening himself to authentic cultivation, creating space in his own practice for what he might naturally become beyond what standardization had allowed him to be. This moment, repeated with increasing frequency across the empire, represented the real transformation that was beginning to happen. It was not the board's formal institutions changing. It was individuals within the board beginning to doubt the absoluteness of standardization and opening themselves to something different. It was the slow, quiet revolution of people beginning to trust their own nature. The debate had accomplished something important. It had moved the conversation from whether authentic cultivation was legitimate to how authentic and standardized cultivation might coexist productively. It had moved from the question of what the board should allow to the question of what individuals should be able to choose for themselves. And that shift in framing, subtle though it was, represented a genuine transformation in how the empire understood cultivation. Chapter 110. The spreading fragrance in the months following the public debate, something remarkable began happening across the empire. The decision of a high-ranking board official to privately study authentic cultivation became known, not through official announcement, but through the informal networks of cultivators and disciples. The moment had symbolic power. If someone who had served standardization for 40 years could find value in authentic cultivation, perhaps others could too. Regional academies reported explosive growth. Students began arriving not just from suppressed anomaly communities, but from standardized cultivation backgrounds. These students were often people who had been successful within the standardized system, but who had begun to sense limitations, to wonder if there might be ways of developing their gifts that would go deeper than standardized approaches allowed them to reach. One of the most significant reports came from a major city in the northern provinces, where a community of standardized cultivators had begun meeting secretly to study the ancient journals. They weren't abandoning standardization. They were adding authentic cultivation to their practice, using the ancient techniques to develop aspects of their gifts that standardization had not equipped them to develop. The result was practitioners who were more powerful and more flexible than purely standardized practitioners, able to adapt to circumstances in ways that rigid standardization did not allow. The Path of Expansion Academy became a pilgrimage site for cultivators from across the empire. People came not to study exclusively, but to learn, then return to their own regions and begin teaching others. The Academy's role transformed from being an isolated institution into being a hub of a vast network. Teachers would arrive for a few weeks to study, then leave to establish branches of authentic cultivation in new regions. The work was exponentially multiplying, but this explosive growth created new challenges. Not all of the people who established regional academies or teaching centers had been adequately trained. Some were teaching authentic cultivation practices without fully understanding the philosophy behind them. Some were making mistakes that could create dangerous situations. Some were being corrupted by the authority of their new positions, creating hierarchies within the movement even as the main academy was trying to distribute authority and prevent hierarchy. The council structure that had been created in Liang Chen's absence was tested to its limits as it tried to maintain coherence across a movement that was now spreading beyond their direct ability to oversee. The Academy's teachers began holding more frequent meetings to address the challenge of maintaining quality and philosophical coherence across dozens of distributed academies operating independently. Liang Chen found himself in an unexpected role, not as a leader, but as a philosopher and quality custodian. When disputes arose about whether certain teaching practices aligned with authentic cultivation principles, Liang Chen would engage with both sides, asking questions that pushed practitioners to clarify what they actually believed and why. He wasn't imposing answers, but he was maintaining space for rigorous philosophical discourse about what authentic cultivation actually meant. One particularly important conversation involved a regional academy that was beginning to teach authentic cultivation in ways that seemed, to Liang Chen, to be replicating the hierarchy and submission that standardization depended on. The academy's teacher was a powerful cultivator with strong conviction, and she was creating a structure where students submitted themselves completely to her teaching rather than developing their own understanding. When Liang Chen raised this issue in a careful conversation with the teacher, she responded with defensiveness. The ancient practitioners had masters, she pointed out. Authentic cultivation has always involved mentorship and guidance. I'm not creating something new. I'm following the ancient model. The ancient practitioners had relationships, Liang Chen said gently, not hierarchies. There's a difference. A relationship involves mutual respect and genuine listening. A hierarchy involves one person having authority and others submitting to it. You can teach from genuine understanding without requiring your students to surrender their own judgment. The conversation continued over several sessions, and gradually the teacher began to understand what Liang Chen was pointing to. She began changing her teaching structure, creating more space for students to question, to develop their own understanding, to see themselves as partners in a learning journey rather than as subordinates receiving wisdom from above. This process repeated in different forms across the distributed movement. Liang Chen traveled to regional academies not to directly manage them, but to help their teachers think more deeply about what authentic cultivation actually meant. The impact was not to create uniform practice. Different regions developed different emphases and approaches, but to maintain a shared commitment to authenticity and to the philosophy that people deserved space to develop according to their own nature. The movement also faced external challenges. Some of the traditional, standardized sects became concerned about the growth of authentic cultivation practices. They worried that younger practitioners would be drawn away from standardized training toward authentic approaches. Some sects began actively discouraging their students from studying the ancient journals or exploring authentic cultivation. There were even isolated incidents of conflict between standardized practitioners and authentic cultivators, though violence remained rare. But what surprised most observers was how the spreading of authentic cultivation didn't destroy standardized cultivation. The two approaches continued to coexist, sometimes in tension, but increasingly in a kind of truce. Practitioners who were naturally suited to standardization continued to develop in standardized ways. Practitioners who were naturally suited to authentic cultivation developed authentically. And a growing number of practitioners developed in both ways, using standardization to provide structure and consistency, while using authentic cultivation to develop their unique gifts. The empire was not being transformed through violent revolution or institutional overthrow. It was being transformed through the simple act of people beginning to trust what they naturally were and seeking out teachers and communities that supported that trust. It was being transformed through the quiet multiplication of practices and approaches, spreading like fragrance on the wind, reaching into communities and regions that no formal institution could have reached. By the end of the first year following Liang Chen's release from detention, over 100 new academies claiming connection to the authentic cultivation movement had been established across the empire. But many of these academies operated independently, developed their own practices, adapted authentic cultivation principles to their own contexts. The movement was not centrally coordinated. It was distributed, decentralized, resilient in a way that no hierarchical institution could ever be. And at the heart of this spreading movement was the conviction that had driven Liang Chen from the beginning. That authentic human development required allowing people space to become what they naturally were. That suppression of authentic nature was ultimately suppression of the DAO itself, and that the empire's future depended not on more rigid control, but on broader space for authentic human expression. Chapter 111. The unprepared but growth brings its own dangers, and the explosion of authentic cultivation across the empire was creating problems that even the most thoughtful governance could not entirely prevent. The movement had been designed for people who were already partially developed, who had some understanding of their gifts, who were searching for deeper ways to develop what they already somewhat understood. But as the movement spread, it began reaching people who were far less prepared. One of the first major incidents came when an entire village in the southern provinces declared itself a community of authentic cultivators, wanting to establish local teaching based on the principles they had read about in the distributed journals. But the village had no one with sufficient expertise to actually guide people through authentic cultivation. The result was chaos. People attempting to awaken gifts they weren't ready to manage, attempting to develop practices without proper foundation, creating dangerous situations. A report reached the Path of Expansion Academy describing the situation. 17 people had been injured, several severely, through unsuccessful or poorly guided attempts at authentic cultivation. The damages to reputation and to the movement's credibility were significant. This was exactly what the board skeptics had warned about, that without proper institutional oversight and training, authentic cultivation would create dangers. Liang Chen called a council meeting and addressed the problem directly. "This is the cost of rapid growth," he said to the gathered leadership. "We're spreading knowledge faster than we can ensure people are prepared to receive it. Some people are reading the ancient journals and seeing what they want to see rather than understanding what the ancient texts actually teach. Some people are taking genuine principles and applying them in ways that their own development level doesn't support. So do we slow the spread?" One of the younger council members asked. "Do we become more protective of the knowledge?" "No," Liang Chen said. "But we need to be more intentional about preparation. The ancient cultivators had elaborate systems for assessing who was ready to practice what. We need to recover some of that. Not to be restrictive, but to be responsible. We need to help people understand not just what authentic cultivation is, but what preparation they need before they attempt different practices. What emerged over the next months was an infrastructure of preparation and assessment. Regional academies began developing intake processes where students could be evaluated and guided toward practices appropriate to their current development level. The movement created written guidelines about which practices were advanced and which were foundational. Teachers were trained not just to teach, but to know when to say no, when to tell someone that they weren't ready for a particular practice, when to recommend that someone continue with foundational work rather than advancing. The development of this infrastructure was frustrating to some in the movement who believed it resembled the restrictive systems that standardization had created. But Liang Chen argued that there was a fundamental difference. The board's restrictions were designed to prevent people from developing at all, he explained in a teaching session. Our assessment is designed to help people develop safely and sustainably. The board said, you can't do this because we've decided your anomaly isn't legitimate. We're saying, you're not ready for this yet, but here's what you can do now to prepare. It's not restriction. It's wisdom about the sequence of development. The movement also began working with the board to establish standards. This was a delicate negotiation. The movement wanted to preserve autonomy while also establishing some minimum safety standards. The board wanted to maintain oversight without controlling the movement. What emerged was a system of mutual acknowledgement. The movement would establish its own training standards and would hold itself accountable to them. The board would have the right to investigate situations where there had been injury or danger, and would have the authority to recommend that practitioners stop teaching if they demonstrated incompetence. This was not ideal from the movement's perspective. They had to accept that the board still had authority to regulate them. But it was better than suppression, and it created structures that could prevent the kind of incident that had happened in the southern village. The real challenge, though, went deeper than just structure. It was a matter of what authentic cultivation actually required. The ancient practitioners had spent years developing their understanding before they taught others. They had been formed in philosophical traditions that emphasized humility and the limits of their own knowledge. But many of the new teachers emerging in the distributed movement were being catapulted from being students to being teachers very quickly, and not all of them had developed the philosophical maturity that genuine teaching required. Liang Chen began working on a comprehensive teaching text, not a how-to manual for authentic cultivation practices, but a philosophical guide to what authentic development actually meant. The text was called The Reflections on Becoming Yourself, and it was designed for teachers and advanced students who wanted to understand not just techniques, but the deeper principles that made authentic cultivation legitimate and effective. The text was explicit about something that the movement had sometimes been implicit about. Authentic cultivation was not easier than standardization. It was often harder. It required more personal responsibility, more genuine self-knowledge, more willingness to admit error and adjust course. It required cultivators to become genuinely responsible for their own development rather than following a preset curriculum. Some people didn't have the maturity for that kind of responsibility, and it was better to acknowledge that than to push them toward authentic cultivation when standardization would serve them better. One section of the text addressed teachers directly. The greatest danger to authentic cultivation is not suppression but corruption from within. It's when teachers become attached to their own understanding and begin demanding that students conform to their vision rather than supporting students in discovering their own vision. It's when the freedom that authentic cultivation is supposed to create becomes a new form of control. Protect against this by remaining perpetually uncertain. Teach from your understanding, but hold your understanding lightly. Create space for students to question you, to disagree with you, to find different paths than the ones you've walked. The moment you stop being willing to be changed by your students, you've lost sight of what authentic cultivation means. As the months progressed and the movement stabilized into a more mature phase, the explosive growth began to slow. Some people who had initially been attracted to authentic cultivation realized it required more responsibility than they were willing to take. Some teachers who hadn't been adequately prepared stepped back from teaching. Some regional academies that had been established hastily closed when their founders recognized they couldn't manage the responsibility. But what remained was more genuine, more grounded, more sustainable. The movement was no longer primarily about dramatic change and rapid growth. It was becoming about slow, deep development of authentic human cultivation across the empire. It was becoming, in a sense, more mature. And with that maturation came the understanding that the real work was not the spectacular growth, but the patient, careful development of authentic practitioners one person at a time. Chapter 112. The philosophical reconciliation as authentic cultivation began to stabilize and mature, something unexpected started to happen within the cultivation board itself. High Administrator Shan, operating with increasing confidence in his position, began formally proposing reforms to the board's institutional structure. Not to abolish standardization, but to create genuine space for authentic cultivation within the board's own educational system. The proposal was bold. The board would establish authentic cultivation academies within its institutional structure, parallel to the standardized academies. These would be funded and supervised by the board, but would teach according to authentic cultivation principles. They would operate with different methods, different curricula, different assessments than the standardized academies. But they would have equal status and equal resources. The proposal created immediate controversy within the board. Traditionalists argued that institutionalizing authentic cultivation would undermine the board's coherence. If the board endorsed multiple approaches, how could it maintain consistent standards? How could it prevent chaos? How could it ensure that practitioners were properly trained and safe? But Shen had prepared for this opposition. He had studied the ancient journals and had come to a surprising conclusion. The ancient cultivation systems, before standardization had unified them, had actually maintained standards and quality through means other than hierarchical control. Different traditions had different methods of assessment and quality control. Different schools had different values and emphases, but they had coexisted in a kind of ecosystem, each tradition maintaining its own integrity while also learning from other traditions. The empire thrived during the age of diversity, Shen argued in the formal proposal. Not despite the diversity, but because of it. Different approaches allowed different practitioners to develop authentically. Traditions competed with each other to develop better techniques and deeper understandings. The result was continuous innovation and genuine cultivation development. What we've lost through standardization is not just freedom, but the creative energy that comes from diversity. The board's vote on Shen's proposal was closer than anyone had anticipated. It passed, but only barely, and only because several younger board members who had been influenced by the movement's philosophy voted in favor. The result was that the board officially acknowledged that it would support both standardized and authentic cultivation approaches. The establishment of board-endorsed authentic cultivation academies was significant not because it changed how authentic cultivation was taught. The movement's own academies had long since perfected their methods, but because it represented the empire's highest institution formally accepting diversity as legitimate and necessary. But what happened next was perhaps more important than the institutional change itself. Several years into the board's support for authentic cultivation, Liang Chen was invited to meet with a council of board officials, not to make demands or to advocate for changes, but simply to have a philosophical conversation about what cultivation meant and how different approaches could be maintained without descending into fragmentation or chaos. The ancient practitioners understood something we've forgotten, Liang Chen said in that conversation, echoing words he had spoken years earlier, but understanding them now with different depth. They understood that there are principles deeper than the methods used to embody them. Different approaches to cultivation, authentic and standardized, different schools of authentic practice, different emphases and styles. All of these can be legitimate if they serve the same underlying principles: genuine human development, authentic expression of human nature, and the cultivation of wisdom and power that comes from trusting what we are. He described what he called unified diversity, the idea that authentic cultivation and standardized cultivation weren't opponents, but complementary approaches to the same fundamental goal. Some people genuinely benefit from the structure and clarity that standardization provides, Liang Chen explained. Those people should pursue standardization freely, with full respect and support. Other people need the freedom and authenticity that comes from discovering their own path. Those people should pursue authentic cultivation freely. The empire is stronger when both approaches are available, when practitioners can choose the approach that serves their authentic development. One of the board officials, an elder who had been trained entirely within standardization, but who had begun studying authentic cultivation, asked a penetrating question. But how do you prevent standardization practitioners from looking down on authentic cultivators or authentic cultivators from becoming self-righteous about their approach? How do you prevent the fragmentation that diversity naturally creates? You can't prevent it entirely, Liang Chen said, and his honesty was what made his answer powerful. Different practitioners will always have different values and preferences, but you can create cultural structures that honor both approaches. You can teach that standardization has real value for certain people and certain circumstances. You can teach that authenticity has real value for other people and other circumstances. You can create shared spaces where practitioners of different approaches can interact and learn from each other. Most importantly, You can cultivate genuine humility about the limits of any approach, including your own. Over the following years, a kind of philosophical reconciliation began to emerge within the cultivation world. It was not that everyone agreed about which approach was better. Rather, it was a growing acceptance that the question itself was flawed. The goal was not to determine which approach was objectively superior, but to allow practitioners to develop in ways that matched their authentic nature and their genuine needs. The board began training its officials in what they called institutional humility. The recognition that the board's role was not to enforce a single correct approach, but to maintain conditions where multiple approaches could flourish. Standardized practitioners began to see authentic cultivators not as threats, but as people making different choices that deserved respect. Authentic practitioners began to acknowledge that some people genuinely preferred structure and clarity over freedom and discovery. What had been a confrontation between suppression and freedom evolved into a more mature conversation about diversity, choice, and respect for different human natures. The transformation was not complete. There were always those who believed that their approach was objectively correct and that others should be convinced or compelled to follow it. But the dominant cultural perspective was shifting toward acceptance and mutual respect. Liang Chen understood that this was perhaps his most important contribution, not the techniques he had developed or the academies he had founded, but the philosophical framework that allowed the empire to move beyond the binary choice between standardization and authentic cultivation. By demonstrating that both approaches could be legitimate, he had created space for a genuinely pluralistic cultivation world. The movement had succeeded in transforming from a revolutionary challenge to the board into something more mature and more genuinely transformative, a partner in the board's own evolution. Authentic cultivation was no longer suppressed. It was no longer marginal. It was becoming part of how the empire understood human development itself. Chapter 113. The emerging crisis. By the fourth year after the board's acknowledgement of authentic cultivation, the path of expansion academy had settled into a kind of maturity that Liang Chen had not anticipated when he first founded it. The movement had grown far beyond the academy's direct control or influence. It had become woven into the fabric of cultivation practice across the empire. Practitioners of authentic cultivation were becoming common enough that they were no longer seen as unusual or threatening. The ancient journals had been translated, analyzed, and studied by scholars. The philosophical principles of authentic cultivation were being taught in universities. The empire was genuinely transforming. But within this transformation, a serious crisis began to emerge. It came not from external opposition, but from internal contradictions that the movement's rapid growth had created and left unresolved. The problem became apparent when reports began arriving from remote provinces about communities of authentic cultivators who were suffering. These were people who had come out of hiding, who had begun practicing authentic cultivation openly, who had developed real power and understanding, but who were isolated, unsupported, and increasingly struggling with the consequences of their isolation. One particularly detailed report came from a remote mining community in the Western Mountains. A group of healing cultivators had emerged openly about 2 years earlier, having read the ancient journals and decided that they could no longer hide what they authentically were. They had established a small academy and had begun training others. But the community was remote, far from any major cultivation center. They didn't have access to the network of knowledge that existed in more central regions. They didn't have relationships with other authentic cultivation academies. They didn't have adequate resources for training more advanced practitioners. More troublingly, the report indicated that the healing cultivators in the community were beginning to experience what could only be called burnout. They were healing members of their local community endlessly, without rest, without adequate support systems. The very authenticity that had allowed them to develop their gifts was now being exploited by their community, which expected them to heal anyone injured, to treat any illness, to be constantly available. Without the structures that more sophisticated academies had developed, protocols for sustainable practice, structures for sharing workload, education about the limits of healing practice, these practitioners were being destroyed by the very authenticity that should have liberated them. When the report reached Liang Chen, he immediately understood that they were facing a crisis that the movement had not anticipated. The rapid spread of authentic cultivation had created practitioners faster than the movement had created support structures. People who had discovered their authentic nature and begun developing their gifts were now isolated in communities that didn't understand what authentic cultivation required or how to support it sustainably. Ren Wei, reading the same report, articulated the full implication. We've created a liberation movement that we haven't equipped with the infrastructure to sustain what we've liberated. We've given people permission to be themselves, but we haven't given them the structures to live that authenticity sustainably. The realization was sobering. The movement had focused on the philosophical and technical aspects of authentic cultivation, the techniques, the ancient knowledge, the arguments for why authentic development was legitimate. But it had not adequately built the support infrastructure that would allow these liberated practitioners to survive and thrive in communities that didn't understand what they were doing. The Academy's council called a special meeting to address this crisis. What emerged from the meeting was a recognition that the movement needed to shift focus. Instead of continuing to expand the number of academies and the number of practitioners, they needed to focus on deepening the support structures that would allow practitioners to sustain their development over the long term. Specific proposals were made. Establish mentoring relationships that connected isolated practitioners with experienced teachers, even if those teachers lived far away. Create written protocols for sustainable practice in different anomaly types, so that practitioners would know how to pace their development and protect their well-being. Develop structures for communities to understand what authentic cultivation meant and how to support authentic cultivators rather than exploiting them. Create networks of mutual support where practitioners in different regions could connect and share knowledge. Liang Chen also made a more difficult proposal. The movement needed to be honest about the fact that not all practitioners were equally prepared to practice authentically, and that some people who had come out of hiding might actually be better served by integrating back into more structured, supportive environments, even if those environments were standardized rather than authentically diverse. We've been so focused on freedom that we've sometimes overlooked the reality that people need more than just freedom, he said quietly. They need community. They need support. They need meaningful relationships and adequate resources. Some people will thrive in the freedom of authentic cultivation. Others will actually be better served by the structure and community that standardized academies provide. Our job is to create conditions where people can choose what genuinely serves their development, not just to give them the abstract freedom to choose. This represented a significant shift in perspective for the movement. It meant acknowledging that authentic cultivation was not universally better for everyone, that sometimes structure was better than freedom, that the diversity which authentic cultivation embodied needed to extend even to the structures that supported it. Over the following months, the Academy began a systematic outreach to isolated practitioners and communities. Teachers were sent to remote regions not to establish new academies, but to assess what support was needed. Resources were redirected toward mentoring rather than expansion. The movement began building infrastructure for sustainability rather than just visibility. One particularly important initiative was the creation of what became known as Dharma Circle networks, small groups of practitioners in different regions who would connect regularly through correspondence, sharing knowledge, and supporting each other even though they couldn't meet physically. These networks allowed isolated practitioners to remain connected to the broader movement while still living in their own communities. Another important initiative was the formalization of what the movement called sustainable practice protocols. These were detailed guidelines for different anomaly types, describing how practitioners could develop their gifts without exhausting themselves or being exploited. The protocols were based on the ancient journals, but also on years of contemporary experience about what actually worked for modern practitioners. Liang Chen contributed extensively to these protocols, drawing on his own experience of developing his anomalous cultivation over decades. For transformation cultivators, he wrote about the necessity of regular periods of non-development, times when practitioners allowed their growth to consolidate rather than pushing for constant advancement. For healing cultivators, he emphasized the importance of saying no, of understanding that not every injury could be healed, that sustainability required boundaries. For compass cultivators, he described the necessity of having places where their gift was valued but not exploited. The crisis, in its way, was turning the movement from something revolutionary, focused on rapid change and dramatic transformation, into something evolutionary, focused on sustainable development and deep integration of authentic cultivation into the empire's cultural fabric. It was maturing the movement from being about freedom from suppression into being about how to live authentic development genuinely and sustainably. Chapter 114. The mentor's responsibility. The turning point in addressing the crisis came when Liang Chen made a personal choice that shaped the entire movement's future trajectory. He decided to commit significant time to directly training what he called regional mentors, practitioners who would specialize not in developing advanced techniques, but in supporting and sustaining practitioners in their own regions. The first group of regional mentors he trained included practitioners from across the empire, each with different anomaly types and different regional contexts. What they had in common was not technical sophistication, but rather a commitment to sustainability, to long-term support, to creating conditions where other practitioners could develop authentically without burning out. Liang Chen taught these mentors something that had not been explicitly taught in the earlier, more expansion-focused phase of the movement. He taught them how to say no, how to recognize when practitioners were being exploited, how to create boundaries that protected development rather than limited it. He taught them how to diagnose what kind of support a practitioner actually needed, whether that was more advanced technical training, or community integration, or permission to slow down, or connection to other practitioners who understood their type of anomaly. The most important skill a mentor can develop, he told the group of regional mentors, is the ability to know when to recommend that someone leave authentic cultivation practice. Not because we're opposed to our own way, but because we're genuinely committed to authentic development. Sometimes the most authentic choice is to practice a different way. Sometimes the authentic path involves moving towards standardization rather than away from it. Sometimes authentic development means choosing stability and community over freedom and pioneering. This was radical from the perspective of someone who had spent years promoting authentic cultivation. It was also profoundly wise, because it meant that the movement was not actually about authentic cultivation per se. It was about authenticity, people becoming genuinely, freely what they authentically were, whether that meant practicing authentic cultivation or choosing standardization or finding some hybrid path that served their actual nature. One of the regional mentors, a compass cultivator named Hui from the northern provinces, asked a question that got at the heart of the shift. So, are we still a movement? If we're encouraging people to potentially leave authentic cultivation practice, in what sense are we united? We're united by philosophy, not by technique, Liang Chen said. We believe that humans deserve the freedom to develop according to their authentic nature. We believe that authentic nature is legitimate and worthy. We believe that suppression of authentic human development causes harm. Those beliefs hold regardless of whether authentic development looks like authentic cultivation practice or looks like choosing standardization. What unites us is not what we practice, but what we believe about what humans deserve. As Liang Chen worked directly with the regional mentors and supported their work in their own regions, something remarkable began to happen. The crisis that had seemed like a failure, the burnout of practitioners, the instability of remote communities, began to transform into an opportunity for genuine integration of authentic cultivation into the empire's fabric. When practitioners in remote communities had mentoring relationships with experienced teachers, they no longer felt isolated. When they had protocols for sustainable practice, they no longer exhausted themselves. When their communities understood what authentic cultivation meant, they no longer exploited their practitioners. The infrastructure that the movement was building in response to crisis was actually creating conditions for authentic cultivation to flourish more naturally than it had during the period of rapid, chaotic growth. The mentoring relationships also created unexpected knowledge flows. Practitioners in remote regions were often innovating in ways that practitioners in central academies had not. A healing cultivator in the southern mountains had developed a completely original approach to treating chronic illness that integrated authentic healing cultivation with elements of standardized medical practice. A shadow cultivator in the east had discovered techniques for extending shadow movement that hadn't been in the ancient journals. These innovations were bubbling up from practitioners who had actually been forced to solve real problems in their communities, rather than from academics studying ancient texts. Liang Chen began formalizing a process for capturing and sharing these innovations. When regional mentors discovered that practitioners in their regions had developed new techniques or insights, they would document them and share them with the broader network through regular correspondence and periodic gatherings. The result was that authentic cultivation practice was not static. It wasn't just recovering ancient knowledge. It was evolving, adapting, incorporating new insights as contemporary practitioners engaged genuinely with their own development. The academy itself became less the center of the movement and more a hub of a vast, decentralized network. Liang Chen's role became less about directing the movement from the center and more about facilitating connection and coherence across the distributed practitioners. He spent time in the academy but also increasingly traveled to different regions, not to establish new academies, but to meet with regional mentors, to learn what was working in different contexts, to help resolve problems and conflicts that arose. By the 5th year after the board's formal acknowledgement of authentic cultivation, the movement had transformed into something profoundly stable and sustainable. It was no longer growing explosively in numbers, but it was deepening in quality, in coherence, in genuine integration into how the empire understood cultivation. Practitioners who were part of the movement in remote regions often never came to the main academy, but they were still genuinely part of the movement, supported by mentors who were supported by networks that ultimately traced back to Liang Chen and the academy, but which had genuine local autonomy and strength. The crisis had not destroyed the movement. It had matured it. It had transformed the movement from something revolutionary into something genuinely transformative, not through dramatic confrontation, but through patient building of structures that would allow authentic development to flourish indefinitely. Chapter 115. The new order taking shape by the 6th year after Liang Chen's arrest, and the beginning of the authentic cultivation movement's public existence, something remarkable had happened that no one had fully anticipated. The empire had not experienced the kind of cultural upheaval or institutional collapse that critics of authentic cultivation had warned about. Instead, the empire had simply evolved. Standardized practitioners and authentic practitioners coexisted now in a way that was becoming increasingly normalized. Young cultivators were given the choice of which approach to pursue based on their temperament and nature. Some chose standardization because they genuinely valued structure and consistency. Others chose authentic cultivation because they needed freedom and space to discover their own path. Most, increasingly, were developing in both approaches, using standardization for foundational development and then deepening into authenticity as they advanced. The board itself had changed, though not in the revolutionary way that some in the movement had once imagined. The institution had not been overthrown or fundamentally restructured. Instead, it had evolved to accommodate diversity. The board still maintained standards. It still supervised cultivation practice across the empire, but it now did so in a way that recognized multiple legitimate approaches rather than enforcing a single standardized model. More significantly, the empire's approach to human development had shifted. The fundamental question had changed from, how do we ensure everyone follows the approved path, to how do we support each person in developing authentically according to their own nature? This was a subtle shift in framing, but it had profound implications for how institutions approached education, how families supported their children's development, how practitioners understood their own responsibility for their own path. Liang Chen reflected on this transformation one evening while sitting in the courtyard of the academy. The central monument to the ancient practitioners that had been installed during his imprisonment was still there, but now it was surrounded by smaller monuments as well, tributes to contemporary practitioners who had made significant contributions to authentic cultivation. There was a monument to Hui, the regional mentor from the north who had become famous for her work in creating stable mentoring networks. There was a monument to the healing cultivators in the western mountains who had survived their crisis and had become celebrated teachers. There was a monument to Dao Qing, who had left the board entirely and had become an advocate for reform within the institution she had once served. Renwei found him there, as she often did when he was engaged in reflection. The empathy cultivator had become the academy's official coordinator of the mentoring network, a role that matched her gifts perfectly and kept her engaged with the full scope of the movement. I was reviewing reports from regional mentors, Renwei said, sitting beside him. The quality of practice is extraordinary now. Practitioners are developing in ways that match their authentic nature, with community support, with sustainable structures. When I compare it to 5 years ago, when people were burning out and isolated, the difference is remarkable. The movement is beginning to be what it should have always been, Liang Chen said. It's no longer a revolutionary challenge to the board. It's become a genuine alternative path for human development. And because it's a genuine alternative rather than a revolutionary threat, it's no longer resisted. It's integrated. Do you think it will last? Renwei asked. Once the crisis is past, once authentic cultivation is truly normalized, will the structures we've built maintain themselves? It was a good question, and Liang Chen had been asking it of himself. I think they will, he said, because they're rooted in something fundamental, in people's authentic nature. The structures we've built exist to support people becoming what they genuinely are. As long as humans have diverse natures, as long as people are seeking authentic development, as long as there are those who need freedom and space to discover who they are, those structures will be necessary. What might change is the form, but the need is permanent. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, and Liang Chen thought about the distance they had traveled. From a single academy founded on the hope that people could be allowed to develop authentically, to a movement that had transformed the empire's understanding of human development itself, not through conquest or force, but through patience, through philosophical consistency, through the simple act of creating space for authentic development and demonstrating that it worked. The achievement felt both profound and strangely ordinary. Humans deserve the space to become themselves. That was such a simple principle. It had taken years of confrontation and work and risk to establish that principle, but now that it was established, it seemed obvious. Of course, people deserve the space to develop authentically. Why had that ever been questioned? But Liang Chen understood that the very obviousness of it now was a kind of victory. The principle had become so integrated into how people thought that it no longer seemed revolutionary. It had become part of how the empire understood cultivation and development and human nature itself. You should know, Renwei said quietly, that the council has been discussing something. They want you to do less, not more. They think the movement has evolved to a point where it no longer needs your daily guidance. They want to create space for you to focus on the philosophical development, on documenting the movement's history and principles, on mentoring the next generation of mentors. But they want you to step back from operational responsibility. Liang Chen nodded, feeling the rightness of what she was saying. The movement doesn't need me anymore, he said. It wasn't sadness in his voice, but something like satisfaction. That was always the goal, to create something that could survive and thrive without depending on any individual. But it will be different for you, Renwei said. You've defined yourself for so long through the work of building and leading. What will you do if you're not doing that? It was a penetrating question, and Liang Chen let it sit. I'll do what I've always actually been doing, he said finally. I'll think. I'll reflect. I'll help others understand not just how to practice, but why authentic development matters. I'll be available to wisdom seekers and to people struggling with deep questions. But I won't be trying to direct the movement or control how it develops. That's the council's work now. My work is to maintain the philosophical coherence and continue the exploration of what authentic development means. As the evening deepened and the stars emerged above the academy, Liang Chen understood that this too was part of the cycle of leadership. To create something and then to let go of it. To trust that what you've built is strong enough to survive without you. To step back so that others can fully claim their own authority. It was not the most dramatic part of the work, but in many ways it was the most important. Because the movement's ultimate strength depended not on any individual leader, but on the distributed network of practitioners who understood the principles and could apply them in their own contexts. The new order was taking shape, not in opposition to the old, but in integration with it. And Liang Chen's role was becoming not to direct that integration, but to understand it, to reflect on it, to help others see what was happening and what it meant. Chapter 116. The moment of humility. Nearly 2 years into his step back from operational leadership, Liang Chen experienced a moment that crystallized the transformation of both himself and the movement. A formal delegation came from the board, requesting that he participate in a permanent commission that would oversee the integration of authentic and standardized cultivation in the empire's official structures. The delegation was formal and official, but High Administrator Shen, who had become increasingly Liang Chen's ally in the board's internal politics, was frank about what the position would mean. It's a formal recognition of your role in transforming the empire, Shen said. It's an acknowledgement that authentic cultivation is not just a movement, but a legitimate part of how we understand human development. And it's an opportunity for you to help guide how that integration happens at the highest levels of institution. Liang Chen declined. The refusal shocked everyone, including Renwei, who had expected him to accept. Why? Shen asked, genuinely confused. Because the movement needs to prove that it doesn't need me, Liang Chen said quietly. If I accept a formal position in the board structure, I become the face of authentic cultivation at the highest levels. The movement becomes identified with me. And that's the opposite of what we've been trying to accomplish. We've been trying to show that authentic development is not dependent on any individual, that it's a principle that can be applied by anyone who understands it. If I become the official representative, I undermine that message. It was one of the most difficult decisions Liang Chen had made, and the council had to convince him that his logic was sound. But he was right. The movement's strength lay not in its leaders, but in its principles. And the moment those principles became dependent on any individual's authority, the movement would be vulnerable in ways it had spent years avoiding. Instead of accepting the formal position, Liang Chen made a different offer to the board. He would provide consultation and support to the commission that would oversee integration, but he would do so quietly, without formal title or public role. He would help guide the work, but would ensure that the public face of authentic cultivation at the institutional level was someone else, someone from the second or third generation of the movement's teachers, someone without the weight of the movement's founding attached to them. The younger teachers don't have your authority, Shen protested. Not yet, Liang Chen agreed. But they will, if we give them the space to develop it. And they'll develop more genuine authority because they'll have earned it through their own contributions rather than inheriting it from me. This conversation with Shen represented something important about how the empire's institutions were changing. The board was beginning to understand something that the movement had embodied from the beginning. That genuine authority came not from position or title, but from understanding and contribution. The board was beginning to learn to trust distributed authority rather than concentrated power. Over the following months, Liang Chen worked with a young teacher named Kai, a transformation cultivator who had come to the academy as a student and had become one of its most thoughtful teachers, to prepare her to serve as the official face of authentic cultivation in the board's integration commission. The mentoring was deep and careful. It wasn't just about technique or knowledge. It was about helping Kai develop the kind of humility and self-awareness that would allow her to represent the movement without ego attachment. It was about teaching her to know when to speak with authority and when to say she didn't know. It was about helping her understand that the most powerful leadership came not from having all the answers, but from creating space for genuine wisdom to emerge. "You're not being prepared to lead," Liang Chen told her directly. "You're being prepared to serve as a vessel for the movement's principles. You're being prepared to ask good questions, to listen carefully, to hold the perspective of authentic cultivation while also respecting the board's concerns about order and stability. You're being prepared to do the work of integration, not by converting the board to authentic cultivation, but by helping them understand that authentic cultivation and standardization can coexist and strengthen each other." As Kai grew into her role and became increasingly recognized and respected, Liang Chen found himself increasingly invisible. He was still at the academy. He was still available to people who sought his wisdom. But he was no longer the public face of the movement. He was no longer the person that the empire looked to for guidance about authentic cultivation. The invisibility was harder than he had anticipated. There was part of him that wanted recognition, that wanted to be acknowledged for the work he had done. But he also understood that the need for recognition was itself something that authentic development required him to release. As long as he was attached to being recognized as the founder and leader, he was not fully authentic. He was still defined by his role in the movement rather than by something deeper. The moment of genuine freedom came when Liang Chen read a report from Kai about a situation in the board where younger officials had begun advocating for even greater integration of authentic cultivation, suggesting that the board should revise its entire educational curriculum to include authentic cultivation principles from the beginning rather than treating it as an advanced alternative. Liang Chen realized that this was happening because of Kai's influence and work, not because of anything he had done. The movement was moving forward in ways that he was not directing. And rather than feeling diminished by this, he felt profound joy. The work was alive. It was continuing to evolve. It was no longer dependent on him. It was the deepest kind of success, not the success of building something and maintaining control of it, but the success of building something so strong and true that it could grow beyond the founder's vision and control. It was the moment of genuine letting go that all builders eventually face, and it was both loss and freedom at the same time. Chapter 117. The fragility of transformation, but beneath the apparent success of the movement's integration and Liang Chen's graceful stepping back, something troubling was beginning to emerge. The transformation was real, but it was also fragile in ways that were not immediately obvious. In the eastern provinces, a young teacher who had been trained at a regional academy began pushing the principles of authentic cultivation to extremes. She started teaching that standardized cultivation was inherently wrong, that practitioners who chose standardization were being untrue to themselves, that the only legitimate path was authentic cultivation. She had begun preaching with the kind of absolutism that Liang Chen had spent years moving away from. The report reached Liang Chen through Kai, who was troubled by it. "She's using our philosophy to create a new form of suppression," Kai said. "She's saying that authentic cultivation is mandatory, that people who don't choose it are betraying themselves. It's just standardization in reverse, replacing one orthodoxy with another." This was the danger that Liang Chen had always feared, the danger that any movement for liberation had to navigate. The moment you create an alternative to a system, there's always the risk that the alternative will become as rigid and oppressive as what it replaced. What made it more complicated was that the teacher was not deliberately being corrupt or harmful. She genuinely believed what she was teaching. She had been liberated by authentic cultivation and had found it so powerful that she assumed everyone should be liberated the same way. She had not yet learned the humility to recognize that not everyone was the same, that not everyone would find freedom in the same path. Liang Chen knew that he could not simply intervene and shut her down. To do so would be to assert hierarchical authority, which would contradict everything the movement stood for. Instead, he wrote a long letter to the regional mentor who worked in that province, asking her to engage the young teacher in dialogue. "The conversation should not be about whether she's right or wrong," Liang Chen wrote. "It should be about what authentic cultivation actually means. It should be about the contradiction between saying that people deserve freedom to develop authentically and then saying that authentic development only looks one way. Help her see that by insisting everyone must practice authentic cultivation, she's doing to practitioners what the board did to authentic cultivators. The process was slow and uncomfortable. The young teacher initially became defensive, arguing that Liang Chen was compromising the movement's principles. But gradually, through patient dialogue with the regional mentor and through reading more deeply in the philosophical texts that Liang Chen had written, she began to see the contradiction in her teaching. Her transformation was not dramatic. She didn't suddenly become humble and accepting, but she did begin to modify her teaching, to acknowledge that authentic cultivation was not the only legitimate path, to create space in her academy for practitioners to make their own choices about whether standardized or authentic approaches would serve their development better. But the incident highlighted something crucial. The movement was now large enough and distributed enough that Liang Chen could not monitor it directly. He could not prevent every teacher from interpreting authentic cultivation in ways that were contrary to its deepest principles. The movement had grown beyond his capacity to ensure consistency. This was both necessary and deeply concerning. Necessary because no movement could remain unified and coherent if it was completely dependent on a single person's oversight. But concerning because it meant that the movement's principles could be distorted, compromised, or perverted by people who claimed to be practicing authentic cultivation while actually practicing something very different. Liang Chen addressed this directly in the council meeting. "We need to think about what happens after I'm gone," he said bluntly. "The movement will continue, but it will no longer have even the symbolic presence of its founder to appeal to. The principles will be interpreted differently by different teachers. Some will interpret them wisely. Others will distort them. We can't prevent that. But we can create structures that help maintain coherence without demanding absolute obedience." What emerged was the formalization of something that had been developing organically, a process for dialogue and correction that didn't depend on authority, but on philosophical engagement. Teachers who were teaching in ways that seemed contrary to the movement's principles would be invited into dialogue with a group of senior teachers. The goal would not be to prove them wrong and force them to change, but to help them see how their teaching compared to the foundational principles. It's essentially about maintaining coherence through shared understanding rather than through enforced orthodoxy. Liang Chen explained to the council. "We're building a tradition that holds together not through command structure, but through philosophical consistency. The stronger the philosophical foundation, the less we need to worry about individual teachers deviating." This recognition led to an acceleration of philosophical documentation. Liang Chen began writing extensively, trying to capture not just the techniques of authentic cultivation, but the deeper principles that made those techniques meaningful. He documented not just what to teach, but why those teachings mattered, what values they expressed, what understanding of human nature they embodied. The work was exhausting in a different way than leadership had been exhausting. It required him to clarify his own thinking, to articulate principles that had sometimes been implicit in his teaching. It required him to acknowledge uncertainties and complexities rather than offering clear answers. But it was also profound. By doing this philosophical documentation, Liang Chen was creating a foundation that could sustain the movement even after he was completely gone. He was creating texts that future practitioners could return to when they were uncertain about whether they were being true to authentic cultivation principles. He was building a tradition that could maintain coherence without depending on any individual's presence or authority. The fragility of transformation was becoming clear. The movement had achieved remarkable success in reshaping how the empire understood cultivation. But that success was fragile, dependent on the continued commitment of practitioners to the principles that made the movement meaningful. The moment those principles were abandoned or distorted, the movement would cease to be what it was supposed to be. Liang Chen had entered a new phase of his work, not leading the movement forward through time, but helping create the structures that would allow it to maintain its integrity through his absence and beyond. Chapter 118. The weight and the grace. The writing consumed the last years of Liang Chen's active work. Not all his time. He still taught, still participated in the academy's life, still responded to people who came seeking wisdom. But increasingly, his primary focus was on capturing in language the understanding that had developed over decades of work. The collected philosophical writings became known as the Reflections on Authentic Becoming. It was not a single text, but a collection of essays, dialogues, teaching transcripts, and personal reflections that together formed a comprehensive exploration of what authentic cultivation meant and how it related to the broader transformation of human development. What surprised readers of these texts, both during Liang Chen's life and after, was not the certainty they expressed, but the humility. Liang Chen wrote extensively about what he did not know, about the limits of his understanding, about the ways that authentic cultivation was still being discovered and understood. He wrote about his own doubts and confusions, not in a self-flagellating way, but as an honest acknowledgement that authentic development was an ongoing process, not a destination you could reach and then maintain. One of the most widely read passages was Liang Chen's reflection on the moment when he had first realized the board was suppressing authentic cultivation. I had thought that once I understood what authentic cultivation was, once I had proof that it was legitimate and effective, everything would follow naturally. People would be convinced by evidence. The board would be forced to acknowledge what was true. The empire would transform. But I learned that understanding does not create transformation by itself. Understanding must be embodied, lived, demonstrated in actual communities by actual people who are risking something real. The evidence was necessary, but not sufficient. The movement required people willing to sacrifice comfort and safety for principles. It required people willing to do the slow, patient work of building something new. And it required that those people never forget that their work served something larger than themselves. As Liang Chen aged, his physical presence in the academy decreased, but his influence through his writings increased. Younger teachers who had never met him studied his texts, grappled with his questions, tried to apply his philosophical frameworks to their own teaching. The movement began to develop a layer of intellectual tradition around his work, with scholars writing about what Liang Chen had meant, how to interpret his teachings, how to apply them to new situations he had not anticipated. Some of this scholarly attention made Liang Chen uncomfortable. He didn't want to become a figure of worship or unquestioned authority, but he also recognized that this was inevitable. Any tradition develops layers of interpretation and scholarship around its foundational figures. The best he could do was to use his remaining years to emphasize the importance of critical engagement with his own work, the necessity of questioning, the danger of treating him as an oracle. In his final major public address, given when he was nearly 70 and visibly aging, Liang Chen addressed this directly. I am honored by the attention scholars are giving to my work, but I want to be clear, my work is not gospel. It is one person's attempt to articulate principles of authentic development. Future practitioners and teachers will come up with understandings that go far beyond what I have articulated. They will discover approaches that I never imagined. They will outgrow my formulations the way that all genuine students eventually outgrow their teachers. This is not failure on my part. It is the sign of a living tradition. He paused, looking out at the gathered crowd, many of them teachers and senior students, but also scholars, board officials, and cultivators from across the empire who had come to hear him speak. The most important thing you can do with what I have taught is not to preserve it perfectly, but to transform it. Take the principles of authentic cultivation and apply them in your own regions, in your own contexts, with your own people. Adapt them. Question them. Let them evolve as the empire evolves and as human understanding deepens. The worst thing that could happen to this movement would be for it to become a fixed orthodoxy that can't change, that can't respond to new understanding, that can't adapt to new circumstances. So I ask you, treat my teachings with respect, but not with reverence. Engage with them critically, and when you've moved beyond them, and I hope you will, do so clearly and honestly, acknowledging what you've learned from the past while building towards something new. The response was mixed. Some practitioners were bothered by what they perceived as Liang Chen undermining his own authority. Others were moved by the humility and wisdom of what he was saying. Most were somewhere in between, appreciating the statement intellectually even as they struggled with what it meant practically. But the statement served its purpose. It gave permission for the movement to continue evolving after Liang Chen's death, rather than freezing around his legacy. It created space for future practitioners to make authentic contributions rather than just carrying forward what had been established. In his private quarters, as the years moved forward and his body aged, Liang Chen reflected on what he had accomplished and what remained incomplete. The movement was real. It was distributed across the empire. It had been integrated into official institutions. Authentic cultivation was no longer suppressed. People who naturally gravitated toward authentic development could now practice openly. But the larger work was not finished. The empire's fundamental structures, its understanding of power, its relationship to control, its mechanisms for decision-making, these had not fundamentally changed. The board still existed. Hierarchical authority still shaped most institutions. What had changed was that there was now space for alternatives that practitioners could choose if they wanted. The deepest transformation would take generations. It would involve people who came after him figuring out how to apply the principles of authentic cultivation to every aspect of human life and organization. It would involve society reimagining itself around the principle that humans deserved space to develop authentically. He had done what he could do. He had created space. He had offered understanding. He had documented principles. The rest was up to future generations. Chapter 119. The movement as legacy in the final year of his life, when it became clear that Liang Chen was dying. His body, simply worn out from decades of intense work and authentic development that had pushed the limits of what a human form could sustain. The movement that he had founded began consciously preparing for the world without him. The Academy established what was formerly called the Center for Philosophical Continuity, though most practitioners referred to it more simply as the place for keeping the conversation alive. The center's purpose was to maintain engagement with the fundamental questions that authentic cultivation raised while allowing the answers to evolve as circumstances changed and understanding deepened. Kai, who had become the public face of the movement's engagement with the board, made a formal statement about what the movement would be after Liang Chen's death. Liang Chen gave us understanding. He gave us evidence. He gave us permission to be ourselves. But he never asked us to worship him or to preserve his every word unchanged. He asked us to think. He asked us to continue exploring. He asked us to take the principles he articulated and apply them to situations he couldn't have imagined. That is what we will continue to do. In the weeks before his death, Liang Chen received an endless stream of visitors. Some came to express gratitude. Some came seeking final wisdom. Some came simply to bear witness to the passing of someone who had shaped their understanding of what it meant to be human. One of the last visitors was Magistrate Dao Qing, who had left the board entirely and had spent the last years of her own career as an advocate for authentic cultivation from outside institutional structures. The two of them, who had been on opposite sides of suppression but had found common ground in working toward transformation, sat together in the evening light. "We did it," Dao Qing said simply. "We changed the Empire's understanding of what human development should be." "The Empire is starting to understand," Liang Chen corrected gently. "But understanding is just the beginning. True transformation takes generations. There will be people who come after us who take authentic cultivation and twist it into new forms of oppression. There will be people who forget what we learned about the need for freedom and diversity. There will be setbacks, but the foundation is there now. The conversation has changed, and that gives hope." They sat in silence for a while, and then Dao Qing said something that Liang Chen had not expected. "I made different choices than you did. I chose to work within institutions rather than creating alternatives to them. But I think now that we were both doing the same work. You were pushing from outside the system, showing it what it could become. I was pushing from inside, trying to change it from within. We needed both approaches." It was a generous assessment of her own role, and Liang Chen recognized the wisdom in it. "The movement needed people in many different positions," he said. "People creating alternatives, people advocating from outside, people working for change from within institutions, people documenting knowledge, people teaching, people experimenting with new approaches. No single person or approach could have accomplished what we accomplished together." Another significant visitor was High Administrator Shun, who had remained Liang Chen's ally throughout the transformation, gradually steering the board toward more and more acceptance of authentic cultivation. Their conversation was brief. Shun was also aging, and the effort to visit was significant, but it was marked by deep mutual respect. "You were right about many things," Shun said. "You were right that the board could not suppress authentic cultivation indefinitely. You were right that the evidence was powerful enough to change minds. But you were also right that institutional change would be slow and incomplete. The board will never become what you might have hoped. It will always be in tension with authentic cultivation principles. But it has learned to accommodate them rather than suppress them. And perhaps that is the best that institutions can ever do." When Liang Chen's death came, it was not dramatic. He simply stopped breathing in the afternoon, surrounded by people who loved him. The Academy's bells rang to announce his passing, and the sound spread across the city and beyond, carrying the news through networks of students and practitioners and people who had been touched by his work. The response was remarkable, but also remarkably restrained. There were no violent upheavals or institutional crises. The movement did not collapse. The board did not revert to suppression. The empire did not descend into chaos. Instead, what happened was something quieter. The movement continued. Teachers went on teaching. Students continued studying. Regional academies kept functioning. The council met and made decisions. Kai continued her work with the board's integration commission. Mentors in remote regions continued supporting practitioners. The wheels of the movement, which had been set in motion decades earlier, continued turning. That absence of crisis when the founder died was, in some sense, the ultimate achievement. It meant that the movement did not depend on any single person. It meant that the principles had been successfully transmitted and embedded in communities and institutions and human hearts across the empire. It meant that Liang Chen's work had truly succeeded, not in creating a movement dependent on him, but in creating a movement that could survive his absence. At his funeral, which gathered thousands of practitioners from across the empire, Kai offered a reflection that captured what Liang Chen had accomplished. Liang Chen taught us that authentic human development is possible. He taught us that we deserve space to become what we naturally are. He showed us that the empire could accept and celebrate diversity rather than suppressing it. He demonstrated through his own life that a person could dedicate themselves to principles larger than themselves and trust that the work would continue after they were gone. His greatest gift was not his teachings about cultivation technique. His greatest gift was modeling what authentic development actually looks like: humility, persistence, willingness to change, trust in others, service to something larger than the self. The movement that Liang Chen had founded would face challenges in the centuries that followed. There would be attempts to corrupt it, to turn it into a new form of hierarchy or control. There would be regions where authentic cultivation was suppressed again by local authorities who feared change. There would be teachers who misunderstood the principles and led practitioners astray. But the foundation had been built. The understanding had taken root. The empire had learned that diversity was possible, and that knowledge could not be fully unlearned. Chapter 120. The Cliffhanger. Unfinished business in the months after Liang Chen's death. As the movement consolidated and adapted to existence without its founder, something unexpected emerged from the archives of practitioners who had been part of the earliest days of authentic cultivation's public emergence. A scholar named Ren Lu, distantly related to Ren Wei but from a different branch of the family, was cataloging documents at a regional academy in the southern provinces when she discovered something that changed how everyone understood the movement's history and its current challenges. She found correspondence dating back to the earliest days of the board's public acknowledgement of authentic cultivation. The letters were from High Administrator Shun to other board officials, and they revealed something disturbing. The board's acknowledgement of authentic cultivation had not been genuine acceptance. It had been a calculated strategy to manage the movement, to appear to accept diverse cultivation while actually containing it, preventing it from growing large enough to genuinely threaten the board's authority. The letters were explicit. We will acknowledge the historical validity of authentic cultivation to defuse the movement's revolutionary potential. We will create formal structures and processes for authentic cultivation that will make it seem legitimate while actually constraining its growth through bureaucratic oversight. We will encourage the movement's leaders to become participants in official processes, which will bind them to institutional compromises and prevent radical transformation. The strategy had worked almost perfectly. The movement had indeed been defused. Practitioners had integrated into official structures. The revolutionary energy had been channeled into institutional processes where it could be managed and controlled. Authentic cultivation had become acceptable precisely because it had become tame, acceptable precisely because it no longer threatened fundamental structures of power. The discovery sent shockwaves through the movement. If the board's acceptance had been a calculated containment strategy, what did that mean for everything that had been accomplished in the past years? Did it mean the movement had actually been co-opted? Had they traded revolutionary transformation for mere institutional recognition? The controversy was still unfolding when Ren Lu made another discovery. In Liang Chen's personal papers, which he had left to the academy with instructions that they be opened only after his death, there were letters from Liang Chen to Shun, dating to the period of the board's official acknowledgement, in which Liang Chen himself had suspected Chen's strategy but had decided to accept it anyway. Liang Chen's reasoning was articulated in one particularly significant letter. I understand that you are using this acknowledgement as a containment strategy. I accept this because containment is still preferable to suppression, and the movement's growth, even contained, is still growth. But I want to be clear, this strategy will only work for a generation. Young practitioners will not remain satisfied with institutional recognition that contains their growth. They will eventually see through the board's calculations and will push for genuine transformation rather than mere acceptance. If you wish to prevent genuine revolution in the future, you will need to do more than this. You will need the board to genuinely transform, not just appear to accept diversity. The discovery of both sets of letters created a crisis within the movement. Had Liang Chen been complicit in the board's containment strategy? Had he traded the possibility of genuine revolution for gradual institutional reform? Had the entire movement's success been an illusion, a strategic defeat disguised as victory? The council called an emergency assembly to address the crisis. Kai, as the movement's public face, was devastated. She had believed that the board's acceptance was genuine. She had built her entire career on the assumption that authentic cultivation was truly becoming part of the empire's institutions. The revelation that this might have been calculated containment shook her faith in the progress that had seemed so clear. But Renwei, speaking from her deep understanding of both philosophy and human nature, offered a different perspective. The question of whether Liang Chen was right to accept the board's containment strategy is important. But perhaps it's not the most important question. The question that matters now is what we do with the understanding that our movement has been contained. Do we accept that containment? Do we allow the movement to remain institutional and acceptable? Or do we accept that Liang Chen was right, that acceptance without genuine transformation is incomplete, and that the real work of transformation is just beginning? The realization hit the movement with force. They had accomplished more than they had imagined, but they had also accomplished less. Authentic cultivation was accepted. Practitioners had space to develop, but the empire's fundamental structures remained unchanged. The board still held power. Hierarchical authority still shaped institutions. Authentic cultivation had been integrated into a system that was still fundamentally built on standardization and control. The movement faced a choice. They could accept that this was all that was possible, that institutional recognition and space for practitioners was the realistic goal, and that revolutionary transformation of empire-wide structures was unrealistic. Or they could accept that Liang Chen's path had been a first phase, that the real work of transformation was just beginning, that younger practitioners would need to push beyond what had been accomplished and reach toward genuine systemic change. The question hung unresolved as the assembly concluded. The movement was at another threshold. Liang Chen was dead. The first phase of authentic cultivation's public emergence was complete. Now the second phase would begin, a phase where the movement would have to decide whether it was satisfied with institutional acceptance or whether it would continue pushing toward genuine transformation of human society itself. Kai looked out at the gathered practitioners, seeing in their faces uncertainty mixed with a strange kind of excitement. They had inherited more than just a movement. They had inherited unfinished business. They had inherited the understanding that true transformation required not just accepting alternatives, but fundamentally reimagining how human societies could be organized around authenticity rather than control. The work, she realized, was not finished. It had barely begun. Chapter 121. The architecture of support. The expansion of support infrastructure happened not as a grand plan decreed from the academy, but as a response to each crisis that emerged. Yet by the time Liang Chen found himself standing in the mapping room, a space that hadn't existed 6 months prior, he realized that what had begun as reactive measures had consolidated into something far more intentional, an architecture designed to sustain the movement through its most vulnerable phase. The maps covered every wall. Colored markers indicated safe houses in major cities, assessment centers in secondary towns, emergency response nodes in regions where anomaly cultivators might face sudden danger. The organization had become its own kind of cultivation discipline, a meta-practice of coordination and support that required skill no less refined than the techniques being protected. We have 43 safe houses operational now, Renwei said, pointing to red markers clustered across the central provinces. 31 of them were established by local practitioners who saw a need and acted. We didn't order them into existence. They grew because people understood what was necessary. Liang Chen studied the pattern. It was organic in the way that healthy ecosystems are organic, not chaotic, but grown rather than built. And yet it required maintenance, resources, protocol, oversight. Someone had to keep track of which safe houses had recently taken in practitioners seeking refuge. Someone had to coordinate with assessment teams across regions when an anomaly cultivator needed formal evaluation. Someone had to know which mentors had capacity to take on new students, which assessment specialists could evaluate rare cultivation forms, which emergency responders were trained for which kinds of intervention. The complexity was staggering once you actually looked at it. A young water anomaly cultivator arriving at a safe house in the capital needed assessment. But assessment required someone with expertise in water cultivation who understood how anomalies manifested in that form. If such an expert didn't exist in the capital, coordination was needed to bring one in, or to arrange for the young cultivator to travel to another center. Meanwhile, the cultivator needed housing, food, community, emotional support. The safe house had to provide all of those things while also keeping the cultivator invisible to hostile authorities if necessary. The system is working, Renwei continued, but barely. We're at the point where every person managing part of this infrastructure is working at capacity. If one of them leaves, we don't have backups. If a crisis emerges in a region we haven't prepared for, we have to improvise. Liang Chen pulled up a chair and sat heavily. He had been thinking about the infrastructure as something to be managed. But what Renwei was describing was something more fundamental. the tension between the movement's explosive growth and its actual capacity to sustain that growth safely. Every practitioner coming into the network needed support. Every support node needed skilled people managing it. And skilled people had limits. Liang Chen studied the pattern. It was organic in the way that healthy ecosystems are organic, not chaotic, but grown rather than built. And yet it required maintenance, resources, protocol, oversight. Someone had to keep track. Someone had to ensure that a safe house in the northern mountains could quickly communicate with assessment teams in the capital if a situation escalated. Someone had to know which mentors had capacity to take on new students, which assessment specialists could evaluate rare cultivation forms, which emergency responders were trained for which kinds of intervention. Tell me about the assessment program, Liang Chen said. Ren Wei pulled out a separate map showing a different kind of marking, blue points indicating certified assessors spread across the empire. The density of points was striking in some regions, sparse in others. Before the board statement, assessment was almost entirely political. If you weren't approved by the cultivation board or an established sect, you didn't matter. Your cultivation, no matter how genuine, was heterodox by definition. She pointed to specific clusters. In the capital region, we have assessors from 7 different major academies now willing to evaluate diverse cultivation. But look at the western provinces, almost nothing. The work of developing assessment networks has been uneven. Some regions embraced it quickly, others are still suspicious. And now we have 247 certified assessors. Not all of them work for the movement. Many still hold official positions. But they've all demonstrated competency in evaluating diverse cultivation forms. They study the compendium. They participate in quarterly calibration sessions. They maintain records that feed into our network. Liang Chen nodded slowly. This was how infrastructure actually worked. Not through force or authority, but through creating standards that practitioners could trust, and then maintaining those standards with enough flexibility that local contexts could still govern local decisions. The hardest part, Ren Wei continued, has been the emergency response protocols. If an anomaly cultivator in a remote town is discovered by local power structures hostile to the board statement, what happens? The cultivator might be arrested. There might be violence. 3 months ago, we had a case in the western provinces where a young cultivator was threatened by local magistrates despite the board ruling. What did we do? We sent a team, traveled for 2 weeks, met with the magistrates directly, explained the board's position, threatened legal action. The cultivator was released. But Liang Chen, Ren Wei's empathy sense touched him, complex and troubled. We can't respond to every crisis this way. We don't have enough trained responders. We don't have enough travel capacity. We're responding to problems in ways that work, but that don't scale. Liang Chen felt the weight of that in his own practice. He had been thinking about infrastructure as though it were a neutral technical problem. But what Ren Wei was describing was the real problem. The movement was large enough that it could create safety for many practitioners, but not large enough to create safety for all practitioners. That gap created a moral pressure. People in crisis who could not be reached, young cultivators in danger who the movement could not rescue. The political situation in the western provinces is complicated, Ren Wei continued. The provincial governor supports the board's statement formally, but his magistrates are appointed from families that have been defending the old system for generations. They're not going to change their minds because of board policy. If they don't see direct consequences for resisting the policy, they'll keep arresting anomaly cultivators, and the board will let them, because the board doesn't want to seem heavy-handed in enforcing compliance. How many cultivators are in active crisis? Liang Chen asked. In the western provinces? Maybe 30 or 40 that we know about. In other regions where the infrastructure is weaker? Probably hundreds. We document what we can, we support who we can reach, but we're not even close to comprehensive. Liang Chen walked to the window. Below, in the training grounds, students were practicing their cultivation. Some of them bore the marks of anomaly in their techniques, the slight distortions in energy that marked those who cultivated outside the standard form. Others practiced more conventional cultivation alongside anomaly practitioners, the two approaches braiding together naturally because people had stopped treating them as opposed. In the far corner of the training grounds, a young fire cultivator was working with a shadow cultivator, the two of them apparently working on how to coordinate their energies in a joint project. Neither of them seemed to notice that a decade ago, such coordination would have been not just impossible, but actively dangerous. Shadow cultivation and fire cultivation were fundamentally incompatible in the old framework. The scaling problem isn't about infrastructure, he said slowly. It's about time. We're trying to build formal systems to respond to a crisis that won't resolve on its time frame. The magistrates in the western provinces didn't change their minds because we sent a team. They changed their minds because the cultivation board said so. and eventually that trickles down. We can't accelerate that trickle. We can only support people while the trickle is still trickling. He turned back to Renwei. What if we change how we think about infrastructure? Not as a system for managing crisis, but as a system for building resilience at the local level. The idea being that if we can help communities understand what diverse cultivation is, help them see that it's legitimate and valuable, then they don't need external emergency response when a practitioner is discovered. They defend their own. So what do? Renwei asked. We build redundancy, not in the form of more emergency response teams we can't sustain, but in the form of community resilience. If a practitioner is threatened, their local community should be able to defend them, not through violence, but through knowledge of the law, through understanding of the board's position, through collective refusal to accept the old paradigm. That's something we can teach. That's something that scales because it's knowledge, not logistics. Renwei considered this. You're talking about turning each safe house into a civic education center, training practitioners in legal frameworks, in communication with authorities, and how to navigate the gap between what the board says and what local power structures are willing to accept. I'm talking about making every practitioner an ambassador to their own community. Not in the sense of proselytizing. We don't need more anomaly cultivators, but in the sense of understanding. Everyone in a community benefits if local power structures understand that diverse cultivation is legitimate. That understanding comes from people who live in the community, not from outside response teams arriving in crisis. Over the following months, the infrastructure shifted focus. The safe houses remained, but they added educational programming. Assessment centers began hosting forums on the board's statement and what it legally meant for local governance. The emergency response network became less about intervention and more about rapid communication and coordination with local authorities who were sometimes genuinely confused about what the new rules were. The change was subtle, but profound. Liang Chen saw it in the reports that came in the pattern of crisis responses that gradually shifted from external intervention to local resolution. A magistrate in the southern provinces who initially arrested an anomaly cultivator released her after speaking with local assessment specialists. A provincial administrator who questioned the legitimacy of a shadow cultivation school was walked through the legal framework by civic education practitioners. A family that had hidden a son's water anomaly cultivation for 15 years brought him forward for formal assessment because their community had education forums explaining that this was now safe. The movement was becoming something less visible but more resilient. It was learning to work with the slowness of institutional change rather than against it. And in that working with, infrastructure transformed from a crisis response system into something more like the circulatory system of a new society. Not heroic, not dramatic, but sustaining life in the everyday places where life actually happened. Chapter 122. The crisis at the edges. The message came through the emergency communication network at night. A practitioner named Xinjian had been arrested in Shizhou province, in a town called Longmu that sat in the valleys west of the central cultivation centers. The charge was heterodox cultivation. The arrest was conducted by local militia under orders from the town magistrate. And though 2 weeks had passed since the cultivation board's statement on diverse cultivation, Shizhou province apparently hadn't received the memo, or had received it and chosen not to acknowledge it. Liang Chen read the message twice. Xinjian was 23 years old. Her anomaly was in music cultivation. She conducted her spiritual energy through sound in ways that violated standard form, but that had deep roots in the age of diversity archives. She had been discovered by neighbors and reported to local authorities. The assessment specialists who had already reached out to provincial authorities had been rebuffed. How long has she been in custody? Liang Chen asked the communication specialist who had brought in the message. 4 days. The local magistrate is apparently confident enough in the traditional position that he's ignored 3 separate inquiries from our assessment network. He seems to believe the provincial authorities won't intervene. Liang Chen thought about what Renwei had said. We can't respond to every crisis this way. We're responding to problems in ways that work, but that don't scale. This was exactly the problem. A young cultivator sitting in local custody, her future in the balance, while the movement's infrastructure was designed to support sustainable responses rather than heroic interventions. And yet Xinjian didn't need sustainable systems. She needed help. Now? Send an emergency response team, Liang Chen said. Our best negotiators, people who understand provincial governance. And contact the board directly. Escalate this through official channels. If the provincial authorities won't enforce the board's own ruling, we make that their problem. Even as he gave the order, he felt the inadequacy of it. Sending a response team meant taking people from other work. Escalating through official channels meant playing a political game that Xinjian might not survive long enough to benefit from. The infrastructure they had built was genuinely good at creating conditions where problems resolved themselves, but it had no speed. It had no capacity for emergency, and the world had emergencies. By the time he could arrange travel to Shizhou province himself, which he determined he needed to do, 5 days had passed. Xinjian had been in custody for 9 days. Liang Chen traveled by faster horse, pushing the animal hard across routes that took him through the western highlands and down into the provincial valleys. He pushed because inaction felt like abandonment, though he understood intellectually that his rapid arrival would solve nothing if the fundamental problem, the magistrate's refusal to acknowledge the board's authority, remained unresolved. He arrived in Longmu on the evening of the 10th day of Xunjian's detention. The town was smaller than he had expected, built in a valley where a river made a series of switchbacks through steep terrain. The detention facility was not much more than a reinforced building serving multiple administrative purposes: local magistrate's office, tax collection, record storage, and cells. Liang Chen went directly to the magistrate's residence. A servant tried to turn him away. Liang Chen politely but firmly explained that he was one of the most recognized figures in contemporary cultivation discourse, that he had traveled 2 weeks to reach Longmu in person, and that the magistrate would want to understand why. His cultivator status and the subtle pressure of his presence, not threatening, but absolutely unmissable, communicated the seriousness of the situation in ways that empty politeness would not. The magistrate was named Chen Bao, and he was a man of about 50, with the weathered appearance of someone who had spent his entire administrative career in a provincial posting and had long since accepted that he would die in this small town. He received Liang Chen with cautious respect, but without the deference that might have indicated any awareness of who Liang Chen was. The girl in your custody, Liang Chen began, was arrested for heterodox cultivation practices. The Cultivation Board, through an official statement issued 2 weeks ago, has classified diverse cultivation traditions as legitimate research rather than heterodox practice. Your detention of her is therefore in violation of current board policy. The board's statement is advisory, Chen Bao replied. Provincial governance remains under provincial authority. I am responsible for the spiritual safety of my jurisdiction, and in my judgment, music cultivation conducted outside standard forms represents a spiritual danger that. You are not responsible for that judgment anymore, Liang Chen interrupted quietly. That responsibility transferred to the Cultivation Board when they issued their statement. Your responsibility now is to ensure that your jurisdiction complies with board policy. That policy has changed. You can choose not to like the change. You can choose not to agree with it philosophically, but you cannot choose not to enforce it. Not if you intend to maintain a functioning relationship with provincial authority or the board itself. Chen Bao's face hardened. And if I refuse, you will report me to the board? Threaten my position? I will do both of those things, Liang Chen said. But more importantly, I will do something else. I will publicize this situation. I will ensure that practitioners across the empire know that a magistrate in Shizhou province is detaining Anomaly cultivators in violation of board policy. I will make your town famous as a place where the new paradigm is being resisted, and that will bring exactly the kind of attention you're trying to prevent by keeping Xunjian locked in your detention facility. The magistrate stared at him. You would really do that? Make a spectacle of a small town? No, Liang Chen said, and felt the weight of the decision in the word. I would really not prefer to do that. It would be exhausting, it would take time away from work I consider more important, and frankly it would probably fail. Your stubbornness seems genuine enough that you might be willing to accept the attention. But Xunjian is in your custody. You are either going to release her or you are going to discover what actually happens when someone decides that your town's resistance to institutional change has become newsworthy. Your choice. The silence stretched between them. Liang Chen understood that he had just done something he had been trying not to do. He had used power to enforce an outcome. He had threatened consequences. He had become, briefly and regretfully, exactly the kind of figure who shaped events through force of will rather than through the slow work of building infrastructure that would eventually make such force unnecessary. After what felt like a very long time, Chen Bao stood. I will release her in the morning. You can tell her that her detention was a misunderstanding of provincial policy. I will retain the record of her initial report, as is required by local law, but she will not be charged. Liang Chen nodded. It wasn't ideal. The record would still mark her, still potentially create future problems, but it was a resolution. It was Xunjian alive and free, which was what mattered most in this moment. He spent the night in a simple inn in Longmu. He did not sleep much. Instead, he sat on the room's small balcony overlooking the river and thought about what had been required. Force. Threat. The willingness to make someone's life difficult enough that they accepted the outcome he preferred. It was effective. It was also not sustainable and not scalable, and it was not the future he wanted to build. but sometimes the present required what the future would not. Chapter 123. The slowness of change. Xinjian was released the next morning, and Liang Chen spent the afternoon with her in a quiet garden at the edge of town. She was younger than her voice in the emergency messages had suggested, barely more than a girl, really, though her cultivation maturity exceeded her chronological age. She had been practicing music cultivation since childhood, drawing inspiration from the Age of Diversity archives without fully understanding that she was doing something illegal until she was reported by a neighbor she had thought was a friend. "What happens to me now?" she asked. "Do I go with you to the academy?" "That's your choice," Liang Chen said. "But I would suggest waiting. Staying here, in Longmo. Teaching music. Building community relationships that make it harder for the next magistrate to be as hostile as this one was. We need people like you embedded in small towns. We need people who are just living their cultivation, just being themselves in their communities, in places where most people never see an anomaly cultivator." Xinjian looked troubled. "But what if there's another magistrate? What if someone else reports me? Then you have something you don't have right now, time. In 6 months, 2 years, 10 years, the board's statement will have penetrated deeper into provincial consciousness. The magistrate who comes next will inherit a context where detaining music cultivators is obviously absurd. You're not building your future in isolation. You're building it in a river of institutional change that's already moving. Your job is to stay in the river, not to fight it and not to jump out of it." "But you came here," Xinjian said. "You traveled all this way because I was detained. That doesn't feel like waiting." Liang Chen smiled sadly. "No, it doesn't. I came because I could come, because I had the resources and the authority and the willingness to make threats that worked. But that's not something I can do for every cultivator in crisis. If the movement is going to work at scale, it needs to not require me arriving at crisis moments. It needs to work while I'm doing something else. You understand?" Xinjian nodded slowly, though he could feel the uncertainty in her empathy sense. "What I can tell you," Liang Chen continued, "is this. What we're doing is changing the empire. It's slow. It's not the kind of change that produces dramatic rescues at the moment of crisis. It's the kind of change that makes dramatic rescues unnecessary, eventually. You were detained because a magistrate in a small town still lived in the old paradigm. But you weren't executed. You weren't tortured. You were detained in the belief that provincial governance still had authority to enforce the old rules. That belief is being undermined by every conversation someone has with someone else about what the board said, by every record that documents diverse cultivation as legitimate research, by every practitioner who just practices openly and faces no consequence. Your detention was part of that process. Uncomfortable, unfair, but part of the transformation. The journey back to the academy took 2 weeks. Along the way, Liang Chen found himself paying attention to things he might have otherwise missed. In one provincial town, a public forum on the board's statement was being held, with what looked like 200 practitioners crowded into a municipal hall, asking questions about what diverse cultivation meant and whether they might be suppressing aptitudes in their own families. In another, a family brought their young water anomaly cultivator to an assessment center for the first time, the parents clearly nervous but also hopeful, recognizing that their child's unusual talents, which they had been uncertain how to interpret, might actually be legitimate gifts rather than flaws. In a third, a local official who had previously been hostile to diverse cultivation asked careful questions about what the implications of the new policy actually were, how assessment would work, whether his province had an obligation to support practitioners moving forward. This was the process. This was what institutional change looked like at the edges. Not revolutionary, not even particularly dramatic. Just the slow, patient work of people explaining to their neighbors that something fundamental had shifted and offering frameworks for understanding what that shift meant. Liang Chen realized that the work of Xinjian's liberation had been just one moment in a much larger pattern. The magistrate Chun Bao had to be confronted directly because he was actively harming a cultivator. But the hundreds of magistrates and local officials who were confused, uncertain, conflicted about the new policies, they needed education, not confrontation. They needed to understand that the board's statement was not an accident or a political compromise, but a genuine acknowledgement of something that had always been true. Human cultivation is diverse, and that diversity is legitimate. When he reached the academy, Renwei met him in the courtyard. She had clearly been waiting for him, sensing his arrival through their shared empathy sense. The emergency response team reached Longmu and found the cultivator already released, she reported. Your arrival apparently convinced the magistrate to reconsider his position. You've become something of a legend in the network. Liang Chen felt a complex mix of satisfaction and exhaustion. He understood what Renwei meant. The network saw his journey to Shizhou province as a success story, a demonstration of the movement's power to reach remote locations, to intervene on behalf of threatened practitioners, to make change happen when formal channels were too slow. But that narrative was dangerous. It made the movement dependent on Liang Chen's presence and willingness to travel. It positioned him as a kind of avatar of the movement's authority, and it created false expectations about what could actually be accomplished through heroic intervention. I've become something of a problem, he said quietly, because what happened in Longmu can't scale. If there are 1,000 magistrates still living in the old paradigm, I can't travel to visit 1,000 magistrates. I have one life, one body, a limited capacity for travel and confrontation. The infrastructure that actually works, the slow, patient work of building understanding through education and law and communication, that has to be enough. Because it's the only thing that can possibly work for all the magistrates we haven't met yet. Renwei was quiet for a moment, processing this. Then, so you're saying we should not have sent the emergency response team? We should have let Shun Jian stay in detention until the bureaucratic process resolved? No, Liang Chen said. I'm saying we should have been prepared for what actually happened. We should have known that emergency response is sometimes necessary, but it has to remain exceptional, not the norm. And we have to be honest with ourselves that it only works because of my particular position and resources. It's not a sustainable model for protecting practitioners. Are you saying the movement was right to resist emergency response? Renwei asked carefully. I'm saying the movement was right about the direction, even if it was incomplete about the tools. We need both. The infrastructure that handles 90% of problems through patient, scalable methods, and the capacity to handle the remaining 10% with rapid response when necessary. But the rapid response has to be an exception, not the model. If every crisis requires someone like me to arrive and make threats, the movement fails. Simple as that. Over the following weeks, Liang Chen worked with the infrastructure team to refine the systems. They added a small rapid response capacity, people trained specifically for intervention situations, though carefully limited in number. More importantly, they integrated Liang Chen's experience with Chun Bao into their educational materials. Case studies of how magistrates in traditional positions had been converted by exposure to the board's authority, materials that could help future magistrates understand that the game had changed and that resistance was not only ethically wrong, but also administratively futile. It was less dramatic than emergency rescue. It was also, Liang Chen knew, what would eventually make emergency rescue unnecessary. Chapter 124. The weight of deferred lives. The message came from the southern provinces, routed through the assessment network with a note of unusual formality. A collective of elderly cultivators who had spent decades suppressing their cultivation wanted to meet with Liang Chen. They had heard about the board statement. They had heard about the compendium of deviations. They wanted to understand what had changed and what was owed to people who had spent the last 40 years of their lives in hiding. Liang Chen traveled to the meeting with Renwei, reaching a small community in the foothills of the southern range. There were 11 of them, gathered in a meditation room that felt ancient and carefully constructed to muffle external sound. They had clearly spent many years learning how to hide their practice. The oldest was named Wu Cheng. He was perhaps 70 years old, with deep lines around his eyes that spoke of careful observation and constant self-control. When he spoke, it was with the precision of someone who had spent decades choosing exactly the right words. I was a cultivator of light, he said simply. Not standard light cultivation, which emphasizes illumination and visibility. My form emphasized perspective, the ability to see situations from multiple angles simultaneously, to understand how light bent around obstacles. It was beautiful practice. I was good at it. When I was 23, the cultivation board classified it as heterodox. I chose not to be arrested. I chose to suppress the practice and live as an ordinary person. For 47 years. The weight of those numbers sat in the room like a physical thing. One of the others, a woman named Qin Su, added her story. She had practiced a form of wind cultivation that emphasized responsive movement, cultivation that taught you to move with external forces rather than against them. It was subtle, hard to detect if you were careful, but it was also everything she loved about cultivation. She had given it up. She had spent 42 years living as someone who was not fully herself. Each person in the room had a story like this. Each had cultivated as a young adult, discovered their gift, and then spent decades of their life compressed into a shape that was not natural to them. The emotional tone in the room was not angry, which surprised Liang Chen. It was something more complex, an old, patient grief, mixed with a strange kind of relief that the hiding could finally end. What do you want? Liang Chen asked carefully. We want to know if we can cultivate again, Wu Cheng said. We want to know if there is a path forward that does not simply pretend the last 40 years did not happen. You can cultivate, Liang Chen said, legally and safely. The cultivation board statement. We don't want to hear about the cultivation board statement. Su interrupted, not unkindly. We know what it says. We are not asking about legal framework. We are asking about physical reality. I have not moved with the wind in 42 years. My cultivation has atrophied. Even if I begin again today, I will never recover what was lost. The decades I could have spent deepening my understanding are gone. My body remembers the practice, but my mind has forgotten layers of it. Is that a justice that can be fixed by a statement from the board? The question hung in the air. Liang Chen thought about his journey through the age of diversity archives, about the incredible sophistication of cultivation techniques that had been developed centuries ago and had been lost when the standardization system took hold. Those techniques had been recovered through scholarship and reconstruction, but they had not recovered the people who had spent lifetimes learning them and then had suppressed that knowledge. They had recovered abstract understanding. They could not recover lived experience. No, he said honestly. A statement cannot fix that. I won't pretend it does. But I can tell you what I can offer, and you can tell me if it's adequate. Over the following hours, Liang Chen worked with the group to design what became the restoration program. It was not compensation. There was no way to compensate someone for 40 years of a life that had been misdirected. But it was deliberate, careful support for the difficult work of recovering a practice that had been deliberately suppressed. The program provided advanced instruction from the oldest and most skilled practitioners in each cultivation form, teaching at an accelerated pace rather than from the beginning. Access to the age of diversity archives, both the written materials and the reconstructed techniques, allowing people to learn not just what their practice was, but its historical context and deepest theory. Community, specifically, other practitioners who were also recovering suppressed practice. Wu Cheng and Qin Su and the others would not be alone in their reconstruction. They would have companions who understood exactly what it meant to return to a practice that had been half forgotten. Extended mentorship that continued for years rather than months. Understanding that decades of suppression could not be recovered in a season. Integration into teaching roles once they had recovered enough competency, not as a matter of survival, but as a way to transform the work of recovery into contribution to the wider movement. By the time Liang Chen left the southern provinces, the first cohort had begun meeting with their advanced mentors. They moved slowly, carefully, like people remembering how to use limbs they had learned not to rely on. Wu Cheng sat in a meditation posture, his light cultivation slowly activating after 47 years of suppression. The energy moved hesitantly at first, then with increasing clarity, forming patterns that were unmistakably the signature of authentic light cultivation. When he opened his eyes, there were tears on his face, not sadness, but the release of something held too long. Qin Su worked with a wind cultivation mentor on responsive movement. The mentor would create air currents, and Qin Su would move with them, her body learning again what her mind had never forgotten. Watching her, Liang Chen saw the awkwardness gradually dissolve into grace. Her body was remembering its authentic relationship with wind, a relationship that had been her deepest joy before suppression forced her to learn how to be still, how to be invisible. They moved with a kind of joy that Liang Chen had not quite seen before. The joy of finally being allowed to be themselves, even if the cost of that permission had been very high. The experience stayed with him as he traveled back toward the academy. It forced him to acknowledge something he had not fully wanted to acknowledge. The movement's success in changing the legal framework had been genuine, but it also meant acknowledging the cost that people like Wu Cheng and Qin Su had already paid. Liang Chen had never been forced to suppress his cultivation. He had been exiled from his academy, yes, but he had never been required to pretend that his most fundamental capabilities did not exist. He had built a movement explicitly because his way of cultivation was being suppressed. But the suppression he had experienced was external: rejection, banishment, classification as heterodox. It had not required him to lie about who he was to his own spirit, to his own body. The people in the southern provinces had been forced to do exactly that. They had spent decades learning to be people they were not, cultivating in ways that felt foreign, suppressing the energy patterns that were actually authentic to their nature. And now they were being asked to recover what they had lost, knowing that full recovery was impossible. That night, in a way station along the road, Liang Chen wrote in his journal, "The age of diversity was lost not just in archives and texts, but in the bodies and minds of actual people. We can recover the knowledge. We can provide frameworks and support. We can offer community and mentorship. But we cannot give back the years that were taken. That loss is permanent. And acknowledging it means acknowledging that even our success comes with shadows, that some costs cannot be paid back, can only be mourned, and then moved forward from with whatever grace we can muster." Chapter 125. The question of justice, the debate, emerged naturally from the infrastructure of the movement, though it took some weeks before it crystallized into anything clear enough to argue about directly. The first articulation came from Jean Dao, a mentor who had worked with several elderly reconstructing cultivators in the restoration program. At an emergency meeting of the Path of Expansion's Leadership Council, she raised the question directly. What do we owe the people who had to suppress their cultivation? I don't mean philosophical questions about justice. I mean practical questions. Should they have formal recognition of the years they lost? Should there be reparations? Should the cultivation board acknowledge, officially, that the suppression system caused harm? The council room fell silent. This was the kind of question that underlying tensions could crystallize around, and everyone in the room understood it. The board will never acknowledge that, said Ven Zhua, who handled relationships with the official governing structures. They've made a statement about diverse cultivation being legitimate. That's politically significant. But they won't go further and essentially admit that they harmed people through their previous policies. That's not how institutional apology works. It's not about apology, Jean Dao said. It's about reparation. The people who were forced to hide did material harm to their own cultivation progress, their own development. Some of them lost decades. Is the movement going to help them recover? We're doing that through the restoration program, Ren Wei pointed out. The restoration program is voluntary. It's contingent on resources. It exists because Liang Chen decided it was important, not because it's a formal commitment. I'm asking whether it should be formalized. Whether the movement should take a position that we have an obligation to support the reconstruction of any cultivator who was suppressed under the old system. Liang Chen listened more than he spoke in this exchange. He understood Jean Dao's argument. He also understood the complications it raised. If we take that position, he said finally, we need to understand what we're committing to. The cultivation board created the suppression system across centuries. Countless people were suppressed. Many of them are probably dead now. Of those who are alive, we don't have complete records. Even if we did, the scope of obligation would be enormous. We don't have resources to provide restoration support for thousands of people at an accelerated pace. We barely have resources to support the 11 people in the southern province. So because we can't fix everything, we fix nothing? Jean Dao asked. No, Liang Chen said. We fix what we can, and we're honest about what we can't. And we advocate that the institutional system that created the problem should be the one to address it on a larger scale. That's actually what I've been trying to build the infrastructure for, creating systems where local institutions take responsibility rather than leaving everything to the movement. Over the next several weeks, the debate expanded significantly. Letters came from practitioners across the empire who had been suppressed, or whose families had been suppressed. Some asked for recognition. They wanted official acknowledgement that their suppression had happened, that it was unjust, that they had been right to maintain their authentic practices in secret. Some asked for practical support, mentoring, resources, training to recover what they had lost. Some asked for the movement to make the case to the board that formal reparations should be offered by the institution that had created the suppression system. The council held 3 formal deliberation sessions on the question. The arguments were sophisticated and deeply felt. Jean Dao argued passionately that the movement had a moral obligation to people who had been harmed by the system the movement was now challenging. Others countered that the movement needed to stay focused on creating the future rather than trying to fix the past. The challenge was that Liang Chen and the Leadership Council understood something that Jean Dao and others were less focused on. Making reparations into the movement's responsibility would fundamentally change what the movement was. The movement was meant to be about creating the conditions where diverse cultivation could flourish going forward. It wasn't meant to be the institution responsible for addressing historical injustices. That was properly the work of official governance structures, which had both the resources and the legitimacy to take on that work at scale. The movement could advocate for reparations. It could not become the reparations system, or it would become something different than what it was meant to be. At the same time, Liang Chen understood that there was a genuine question about obligation. The movement existed because of people like Wu Cheng and Qin Su, people who had been harmed by a system that the movement was now fundamentally challenging. There was a relationship there, a kind of debt. The resolution, when it came, satisfied no one completely, which was probably a sign it was honest. The Path of Expansion formalized its restoration program with dedicated funding. It expanded the program deliberately, with the goal of supporting 100 cultivators in full restoration within 3 years, rather than waiting for people to come to them. But it also sent a formal petition to the cultivation board requesting that the board acknowledge the harm done by the suppression system and establish its own institutional reparations program for people whose cultivation had been suppressed. The petition was elegant in its reasoning. It argued that the board had created the problem through its suppression policies, and therefore had both the responsibility and the institutional capacity to address it. The movement could support localized, community-based restoration, but large-scale justice required large-scale institutions. The board's response took 3 months. When it came, it was characteristically cautious. The Cultivation Board acknowledges that historical policies restricting diverse cultivation forms may have caused hardship to practitioners who were unable to pursue their authentic cultivation paths. The board is investigating the feasibility of establishing a formal recognition program for such practitioners and of providing support for resumed cultivation where circumstances permit. Investigation is expected to take 6 to 12 months. It was not enough. It was also not nothing. It was exactly the kind of glacial institutional acknowledgement that Liang Chen had come to expect from official structures. One step forward, with every step taking months or years to complete. But it was a step. And Wu Cheng, when Liang Chen traveled back to the southern province to tell him, seemed to understand that something meaningful had shifted, even if the full implications would take years to unfold. The recognition matters more than the resources, Wu Cheng said. I spent 47 years being officially not a cultivator. To have the Cultivation Board acknowledge that I was suppressed, that my practice was legitimate, that my lost decades were actually lost because of a flawed system rather than because of my own failure, that transforms the meaning of those years. Not into recovered time, but into something else. Evidence. Testimony. Proof that I was right to believe in my practice, even when the entire empire told me I was wrong. Chapter 126. Patterns of Leadership. The meditation pavilion at the Path of Expansion Academy had been built 3 years prior, but Liang Chen rarely spent time there. It was a place for students, for the daily practice that formed the core of the academy's work. But one morning, after a night of insomnia brought on by the weight of administrative decisions that had accumulated on his desk, he found himself sitting in the pavilion at dawn, watching light move across the training grounds. He had been making decisions constantly, which new mentors to hire, how to allocate resources across satellite locations, whether to expand into new provinces or deepen existing programs, how to handle conflicts between regions with different interpretations of the movement's principles. Each decision felt important. Each decision also felt like something he was doing to the movement, rather than something that was emerging from the movement's own capacity for wisdom. The realization had been building gradually. He would find himself in council meetings, aware that people were deferring to his opinion even when they had their own perspectives to offer. He would see mentors hesitating to implement their own ideas because they were uncertain whether Liang Chen would approve. He would notice that when hard decisions needed to be made, eyes turned toward him, waiting for him to decide. It was a familiar pattern. He had seen it in the Cultivation Board itself, the way that institutional authority becomes concentrated in key figures, creating bottlenecks where decisions cannot move forward without those figures' participation. He had been trying to build something different, but the pattern had reasserted itself anyway, not through formal structure, but through the weight of expectation and deference. Renwei found him there. She sat beside him without speaking, letting the silence hold for a long time before she said, "You're thinking about stepping back." It was not a question. "I'm thinking about the pattern," Liang Chen said. The movement was supposed to be different from the institutions we were challenging. It was supposed to be distributed, not centralized. It was supposed to be about infrastructure, not leadership. And yet here I am, and everything passes through me. Every major decision has my fingerprints on it. The restoration program exists because I created it. The reconciliation with the Misty Cloud sect happened because I negotiated it. Even the petition to the board. If someone else had written that petition, it would not have had the same weight. Is that a problem? Renwei asked. It's a problem because I can't live forever, Liang Chen said. And if the movement is contingent on my presence, my decision-making, my authority, then it will collapse when I'm gone. Or worse, it will persist, but with someone else's personality at its center. It will become a movement around that person instead of a movement around principles. Renwei was quiet for a long time. Then, what's your alternative? Create a council that actually governs. Not a council that advises while I decide, but a council that makes decisions collectively and holds authority together. Draw people into that council who I've never worked with closely, who bring different perspectives, who I might actually disagree with on significant issues. You'll create conflict, Renwei said. Exactly. Conflict is better than apparent consensus that actually reflects my unspoken preferences. Conflict means people are actually thinking. Consensus means people are being strategic about what I want to hear. Over the next month, Liang Chen formalized the restructuring. The Leadership Council of the Path of Expansion expanded from 5 members to 9. More importantly, their actual authority expanded. Day-to-day decisions that Liang Chen had been making, or that had been deferring to him for final approval, shifted to the council. Resource allocation shifted. Strategic planning shifted. The first meeting of the expanded council was difficult. People looked to Liang Chen for guidance that he was deliberately not providing. Decisions took longer because genuine deliberation was now necessary. There were moments when Liang Chen strongly disagreed with the council's direction and had to consciously refrain from overriding their judgment. But by the third meeting, something shifted. The council members began to trust that their decisions would be binding. They began to genuinely reason with each other rather than performing deference to a dominant voice. When Liang Chen offered an opinion, it was now one voice among 9 rather than the voice that would determine outcomes. He discovered that he liked it better this way, even when the council made decisions he thought were wrong. Because decisions made by actual deliberation, even when flawed, created ownership. The council members were invested in making the decisions work because they had made the decisions themselves. One of the new council members was a young woman named Mei, whose cultivation specialty was in emotional resonance, creating spaces where people could feel safe being authentically themselves. She had been brought onto the council specifically because Liang Chen tended to make decisions that prioritized logical structure over emotional sustainability. Within weeks, she was proposing programs around cultivator, mental health, and community resilience that would never have occurred to the old council structure. Another was a man named Tao, who had been trained in the traditional cultivation board system and whose specialty was in navigation of bureaucratic structures. He could see where the board's thinking was headed months before it arrived at the destination, and he had brought a level of strategic planning to the council's approach to institutional relationships that had been absent before. The pattern was becoming clear. The best decisions emerged when the council had to genuinely integrate multiple perspectives, when no single person could impose their will, when the work of consensus actually meant something. Liang Chen realized this was what he had been trying to build all along, but only now fully understood it. The movement wasn't meant to be about him. It wasn't even meant to be about a particular institution. It was meant to be about how we make decisions together when we cannot fall back on authority or hierarchy. And that only worked if you actually ceded authority and hierarchy, even if you were the person who had originally held them. Chapter 127. The enforcer's retirement. The letter came with Dao Qing's seal, and Liang Chen felt his entire body shift when he saw it. He had not heard from her in over a year. The last message had been brief, official, conveying information about board policy without any of the complex emotional subtext that had characterized their earlier interactions. He opened the letter in his study, with the door closed, because he was not ready to have anyone witness his reaction to whatever she had to say. The letter was brief. I am retiring from the enforcement division at the end of this month. 28 years in the position is enough. I am traveling to the eastern provinces for 2 months to visit the archaeological sites where the Age of Diversity archives were discovered. I would like to meet with you before I begin that journey, if you are willing. There are things I need to say, and I need to say them while I am still thinking like an enforcer. Once I am no longer enforcer, I may lose the courage. If you will have me, I'll arrive at the academy on the 17th of this month. Dao Qing. Liang Chen read the letter 3 times. He understood what she was saying in the gaps between the words. She was ending one phase of her life. She was opening the possibility of something new with him. And she was aware enough of her own resistance to know that she needed to approach it from the enforcer's position, that cold clarity that was her native state, before she tried to transition into something else. He left word that he would be in the courtyard at the appointed time. He did not wait anxiously. He practiced cultivation, taught a class, handled council business. But awareness of the coming meeting sat underneath all of it, and when Dao Qing appeared in the courtyard in the late afternoon of the 17th, he felt the impact of her presence with unusual intensity. She had changed. The severe elegance was still there, but there was something softer in it now, as if years of holding tension had finally been released. She was in civilian clothing rather than her enforcement uniform, and Liang Chen realized he had never seen her in anything but the formal robes. They walked together to the meditation pavilion, moving slowly, without speaking, letting the silence communicate what couldn't be articulated directly. I became an enforcer because I believed in the system, Dao Qing said once they were sitting in the pavilion. Because I thought that having clear boundaries, clear rules, clear consequences, was the way to maintain order in something as dangerous as cultivation. I spent 28 years enforcing those boundaries. I arrested people. I suppressed practices. I did things I believed were necessary to keep the empire stable. I know, Liang Chen said. And then I discovered that the system I was defending was not actually based on truth. It was based on something that looked like truth, the standardization of cultivation. But underneath that was suppression and politics and the fear of people who did not think the way the board thought. And I had been enforcing that system, not because I was evil, but because I believed the system was good. Liang Chen reached out and took her hand. It was surprising to him, the naturalness of it, as if his hand had been reaching toward hers for years and was finally making contact. What changed, he asked. You did, Dao Qing said. Or rather, what you showed me changed. You showed me that there was another way to think about cultivation, about the DAO, about what it meant to live authentically. And once I saw it, I couldn't unsee it. It made everything I had built my life around look like it was made of paper. That must have been painful, Liang Chen said. It was. It is. But it was also necessary. And I'm grateful for it. Even though gratitude is not an emotion I'm naturally disposed toward. They sat in silence again. The light was changing, moving toward evening. Liang Chen felt the weight of everything they had been to each other, the opposition, the alliance, the strange intimacy that had grown between them through the process of transforming the empire's understanding of cultivation. I'm going to travel, Dao Qing said, to the ruins. I want to see where this all came from. I want to understand the age of diversity not as an intellectual concept, but as a place, a time, something real that was actually lived. I think I need that before I can figure out what comes next. How long? Liang Chen asked. 2 months. Maybe longer. As long as it takes for me to feel like I understand what I'm supposed to do with the time I have left. And after that, Dao Qing turned to look at him directly. After that, I was thinking of coming back here. If the academy would have me. Not as enforcer, not as overseer, but as someone who can help the movement think about how to structure itself so that it doesn't become what the board became. Someone who has seen institutional corruption from the inside and can help prevent it. Liang Chen felt the offer settle into him. He understood what she was actually offering. Not just her skills and her knowledge, but her presence, her commitment, her willingness to be part of something that would require her to continue transforming herself. Yes, he said, the academy would have you. Chapter 128. The enforcers returned. Dao Qing returned to the academy in the early spring, after nearly 4 months away. She had aged in a way that wasn't about years, but about integration. As if spending time at the sites where diverse cultivation had been practiced, studying the age of diversity archives in their original context, had changed something fundamental about how she carried herself. Her posture had become less rigid. Her expression was more open. She moved through the world with less guardedness. She brought with her a proposal that she had been developing in the weeks after her travels concluded, working in collaboration with assessment specialists across multiple regions. The Cultivation Board's standards for assessing cultivators are based on the standardized form, she said to the expanded Leadership Council. They measure competency against fixed markers of what cultivation should look like. This works for standard practice, but it also creates the conditions where authentic anomalies can be classified as defects. We need to rebuild the assessment framework from the ground up. With what? Asked Ven Zhua, who handled board relationships. We can't just throw out the existing standards. With principles rather than fixed outcomes, Dao Qing said. Assessment should measure. Does the practitioner understand their own cultivation form deeply? Are they cultivating with integrity toward that form? Are they taking responsibility for the effects of their cultivation on their community? Are they continuing to learn and develop? These principles can apply to any cultivation form. They measure what matters, authentic practice and authentic responsibility, rather than measuring conformity to a standardized shape. It's actually more rigorous than the old system, because it requires assessors to think carefully about each practitioner individually rather than just applying a template. Over the following months, Dao Qing worked with the council and with assessment specialists across the empire to develop a new framework. The work was meticulous and difficult. It required thinking about cultivation in ways that the board had not thought about it for centuries. It required articulating principles that were robust enough to actually guide assessment, but flexible enough to apply to practices that were fundamentally different from each other. The breakthrough came when they stopped trying to create a single assessment method and instead created a meta-framework, a structure that allowed each cultivation form to have its own assessment criteria, but all criteria had to be justified against the core principles. Music cultivation was assessed differently than light cultivation, which was assessed differently than shadow cultivation. But all of them were evaluated against the same underlying question. Is this authentic practice with integrity? The board, surprisingly, was receptive to the framework. It made sense to them because it actually made their work easier. It gave them clear principles to work from rather than forcing them to make judgment calls about practices they didn't understand. More importantly, it positioned them as modernizers rather than defenders of tradition. The board had been forced to acknowledge diverse cultivation, but they had struggled to explain why their previous system had been wrong. This framework allowed them to say that they had simply gotten the assessment principles wrong, and that they were correcting that error, a story that allowed them to save institutional face while actually changing substantive policy. Dao Qing's presence in the movement became quietly central. She was not in public leadership the way Liang Chen had been, but she was in every significant strategy discussion. She helped the council navigate the board's political terrain. She developed protocols for how local assessment centers should interact with provincial authorities. She created training programs that taught the new assessment framework to practitioners across the empire. And somehow, in the process of all this work, something shifted in her. The enforcer's posture, the constant vigilance, the careful distance, gradually dissolved. She began to laugh, which Liang Chen had heard only rarely in their previous interactions. She began to make mistakes, which she admitted openly rather than trying to cover. She became, in subtle ways, more human and less armor. More than that, she became playful. One afternoon, she and Liang Chen were reviewing assessment protocols, and she pointed out a logical inconsistency in his own thinking, something he had overlooked. Her approach was not deferential. It was direct. "That doesn't actually work," she said. "Here's why." And Liang Chen found himself genuinely delighted by the criticism, by the proof that she was now thinking independently rather than just following his lead. One evening, working late in the academy's planning room with maps and documents spread across every surface, Dao Qing looked at Liang Chen and said simply, "Thank you." "For what?" Liang Chen asked. "For not giving up on the idea that the system could change. For believing that even someone as locked into institutional thinking as I was could actually transform. I wouldn't have done that work if you hadn't shown me it was possible." Liang Chen shook his head. "You did that work. I just provided the invitation." "No," Dao Qing said. "You did something more important. You refused to treat the system as monolithic. You refused to accept that the board, as an institution, was irredeemable. You kept engaging, kept offering the possibility of transformation, even when it would have been easier to just build your movement in opposition to everything the board represented. You didn't defeat the board. You made it possible for the board to become something better. That refusal to write people off, to write institutions off, that's what allowed me to change." It was the most honest thing Dao Qing had ever said to him, and Liang Chen felt the weight of it as something true and earned and worth honor. Chapter 129. The Compendium becomes reality. The final version of the Compendium of Deviations was published in midsummer, in a formal ceremony at the Imperial Archives where the Age of Diversity texts were themselves stored. The publication had taken 5 years. The document itself was now over 800 pages, organized into 6 major sections with contributed chapters from over 300 practitioners. The physical volumes were bound in silk, with careful typography that made them beautiful objects to hold as well as to read. It was no longer Liang Chen's work, though his name appeared first among the editors. It was a collective work in the truest sense, hundreds of people contributing their own experiences, research, theoretical frameworks, practical techniques. The compendium was not a definitive guide to diverse cultivation. Instead, it was an explicitly provisional framework. Here is what we currently understand about how people cultivate outside the standardized form. If you have other approaches, other techniques, other wisdom, contribute them. The next edition will incorporate what we are still learning. The transformation from Liang Chen's original notes to this final form had been remarkable. Where his initial documentation had been sparse and urgent, survival manual for practitioners trying to hide their authentic nature, the compendium was thorough, contextual, and generously detailed. His original notes occupied perhaps 40 pages total. The sections they had inspired had grown to fill entire volumes. Someone had taken his 3-line description of light cultivation and expanded it into a 70-page chapter that included history, theory, technique variations, common obstacles, and personal accounts from 40 different light cultivators. His brief notes on assessment had become a 200-page exploration of how to recognize authentic aptitude in dozens of different forms. The original working title had been Chen's Compilation, but that had been changed early on when it became clear that Liang Chen's role was becoming less about creating the content and more about providing the scaffolding that others could build upon. The final title, simple, expansive, inviting, reflected what it had actually become. Looking at the final volumes now, Liang Chen was struck by the unexpected contributions. There was a chapter on demon form cultivation, shape-shifting practice, written by a merchant in Yangzhou province who had been cultivating in secret for 30 years. There was a collaboration between 5 different elderly practitioners who had survived the suppression era, pooling their knowledge about how traditional forms had been transmitted through the worst of the cultivation board's restrictions. Most surprisingly, There was a guest chapter from a cultivation board official who had secretly supported the underground resistance while maintaining his institutional position. He was finally able to publicly acknowledge his perspective. The ceremony itself took place on a golden afternoon in the Great Hall of the Imperial Archives. Liang Chen stood before 300 people, representatives from every major province, scholars, practitioners, officials, and the 3 other primary editors of the work. The Imperial Minister for Cultivation, a position that had been created only recently, gave a formal address. The Cultivation Board, in partnership with institutions across the empire, including the Path of Expansion Academy and independent practitioners, has supported the creation of this compendium. We recognize that the standardized cultivation form, while legitimate and valuable, is not the only form of authentic practice. This compendium represents the empire's commitment to understanding, documenting, and supporting the full spectrum of cultivation pathways that serve individual practitioners and communities. It is also a testament to the vision of practitioners who refused to accept the suppression system, and who carried authentic knowledge forward even when doing so was illegal. The crowd's response was substantial. People stood in acknowledgement. Liang Chen found himself moved by the moment not because it validated what he had been trying to do, though it did, but because it marked the point at which the work had genuinely become collective. He was one person in a crowd of hundreds who had made the compendium possible. His role had been important, but not unique or irreplaceable. It was institutional language, cautious and formal, but it was also, in its way, revolutionary. It was the empire's official acknowledgement that standardized cultivation was not the natural state of human cultivation practice, but rather one form among many. It was an admission that the Cultivation Board's previous understanding of cultivation had been incomplete. After the formal ceremony concluded, there was a reception where contributors were honored individually. Liang Chen stood with the primary contributors to this final version. There was Annie Hua, who had contributed a chapter on intuitive cultivation and the role of emotional intelligence in deepening practice, turning what had seemed like unsystematic wisdom into rigorous teaching. There was Wu Cheng, the elderly light cultivator who had spent decades suppressing his practice, who had contributed a historical analysis of light cultivation in the age of diversity and how it connected to contemporary practice, effectively establishing himself as one of the world's foremost scholars of his own cultivation form. There was Xun Jian, the music cultivator he had rescued from the magistrate in Shizhou province, who had contributed a chapter on embodied cultivation practices and how sound cultivation worked at levels that went beyond technical skill, showing how crisis could lead to deepened understanding. There was also a young cultivator named Lin, whom Liang Chen had helped train when she first came to the Path of Expansion Academy. She had developed a unique form of cultivation that integrated memory and historical consciousness. She cultivated by deliberately learning and embodying the practices of ancestors, which created a kind of living connection to the past. She had become a bridge between the age of diversity and contemporary practice, literally embodying the teachings. She had contributed a chapter that was both technically sophisticated and deeply personal, showing how authentic practice and authentic engagement with history could create something new. "We did this," Renwei said, standing beside Liang Chen as the ceremony concluded. "We actually created the foundational text of a new understanding." "We created a starting point," Liang Chen corrected gently. "The compendium will be obsolete in 10 years. Practitioners will discover new approaches. The empire's understanding will deepen. People will find ways to integrate this knowledge with existing practice in ways none of us anticipated. The compendium is not the destination. It's a signpost marking that the journey has begun." But even as he said it, he understood what Renwei meant. They had moved the empire's understanding of cultivation across a fundamental threshold. It would not move backwards. From now on, standard cultivation and diverse cultivation would be understood as existing within a larger ecology of practice, not in opposition to each other. That was not nothing. In the weeks after publication, copies of the compendium began appearing in libraries across the empire. Liang Chen received reports of study groups forming to work through the text. He heard of practitioners who had been hiding their authentic practice for years, discovering, through reading the compendium, that what they had been doing in secret was actually sophisticated, legitimate, and shared by hundreds of others. An elderly woman in a rural province wrote to say that reading about water cultivation practice in the compendium had validated 40 years of her own research into healing through aqueous flow. A group of children in an urban academy had been assigned a chapter to read for their advanced studies class. Cultivation diversity was now being taught to the next generation as normal, expected knowledge. The compendium continued to grow. New editions were already being planned. The second edition would incorporate the contributions that had arrived after the first publication deadline. The third edition would include findings from ongoing research. With each edition, the collective understanding would deepen. Liang Chen's original role would fade further into the background, becoming less an authorial voice and more a historical footnote. The person who had started the process that the empire had continued. That, he realized, was exactly the victory he had been hoping for all along. Chapter 130. The delegation from Misty Cloud. The letter from the Misty Cloud sect arrived with formal seals and the careful politeness of institutional communication. The sect, it stated, had reviewed the board's statement on diverse cultivation. They had studied the compendium of deviations. They had observed the success of the Path of Expansion Academy and other institutions incorporating diverse cultivation into their training. They were now requesting a formal meeting with Liang Chen to discuss the possibility of deepening their understanding of anomaly cultivation and potentially incorporating authentic diverse practice into their training structure. The letter was signed by Chen Luo, the current headmaster of the sect, a name Liang Chen did not recognize from his time there. That itself was informative. Whoever was now leading the sect was not from the generation that had expelled him, which perhaps made this conversation possible. The letter was written with careful courtesy, with none of the dismissiveness that might have characterized earlier board communications about diverse cultivation. Liang Chen read the letter twice, then set it aside and did not respond immediately. There was no emergency here. There was only the opportunity to do something he had been dreading and hoping for in equal measure. Face the institution that had expelled him and determine what reconciliation could actually look like. The Misty Cloud sect had been his home, once. It had also been his first profound rejection. Those two facts existed in tension with each other, and Liang Chen needed time to sit with that tension before he could respond thoughtfully. The letter sat on his desk for 3 days. Liang Chen found himself returning to it repeatedly, reading the same words, trying to understand what the sect actually wanted from this meeting. A public relations gesture? A genuine transformation? A way to co-opt the movement's ideas? And trying to understand what he actually wanted from it as well. Vindication? Healing? The opportunity to shape the sect into something better? All of those things, probably, mixed together in ways he couldn't fully untangle. When he did respond, 3 weeks later, he agreed to meet the Misty Cloud delegation. But he set conditions. I will meet with your delegation at the Path of Expansion Academy. I will be direct about what authentic incorporation of diverse cultivation requires. I will not accept a reconciliation that is symbolic without being substantive. If the Misty Cloud sect is interested in understanding diverse cultivation, you need to be prepared to actually change your assessment processes, your teaching methods, and your fundamental assumptions about what constitutes legitimate practice. If you want reconciliation without transformation, I will decline this meeting. The response came from the sect's current headmaster, an older cultivator named Chen Luo whom Liang Chen did not know personally. The response was simple. We are prepared for what you are asking. We request the meeting so that we can begin that transformation. We are ready to change. The delegation arrived on an autumn morning. 5 senior cultivators, including Chen Luo himself. They were escorted into the meditation pavilion where Liang Chen waited with Ren Wei and Dao Qing. Chen Luo spoke first, with careful precision. Liang Chen, you were expelled from this sect when you were younger. The board classified your cultivation as heterodox. We agreed with that classification. We believed we were protecting the integrity of authentic practice by excluding you. We now understand that our belief was based on incomplete understanding. We have come to ask whether we can restore you to the sect, and whether we can ask for your guidance in understanding what authentic incorporation of diverse cultivation means. Liang Chen did not accept the offer to return to the sect. Instead, he said, I have no interest in being restored to an institution that expelled me. I have moved beyond that need. What I am interested in is whether the Misty Cloud sect is genuinely willing to change its assessment process. Right now, you use standardized form as the measure of authenticity. That means any cultivation that deviates is automatically suspect. That's the system that excluded me. Are you willing to move to a system where you assess practices on their own terms, asking whether they have integrity and authenticity, rather than asking whether they conform to standard form? Yes, Chen Luo said simply. Are you willing to change your teaching methods so that students with diverse aptitudes are not forced into standardized forms? Yes. Are you willing to create formal partnerships with practitioners of diverse cultivation so that your students can learn authentic anomaly practice, not just the theoretical understanding of why it's legitimate? That is what we came to discuss, Chen Luo said. Not as charity, not as an experiment, as a permanent restructuring of the sect. What emerged over the following weeks was not reconciliation but partnership. The Misty Cloud sect and the Path of Expansion Academy entered into a formal 3-year agreement. Practitioners from the Path of Expansion would teach at the sect. Practitioners from the sect would study at the Path of Expansion. Jointly developed curriculum would incorporate both standardized and diverse cultivation into the core training. Assessment protocols would be jointly created, using the framework that Dao Qing had developed. More importantly, from Liang Chen's perspective, the agreement included a formal acknowledgement. The Misty Cloud sect acknowledges that in expelling Liang Chen for heterodox cultivation, it acted based on incomplete understanding of what authentic practice encompasses. This expulsion was an error. The sect commits to ensuring that such errors do not occur in the future. It was not offered as reparation, because Liang Chen would not accept that framing. It was offered as acknowledgement, which was what he actually needed. Chapter 131. The Nature of Victory. The first cohort of joint training students from the Misty Cloud sect arrived at the Path of Expansion Academy on a winter morning. There were 8 of them, ranging in age from 18 to 40, all of them cultivators who showed aptitude for forms outside the standardized practice, but who had been trained in the standard approach at the sect. One was a woman in her 60s who had spent 40 years suppressing her light cultivation in order to maintain her position as a senior teacher. 2 others were recent graduates from the sect's standard program who had discovered anomalous aptitudes only after they had begun their apprenticeships in formal roles. Liang Chen watched the first training session where sect students worked directly with Path of Expansion mentors in authentic anomaly practice. The mentors were deliberate and careful, understanding that students trained in suppression would need time to open to authentic practice. He saw the moment when a young cultivator named Wei, whose wind cultivation aptitude had been completely ignored at the sect in favor of trying to train him into standardized fire cultivation, finally felt what his authentic practice could actually feel like. His energy patterns shifted visibly. The forced rigidity that had defined his attempted fire cultivation loosened. His body relaxed. His expression transformed from concentration to a kind of natural ease. He was being himself for perhaps the first time since his cultivation training had begun. The transformation on Wei's face was complex. Joy mixed with grief. The grief of recognizing what had been lost, what might have been developed if he had been allowed to cultivate authentically from the beginning. But more than grief, there was recognition. This is who I actually am, underneath the shapes I was forced into. And for the first time, that truth was being honored rather than suppressed. That night, after the first day of training concluded, Liang Chen met with Chen Luo, the current leader of the Misty Cloud sect, who had stayed at the academy to oversee the initial integration. They sat in the meditation pavilion as evening light turned golden across the courtyard. The air was crisp with the approach of winter, and the sound of wind through the courtyard stone corridors created a gentle acoustic backdrop. "This is harder than we expected," Chen Luo said quietly. "Watching our students discover that they were being trained wrong, that their authentic aptitudes were being ignored, it's forcing us to confront how harmful our system actually was. I thought I was prepared for this intellectually. But intellectually knowing something and actually witnessing it are different things. It's easier to believe you made a mistake in abstract than to see the consequences of that mistake in the faces of practitioners you trained." Liang Chen nodded. He understood the weight of what Chen Luo was experiencing. Wei is 23 years old. Chen Luo continued. He's already spent 3 years of his cultivation training trying to learn something that was never authentic for him. If this partnership hadn't happened, he would have spent the rest of his life thinking he was inadequate at fire cultivation, never knowing that his actual gift was wind. How many Wei are there? How many of our students have been sent down the wrong path? That's the grief you need to sit with, Liang Chen said gently. Not to make it go away, but to honor it. Those lost years are real. The potential that was misdirected is real. And acknowledging that is how you make sure it doesn't happen again. Chen Luo turned to face Liang Chen fully, and there were tears on his cheeks. You expel me from the sect. You made that decision. You told me that my practice was illegitimate. You were right to do so. But I spent years afterward believing that I was right to expel you. That was my mistake, and it's harder to sit with than anything else. This is the cost of institutional change, Liang Chen said. Not just policy shift. Actual confrontation with what the old system did. Are you prepared to sit with that discomfort? To change not just the policies, but the deep assumptions that led to those policies. We came here prepared to sit with discomfort, Chen Luo said. What we weren't prepared for was how much emotional weight it has. I expelled you, Liang Chen. I made that decision. I told you that your practice was illegitimate. I was wrong. And now I watch practitioners come through the same system I ran, and I see what my wrongness cost them. That's a lot to hold. They sat in silence for a long time, listening to the wind move through the courtyard. Liang Chen thought about the expulsion, how real it had been, how much it had hurt, how it had driven him to build everything he had built. He thought about anger, about how justified anger could be and how it could also be transformative if you didn't let it harden into bitterness. In the first year after the sect expelled me, Liang Chen said slowly, I was so angry that I could barely sleep. I would practice cultivation and the anger would move through my energy like poison. I thought the anger was what I needed to fuel my resistance. And it did fuel the resistance. But over time, I realized the anger was also limiting me. It made me reactive rather than creative. It made me defend rather than build. The real turning point came when I could acknowledge the anger without being controlled by it. When I could say, yes, the sect was wrong to expel me, and I don't need to prove that over and over again. I can instead just do my own work. How do I get to that place? Chen Luo asked. How do I stop needing to prove I was wrong and just move forward? You don't skip the grief, Liang Chen said. You sit with it fully. You acknowledge what the old system cost. You make concrete changes so it doesn't happen again. You do the actual hard work of institutional transformation, not just policy change. You look at every decision your institution makes and ask, does this suppress authentic practice? And when the answer is yes, you change it. That's how you move beyond needing to prove anything. You just do the work. Chen Luo nodded slowly. The council at the sect has already begun a full review of how we assess aptitude. We're working with practitioners from the movement to develop better assessment protocols. We're identifying the students we've been training wrong and offering them pathways to authentic training. We're changing the curriculum. Then you're doing the work, Liang Chen said. That's the only thing that matters. Not your guilt or your need for redemption. Just actual change in how you operate. Liang Chen felt something shift in himself as he said it. This was what victory actually felt like from the inside. Not triumph, but the honest accounting of how change affected everyone involved, including people who had participated in the old system. Not about enemies and allies, but about everyone struggling to learn and grow. You could have chosen not to change, Liang Chen said quietly. The board's statement would have protected you. The Misty Cloud sect could have stayed as it was. Instead, you chose to transform the institution you led. That choice is what matters. That choice will change thousands of lives, students who will now be trained in their authentic forms from the beginning, who will never have to spend years trying to suppress who they actually are. I'm not sure it's virtue, Chen Luo said. I think it might be survival. If the empire is moving toward diverse cultivation being legitimate, the institutions that resist that shift will find themselves irrelevant. I'm not being noble. I'm being strategic. Then we share the same thing in common, Liang Chen said. I didn't build the path of expansion to be virtuous. I built it because I had no other choice. Both virtue and strategy matter. Both are honest. The outcome is the same. The empire changes, and practitioners who would have been suppressed can now flourish. The motivation matters less than the result. Over the following months, the partnership between the Misty Cloud sect and the Path of Expansion Academy deepened. More students came for training in authentic forms. The sect's curriculum was rewritten. Assessment practices changed. And in that change, Liang Chen saw the shape of genuine institutional transformation, not a reversal of positions, where the old oppressors became the new oppressed, but an actual expansion of what the institution understood to be legitimate. Chapter 132. Partnership Agreements. The formal agreement between the Misty Cloud sect and the Path of Expansion Academy was drafted and redrafted over 6 months. It was not a simple document. It included specific commitments about curriculum, about joint assessments, about how students would move between institutions, about what would happen if there were conflicts in interpretation or approach. More importantly, it included a section that Liang Chen had insisted on, a commitment that both institutions would work together to identify and support practitioners with diverse aptitudes who had been trained in the old system at other institutions. The sect would use its remaining connections to traditional academies to encourage other institutions to undertake similar transformations. The agreement was signed in spring, in a public ceremony at the Misty Cloud sect headquarters, witnessed by representatives from the Cultivation Board, the provincial governments, and practitioner communities across the empire. Chen Luo spoke at the ceremony. The Misty Cloud sect joins the Path of Expansion in committing to a new vision of cultivation education. We acknowledge that our previous system, while intended to maintain standards, actually narrowed human potential. We are working to create something different, an education system that recognizes diverse aptitudes and helps each practitioner cultivate authentically toward their own form. This will require us to change in ways that are sometimes uncomfortable, but it is the right change, and we commit to it fully. Liang Chen was invited to speak as well. He stood before the assembled practitioners and officials and said, 5 years ago, I was expelled from the Misty Cloud sect for heterodox cultivation. That expulsion seemed like an ending. It felt like rejection of everything I was. What I didn't understand at the time was that it was actually a beginning. That expulsion created the conditions for me to build something different, to discover the age of diversity archives, to learn that the suppression system was not inevitable or correct. If I had been accepted, had been forced to suppress my authentic cultivation to fit the sect's framework, none of this would have happened. So I'm grateful for the expulsion. And I'm also grateful that the sect is choosing to change, so that future practitioners don't have to face that same rejection. There is a temptation, when institutions change, to pretend that the change was always latent, that the old system was always wrong and the new system was always right. But that's not honest. The Misty Cloud sect's previous system was genuinely attempting to maintain standards. It was genuinely trying to preserve authentic practice. It failed because it confused standardization with authenticity. That failure was real, and it harmed real people. Acknowledging that failure is not weakness. It's the foundation upon which genuine transformation can build. What Chen Luo is committing to is not redemption of the past. It's the creation of a future where the past doesn't repeat. That distinction matters profoundly. We cannot undo the expulsions that happened, the practitioners who were suppressed, the decades of potential that were lost. We can only move forward with the knowledge that we now have, and with the commitment to not make the same mistakes in the future. The 3-year partnership agreement became a model for other institutions. Over the following 2 years, 7 other major cultivation academies entered into similar partnerships with a path of expansion. Each agreement was tailored to that institution's context, but all of them shared the core commitment. Diverse cultivation forms would be taught and assessed on their own terms, not forced into standardized shapes. The practical implementation varied by institution. Some academies created separate tracks for diverse cultivation. Others integrated it throughout their curriculum. Some created new staff positions specifically for teachers of diverse forms. Others retrained existing mentors in how to recognize and develop diverse aptitudes. The Misty Cloud sect, having been first, became inadvertently central to the transformation. Practitioners who had been trained under the old system came to the sect specifically to study diverse cultivation under the new framework. The sect's reputation, rather than being damaged by the admission that its previous system was flawed, actually increased because it demonstrated institutional humility and commitment to authentic learning. Young students who had anomalous aptitudes, which would have been suppressed or treated as defects at the sect a decade prior, were now sought out and developed with care. The sect became known as a place where odd cultivation forms could flourish alongside standard practice. Within 2 years, the sect reported that 15 of its 20 current masters practiced diverse cultivation forms. 5 years after the partnership agreement was signed, the sect officially declared that it had equal numbers of standard and diverse cultivation practitioners on staff. Liang Chen reflected on this with Dao Qing one evening, working through accounts of how the partnership was progressing. The institutions that are surviving institutional change best are the ones willing to say we were wrong, Dao Qing observed. The ones that are struggling are the ones trying to maintain that their old system was actually right, that we're just adding new options to it. That doesn't work. People can sense when an institution is actually changing versus when it's just performing change. That's what the board learned, Liang Chen said. Once they acknowledged that the age of diversity had been suppressed, once they said clearly that the suppression was a mistake, they became more powerful, not less. Institutional power used to come from appearing infallible. Now it comes from being honest about what you got wrong and being committed to doing better. Is that a permanent shift or a temporary one? Dao Qing asked. I don't know, Liang Chen admitted. I think it depends on whether institutions sustain the commitment to honesty or whether the moment something difficult comes up, they revert to protecting their image. That's the real work going forward, not the explicit transformation, but the commitment to continuing to evaluate yourself, to continuing to be willing to admit mistakes. Chapter 133. The student becomes the teacher. Liang Chen had first met Chen Li in the early days of the Path of Expansion Academy. She had been a young cultivator with a rare form of cultivation called resonance, an ability to understand and work with the underlying energy patterns that connected people and communities. It was the kind of practice that would have been completely suppressed under the old system, impossible to test through standardized assessment. Most people would have never discovered they had the aptitude in the first place. He had worked directly with Chun Li for the first year of her training, helping her develop protocols for her resonance cultivation, teaching her how to deepen the practice while maintaining ethical boundaries around the profound intimacy that came with understanding others' energy in that way. Resonance cultivation could become intrusive, could create dependency, could become a form of subtle control if the practitioner was not ethically careful. Liang Chen's role had been to help Chun-Li develop the internal discipline that prevented those outcomes while still deepening her genuine capacity. Now, 10 years later, Chun-Li was one of the Path of Expansion's senior mentors. She had trained dozens of resonance cultivators. She had developed an entire curriculum around teaching people how to work with resonance ethically and effectively. She had also become, unexpectedly, a bridge between the movement and institutional practitioners, the kind of person that other academies would listen to because she spoke with authority that came from real expertise rather than from movement politics or institutional position. Liang Chen called her into his study one afternoon and said simply, "You're ready to stop reporting to me for approval on your work." Chun-Li looked surprised, even slightly uncertain. She had grown accustomed to bringing major decisions to him, treating his approval as the validation her work needed. "I wasn't planning to stop reporting to you. I thought I would stay in the mentoring structure we created." "You're ready to design your own structure," Liang Chen said. "To take the resonance cultivation practice we've been developing and push it further than I can take it, in directions I wouldn't have thought of. That requires actual authority, not just autonomy under oversight. I'm formally delegating that to you. Not just the responsibility, the authority." "What does that look like practically?" Chun-Li asked, still working through the implications. "It looks like you designing the next phase of resonance cultivation research and teaching without needing my approval first. It looks like you being wrong sometimes and learning from your mistakes rather than bringing them to me to adjudicate. It looks like you becoming, in effect, the authority on resonance cultivation rather than being trained by someone who is the authority. You'll still be learning. You'll always be learning. But you'll be learning as someone in authority, not as someone seeking approval from authority." Liang Chen could feel Chun-Li's resistance. She had trained under a structure where authority came from mentorship, from receiving instruction and approval. The transition to being an authority rather than being trained by one was disorienting. It meant she could no longer defer difficult decisions to him. It meant she would have to make choices and live with the consequences of those choices. "Why?" she asked. "Why now?" "Because the movement is failing if it still requires me to be the source of validation," Liang Chen said. "You don't need me anymore. You haven't for a few years. And continuing the structure of you reporting to me is actually limiting your development. You're staying in a student position when you should be in a mentor position. I'm doing you a disservice by not letting go. What if I make wrong decisions?" Chun-Li asked, and Liang Chen heard in the question the real fear underneath. "What if I'm not actually ready, and you're abandoning me right when I need guidance?" "Then you'll learn from them," Liang Chen said gently. "The mistakes you make as someone in authority will teach you things that I could never teach you as a mentor. You'll discover your own judgment. That's worth more than avoiding mistakes." Over the following months, Chun-Li designed a new research and teaching program for advanced resonance cultivation. She made mistakes. She implemented protocols that turned out to be too rigid or not rigid enough. She discovered techniques that were more powerful than she had expected and had to develop ethical frameworks for containing them. She became, over time, not just a skilled practitioner, but an innovator. Other senior mentors experienced similar transitions. The Path of Expansion's governance structure, which had been designed to revolve around Liang Chen's authority distributed through a council, gradually became a network of semi-autonomous practitioners and schools, each with their own authority and their own direction, loosely connected through shared principles rather than through oversight by a central authority. It was messier than the previous structure. There were moments when different parts of the network went in different directions, and it took months of conversation to get back into alignment. But it was also more alive. It was generating new ideas, new approaches, new insights that came from practitioners thinking for themselves rather than thinking within parameters that Liang Chen had set. One evening, working with Chun-Li on a complex resonance cultivation case, Liang Chen found himself in the position of offering advice as a colleague rather than as a mentor. When he offered an idea, Chun-Li disagreed with him directly. She explained her reasoning. He listened, acknowledged that her approach was actually better than what he had suggested. They revised the protocol based on her insight. After they finished, Chun-Li said, "I didn't think I could do that. Disagree with you directly and have it actually matter. I thought I had to accept your judgment because you were the authority. The movement fails if anyone believes that," Liang Chen said. "Including you. Especially you." Chapter 134, The Passing of Authority. The moment of formal transition came at the council meeting in early summer. Liang Chen stood before the expanded council. Now 20 people representing different regions, different specialties, different approaches to diverse cultivation. There were assessors and mentors and administrators. There were practitioners of traditional forms and diverse forms. There were people who had been with the Path of Expansion since its founding and people who had joined in recent years. Looking at them, Liang Chen understood that the movement had genuinely become larger than any individual person's vision. Mei represented emotional resonance cultivation, the practice of direct engagement with the feeling states of others, and the use of that engagement for healing. Her presence on the council meant that practitioner well-being was considered alongside academic development. Tao brought bureaucratic expertise and strategic planning. He understood institutional structures and how to navigate them. Wu Sheng had been a suppressed music cultivator for 20 years and now contributed deep knowledge of how to help practitioners recover from the trauma of suppression. Lin, the historical consciousness cultivator who had contributed to the compendium, represented the integration of tradition and innovation. There were others, a water cultivator, a light cultivator, an assessment specialist who could recognize aptitude in forms no one had yet named. Each brought specific expertise, but more importantly, each represented a different expression of authentic cultivation. Together, they embodied the diversity that the movement existed to protect. Liang Chen made a simple announcement. I am removing myself from the day-to-day governance of the path of expansion. The council will operate as a true collective, rotating leadership on a quarterly basis. I will remain as an advisor and occasional participant, but only when invited to offer specific perspectives. I am not retiring. I am not disappearing. But I am stepping away from the position of being the final decision-maker, the person to whom all decisions defer. The movement belongs to all of you now, not to me. There was silence in the room. The weight of what Liang Chen was actually offering settled on everyone present, real authority. Not just the appearance of collective governance, but actual decision-making power that belonged to the council, not to him. The silence extended, became heavy, became something that everyone felt simultaneously. Then questions began. Will you still be at the academy? Asked Mei, the emotional resonance specialist. Yes, I'll continue to teach. I'll continue to mentor students who want to work with me. But I won't be the decision-making center anymore. You are. What if we make mistakes? Asked Tao, the bureaucratic strategist. Then you'll learn from them. That's how anyone learns. I can't protect you from mistakes without also preventing you from learning. And honestly, I've made plenty of mistakes. This council collectively will probably be better at decision-making than I was alone. What if we need you? Renwei asked quietly. Then you ask. That's the difference. Instead of default authority where my opinion shapes everything downstream, I become a resource that's available by choice. Someone you consult when you think my perspective would be useful, not someone whose approval validates your decisions. The transition was surprisingly smooth, which told Liang Chen that it was genuinely needed. The council had grown frustrated with the implicit requirement to defer to him, but had been uncertain how to name that frustration. Once explicit permission was given to move forward without his approval, the governance structure shifted with visible relief. Shoulders dropped. The quality of discussion in the room immediately became more direct, less performed. The first quarterly rotation brought Mei into the leadership role. She immediately implemented a priority on practitioner, mental health, and community well-being that had been on the council's agenda, but never quite made it to the top, because it competed with other initiatives that Liang Chen had been leading. She established a support network for practitioners recovering from the trauma of institutional suppression. She worked with healers to develop protocols for helping people reconnect with authentic practice after years or decades of enforced suppression. The shift was subtle but profound. The council's work became less about defending the movement from external threats and more about supporting the people within it. The second rotation brought Tao into leadership, and a new priority emerged: integration with local communities that had not yet heard of the movement's work. Tao developed systematic approaches to reaching rural academies, to working with regional magistrates, to building relationships with local institutions. The movement, which had been largely urban and elite, began to spread into the countryside. The third rotation focused on developing training programs for assessment specialists. Each rotation brought different emphases, different values, different visions of what the movement should be doing next. Liang Chen watched all of this from the side. It was harder than he had expected, letting go. It was also more satisfying. He found that he enjoyed observing the council's work more than he had enjoyed being at the center of it. He enjoyed the creativity that emerged when people didn't have to check whether their ideas aligned with his vision. He enjoyed the mistakes that got made and corrected because they were evidence of people actually thinking. One afternoon, the council made a decision that Liang Chen thought was wrong. They allocated resources to a new initiative in a way that he believed would destabilize other programs. He listened to the full deliberation, waited for it to conclude, then asked to speak. I think you're making a mistake, he said directly. I think this resource allocation will cause problems in the Winter Region Academy. But I could be wrong. And if I'm right, you'll discover it within a few months, and you'll correct it. so I'm going to keep quiet and let you proceed. The council members looked uncertain. Renwei asked, "Do you really think it's a mistake, or are you testing us?" "I really think it might be a mistake," Liang Chen said, "but I'm less certain than I used to be. I've been wrong before, and you've been right in ways I didn't anticipate. So I'm going to let you have this authority, including the authority to be wrong in ways I can't prevent." 3 months later, the resource allocation did cause problems. The council addressed it by shifting funds and adjusting the initiative. The problem was resolved within a quarter, faster than Liang Chen would have solved it. And Liang Chen felt something settle in him. The movement was going to survive without him. It was going to thrive without him. The structure that he had built had actually worked. It had created the conditions where authority could be distributed, where multiple people could think and lead, where the organization existed independent of any single person's vision. That was the real victory. Chapter 135. Return to the beginning in late summer. Liang Chen took a journey to the eastern provinces, retracing the path he had taken nearly a decade before when he first discovered the Age of Diversity archives. He brought no entourage, no official purpose. He traveled alone with a single horse and basic supplies, moving slowly through the landscape that had initially given him the knowledge that had transformed the empire. The route was familiar now, marked by places where he had stopped and thought carefully about what the discoveries meant. There was a river crossing where he had first fully understood that the suppression system was artificial, not inevitable. There was a monastery where monks had helped him hide when enforcement cultivators were searching for him. There was a small village where a farmer had given him shelter and taught him that authentic knowledge could exist outside of any formal institution. He took the longer roads deliberately, not hurrying. He stopped in towns to talk with people. In one place, a young cultivator approached him, having recognized him from descriptions she had heard. She told him that she had been able to come out as an anomaly cultivator because of what he had done, and that she was now training at an assessment center in a medium-sized city. The conversation lasted barely 10 minutes, but Liang Chen found himself moved by it. This was the ripple effect he had been trying to create. Not that practitioners would know his name, but that they could simply live as themselves because the conditions had changed. The ruins were the same and completely different. The archive itself was well-maintained now, with a formal research station built around it. There were practitioners from multiple academies and regions studying the ancient texts. The guardian that Liang Chen had encountered before, that strange residual consciousness that had seemed to protect the archive, was no longer present. The knowledge was no longer hidden. It no longer needed to be defended. He spent a week at the ruins, not researching, but simply sitting with the materials, remembering what it had felt like to discover that everything he had been told about cultivation was incomplete. The sense of revelation had faded over the years. Now it just felt like knowledge, important, foundational knowledge, but no longer shocking. He realized something. Sitting there, the archives had transformed from being secret, dangerous knowledge to being foundational wisdom that the empire had essentially accepted. No one would arrest him for reading these texts anymore. No one would call him heterodox for acknowledging that multiple forms of cultivation had always existed. The knowledge had lost its revolutionary power not because anything had changed about the knowledge itself, but because the context around it had shifted entirely. That was, he understood, exactly what institutional change looked like from the inside. Not dramatic overthrow, but the gradual erosion of the categories that had made something dangerous. Once diverse cultivation was legitimate, the archives were just archives. Once anomalies were acknowledged as valid, being marked as anomalous was just a description rather than a judgment. From there, he traveled to Auntie Hua's village. She was now famous, in a quiet way. Practitioners came from across the empire to study with her, to learn the intuitive cultivation methods that she had developed from decades of living in the mountains. But she was still Auntie Hua, still living in the same humble house, still treating everyone with equal kindness, still cultivating with the same natural grace that had first drawn Liang Chen's attention to her. The village itself had changed, though not in ways that violated its essential character. There was a small formal guest house now, built nearby to accommodate visiting practitioners. There were paths through the woods marked more clearly. A small library had been established where people could study Auntie Hua's teachings and exchange notes on their own practice. Yet the village remained fundamentally itself, still quiet, still rooted in the rhythms of the seasons, still a place where cultivation happened as a natural expression of being alive rather than as a dramatic achievement. "You look tired," she said when he arrived, reading him with the same perceptiveness she had always shown. "I've been governing," he said simply. "I've only recently stopped. And now you're learning what it's like to not govern," Auntie Hua said. "That's harder than governing. Governing tells you what to do. Not governing requires you to figure out what you actually want." They sat together in her small garden, watching light move through the trees. Auntie Hua had grown older in the years since Liang Chen had last visited, but there was a quality of deepening rather than decline. She seemed to have become more herself, more fully integrated with the cultivation practice that was her entire life. The movement has succeeded, Liang Chen said. Beyond what I thought was possible, diverse cultivation is now legitimate. There are practitioners cultivating authentically across the empire. The institutions are changing, and I've spent so much energy making that happen that I haven't actually lived in the world I was creating. Auntie Hua smiled. Then it's time to start living in it. The work is done. The movement will go forward without you pushing it. What comes next is for you to discover. I don't know what that is, Liang Chen said. Of course you don't, Auntie Hua said. If you knew what it was, it wouldn't be discovery. You'd be following a map. True development requires you to move without a map, to feel your way forward. That's what frightens people, the not knowing. But it's also what makes it alive. Chapter 136. The archive awakens. The ruins had changed, but not in the way Liang Chen had anticipated when he had first discovered the archive. The qi that had first drawn him to this place, that desperate, almost haunting presence of stored knowledge, had become something different. It was still palpable, still present, but it had transformed from a kind of mourning into something more active, more alive. The archive no longer felt like a tomb. It felt like a birth. The ruins had become a place of pilgrimage, though Liang Chen was struck by how organic and unpretentious the pilgrimage was. There was no formal mechanism to it, no official process for applying, no hierarchy of credentials required. Practitioners simply came when they felt drawn to come, stayed for weeks or months, studied with the archive researchers, participated in discussions and shared meals, and moved on when they felt they had gotten what they came for. It was a kind of bottom-up institution that had emerged naturally from people wanting to learn from authentic sources. The lead researcher now was a woman named Shuang, who had herself come to the ruins 5 years prior, as an interested practitioner studying water cultivation, and had gradually become central to the work of organizing and studying the age of diversity materials. She had no formal title or salary from any official body. The academy and other institutions supported the archive through voluntary contributions, but Shuang's authority came entirely from her demonstrated competence and commitment to the work itself. She was unmistakably the person around whom the research station organized itself, not because of rank, but because her knowledge and judgment were clearly valuable. We've cataloged about 60% of what's in the archive, she told Liang Chen as they walked through the research rooms. But cataloged understates what's actually happening. We're not just preserving these texts. We're discovering what they mean in contemporary context. We're testing the techniques they describe. We're arguing with the texts, disagreeing with interpretations, developing new understandings based on practice. That must complicate the preservation work, Liang Chen said. Completely, Shuang agreed. But I think that's actually what's supposed to happen. If we just treated the texts as sacred and untouchable, they'd become ornaments. Because they're being engaged with, tested, argued with, they're becoming alive again. They're becoming what they were in the age of diversity, living knowledge that people were actively developing and transmitting and arguing about. Liang Chen realized that this was happening without any directive from him, without any central authority shaping how it unfolded. The archive was awakening to itself through the attention of practitioners who were genuinely interested in learning from it. The knowledge was spreading not through proclamation, but through the organic process of people discovering things that mattered to them and sharing those discoveries with others. He spent time in the archive itself, reading at random from the preserved texts. There were cultivation manuals, yes, but there were also personal journals from ancient practitioners, describing their struggles and breakthroughs. There were design documents for cultivation facilities. There were records of arguments between practitioners about the best way to teach certain techniques. He wandered through rooms filled with scrolls and manuscripts, running his fingers along bindings, sensing the presence of all those practitioners who had written these texts centuries ago. In one particularly poignant journal, written by a practitioner named Xiang who had lived 500 years prior, Liang Chen found this passage. I worry that future generations will take what we have discovered and calcify it into dogma. I pray that they will not. The DAO is not a fixed thing. It moves through us. It demands that we engage with it freshly, in the context of our own lives, in our own time. If we simply preserve what we have learned and treat it as eternal, we betray the DAO's fundamental nature. Living tradition requires that each generation rediscover the core principles while developing new expressions of those principles. May future cultivators have the wisdom to do this. May they honor what we have done while transcending it. Liang Chen read the passage 3 times. Each reading brought new resonance. Xiang had been grappling with exactly what Liang Chen was now understanding. the paradox of preservation. If you preserved something perfectly, it died. If you allowed it to change, it might become unrecognizable. But there was a middle path, holding the core principles lightly, maintaining enough continuity that the wisdom was still intact, but allowing enough flexibility that each generation could discover what those principles meant in their own context. It felt like a message across centuries, from one cultivator trying to preserve knowledge to future cultivators trying to use that knowledge. Xiang had been worried about the same thing Liang Chen had worried about when creating the path of expansion, that institutional structures could ossify, that knowledge could become locked in forms that prevented its living transmission. But what Liang Chen was witnessing here was that living transmission didn't require perfection. It required trust. Trust that people engaging with authentic knowledge in good faith would discover what they needed to discover. He spent an afternoon watching researchers at work. One group was testing a meditation technique described in a 500-year-old text, adapting it to modern conditions and reporting their results. Another was analyzing how a particular form of light cultivation had been taught differently in different regions, trying to understand whether these variations represented different legitimate traditions or corruptions of a single method. A third was working with elders who had preserved oral traditions through the suppression era, cross-referencing their knowledge with the written texts in the archive. What struck Liang Chen was the quality of intellectual engagement. These were not people reverently preserving the past. They were people in genuine conversation with it, arguing with it, learning from it, building on it. The archive contained knowledge, but what made it alive was the presence of practitioners willing to engage with that knowledge seriously. How much of what you discover gets incorporated into the movement's teaching? Liang Chen asked Shuang. About a third of what we discover, she said. Another third gets published in research journals and contributes to the broader scholarly understanding. The final third is just knowledge that we share with each other that contributes to how we think, but that doesn't have any institutional application. And that's okay. The archive doesn't exist to serve the movement. The movement benefits from the archive, but the archive exists to serve the DAO's knowledge. It was a subtle but important distinction. Liang Chen had sometimes thought of the archive as existing to serve the movement, as a resource that should be deployed strategically. But what he was seeing was something different. The archive existed to serve the pursuit of understanding. The movement benefited from that understanding, but the two were not the same thing. Do you ever feel the qi that was here when we first discovered the place? Liang Chen asked. Every day, Shuang said. But it's different now. It was desperate then, like it was calling out to be remembered. Now it feels more contented, like it knows it's being cared for. They stood together in the central chamber of the archive, surrounded by the accumulated knowledge of the age of diversity. Liang Chen sensed what Shuang was describing, a shift in the presence itself. The archive had been a place of need, of loss, of reaching across emptiness. Now it was becoming a place of continuity, of living knowledge actively practiced and transmitted. The grief was still there, but it had been transformed into something sacred. It was the archive becoming itself again, Liang Chen realized. Not as a museum, but as a living source of wisdom that continued to evolve through practice. Chapter 137. The teacher becomes the ancestor. By the time Liang Chen returned to the academy, Antihua's prophecy had already begun to manifest. The movement had continued developing without him in ways he had not anticipated. New initiatives had been launched that he would never have thought to create. New partnerships had been formed with institutions he hadn't considered approaching. The council had made decisions that Liang Chen would not have made, and many of those decisions were turning out to be better than what he would have chosen. A southern province had developed a completely novel approach to assessment that integrated local cultural practices with the core principles, creating something entirely new. A form of assessment that looked different from anything the path of expansion had tried, but that achieved better results. A group of practitioners in the western regions had created a mentorship network that operated without any formal institutional structure, just through trust and repeated conversation. The network had grown to include thousands of practitioners, sharing knowledge and support across vast distances. An older academy that had been hostile to diverse cultivation a decade prior had now become a center of innovation, developing new ways to integrate standard and diverse practice in ways that served both forms. Liang Chen's role in all of this was no longer active. He read reports. He attended occasional council meetings. But the actual direction of the movement had shifted. It was now generated by the council and by practitioners across the regions, not by his will shaping everything downstream. More significantly, people had stopped asking what Liang Chen thought about things. They were asking what the movement thought, what the data showed, what practitioners in different regions were discovering. When a practitioner sought his opinion, it was often just to hear his perspective as one experienced person among many, not as the definitive voice. Liang Chen had become something he had not quite expected, an ancestor of the movement rather than its current authority. An ancestor not because he was old or dead, but because his role had shifted. He was no longer the creator actively shaping the creation, but rather a source of knowledge and perspective that informed ongoing work without determining it. It was a strange transition. People treated him with respect, sometimes deference, but they did not treat him as the source of wisdom. They treated him as someone who had been part of creating the structure, but who was no longer shaping the structure's evolution. When he walked through the academy, young practitioners would nod respectfully, but they were more interested in discussing their work with their mentors than in seeking his validation. One evening, a young practitioner came to his study asking for guidance on a research question. Liang Chen listened to her question and realized that he did not actually know the answer. More significantly, he realized that no one person was going to know the answer. The field had developed to the point where authentic inquiry required multiple perspectives, where innovation was happening in parallel across different communities, where the cutting edge of understanding was distributed rather than centralized. I think you should take this question to the network, he told the young practitioner. Posted in the quarterly research forum. There are probably people working on related problems in 3 different regions who could offer relevant insights. The collective intelligence of the movement is now much larger than my individual understanding. The young practitioner nodded and started to leave, then paused. Did you always know so much? She asked. Or did you learn by doing what I'm doing now? Asking people, gathering perspectives? Liang Chen smiled. I learned by asking. I was just asking people who didn't have anyone to ask, because I was further along in the discovery than most. I had access to the age of diversity texts early. I had Antihua's guidance. I had Renwei and other practitioners willing to help. Now there's a whole network of people discovering, and the questions are more sophisticated than they were when I was learning. You're asking better questions than I knew to ask. Over the following months, Liang Chen formalized his transition from leader to elder. He began documenting his thinking in a series of journals that he made available to the network, not as directives, but as one practitioner's perspective on how the movement had developed, what had worked, what had not, what he would do differently if he were starting now. He started mentoring mentors rather than direct students, helping people who were teaching other people rather than teaching students himself. His role shifted from being the person everyone came to being a resource that people consulted when they thought it would be helpful. He also began teaching something he had never quite taught before: failure. He gave lectures on the times he had made wrong decisions, the initiatives that had not worked, the assumptions he had held that turned out to be false. He talked about how to learn from mistakes rather than just moving past them. He discussed the times he had been wrong about basic principles, and how that wrongness had forced him to deepen his understanding. One evening, Renwei found him reflecting on these changes and said, "You know you're becoming famous as a historical figure while you're still alive, right?" Liang Chen laughed. That's exactly the problem I was trying to solve. If the movement is contingent on my current authority, it will fall apart when I die. But if I can become a historical figure while I'm alive, that solves the problem. I become part of the past rather than the present. The present belongs to the council, to the network, to all the practitioners who are discovering what comes next. Is it strange? Renwei asked. Becoming historical while you're still here? Yes, Liang Chen said. But it's also right. Every movement needs its founders to eventually become founders who were rather than founders who are. That's the sign that the movement has actually succeeded. It no longer depends on the person who started it. The knowledge spreads not through my personal transmission, but through the structure that I helped create. That's how you know the work is real. Chapter 138. The breakthrough at the limits. It happened quietly, almost unnoticed, on a morning in late autumn when Liang Chen was sitting alone in the meditation pavilion. He had been practicing his own cultivation, which he did less and less frequently as administrative duties had accumulated, then had resumed after stepping back from governance. In the early months of stepping back, he had been too uncertain of his new role to settle into deep practice. But gradually, as the council proved itself capable and the movement continued to thrive, he had returned to the work of his own cultivation. The pavilion was silent except for the sound of wind moving through autumn leaves. Early morning mist still hung in the courtyard. The air was cool and clean, the kind of air that made it easy to breathe deeply. Liang Chen had been meditating here most mornings for the past weeks, gradually finding his way back to the practice that had sustained him through everything. His cultivation form, which still did not fit standard categories, had shifted subtly over the years. It had always involved working with his own anomaly marking, trying to understand what the heavens DAO's marking meant. For years, his approach to that work had been largely oppositional. Understanding his anomaly as something that needed to be proven legitimate, something that needed to be defended against suppression. His practice had been structured around the argument he was making to the empire. Look, my way of cultivating is authentic, even though it doesn't match the standard form. My anomalous nature is not a defect, but a real expression of what the Tao can do. But that argument had been won. The empire had acknowledged it. The institutions had shifted. The battle was over. And Liang Chen was discovering that a practice built entirely around a battle became oddly empty when the battle was no longer the defining reality of his life. On this morning, something changed. He felt the familiar presence of his qi, the strange anomalous current that had always marked him as different. But instead of greeting it as an external thing to be managed and defended, he felt something shift in his perception. He was not fighting the marking. He was not arguing with it. He was simply allowing it to be what it was. Liang Chen felt, for the first time, what it might be like to not fight his anomaly, but to accept it. Not in a passive way, but in a way that integrated the marking into his practice rather than treating it as something external to his practice that he had to prove legitimate. The sensation was subtle but profound. It was like discovering that the tension he had been carrying in his cultivation, the constant effort to prove that his form was legitimate, had been creating resistance that limited his development. Without that resistance, something moved more freely. The qi that had always been constrained, forced into forms that would be recognizable to others, now flowed in its natural pattern. It was wilder than standard cultivation, less organized in some ways, but more alive, more responsive, more genuinely his. It was not a revelation, not a breakthrough in the dramatic sense. There were no visions, no sudden surge of power. It was, instead, a settling, an acceptance, a recognition that the heavens Tao had marked him as anomaly, and that the response to that marking was not to prove the marking wrong, not to argue with it or defend against it, but to discover what the marking could become if he stopped fighting it. Over the following weeks, his cultivation deepened in ways he could not quite articulate. His energy moved more easily. His capacity for understanding other practitioners' forms increased. His ability to see connections between different cultivation approaches became sharper. It was as if acceptance had opened doors that struggle had kept locked. More importantly, he felt lighter. The weight of something that had been constant in his practice lifted. He realized, as the weight lifted, that he had been carrying anger about his own marking, about the system that had tried to suppress it. The anger had been righteous and justified. It had also been constraining. The anger had motivated his resistance, had driven him to create alternatives, had fueled his refusal to accept suppression. But it had also limited his practice, had kept him reactive rather than generative, had prevented him from simply exploring what his cultivation could become without the framework of resistance. When he tried to explain what had happened to Dao Qing, she understood immediately. You stopped fighting the Tao, she said simply. You accepted that you are, in fact, marked as anomaly by the Tao itself. Not because the marking is flawed, not because you're defective, but because that is what the Tao has decided to do with you. The acceptance of that is where the real freedom is. How did you know that? Liang Chen asked. Because I went through something similar with my own relationship to enforcement, Dao Qing said. I was fighting the rigidity of the enforcement system. I was fighting my own role in perpetuating that rigidity. I was angry at myself and at the institution. When I finally accepted that I had been a true enforcer, that I had genuinely believed I was protecting the empire, that acceptance allowed me to move forward. I could work for change without the weight of self-judgment. I could see the system clearly without the distortion of my own resistance clouding my perception. Liang Chen realized that what had seemed like a solitary breakthrough was actually a continuation of something much larger. The movement had succeeded in changing the empire's understanding of diverse cultivation. But the deeper change, the one that Liang Chen was now experiencing, was learning to accept oneself as marked by the Tao, as anomalous, not as an external judgment, but as something internal and true. Not something to overcome, but something to be. That acceptance rippled out into everything. His teaching changed. Instead of teaching students how to defend their authentic practice against external judgment, he taught them how to settle into their authentic practice with acceptance and grace. The difference was subtle but profound. Students reported, over following months, that their cultivation deepened more quickly when they approached their work from acceptance rather than from defense. The energy moved more freely. The insights came more naturally. The practice became less about proving something to external authorities and more about discovering something about themselves. The heavens Tao's marking, which they had all feared or resented, became something they could work with, could learn from, could use to deepen their understanding. The marking still set them apart. Their cultivation would always be different from standard practitioners. But the difference was no longer a wound. It was a gift. And in that transformation, Liang Chen felt the true culmination of everything he had been working toward. Chapter 139. The Academy at rest. A decade after stepping back from governance, Liang Chen sat in the courtyard of the Path of Expansion Academy on a spring evening, watching the sun set over the training grounds. The academy had grown substantially since its founding. There were now satellite locations in 6 different provinces. There were practitioners training here who had come from academies that had once been hostile to diverse cultivation. There were young cultivators discovering authentic forms that had never been discovered before. The council had evolved into something complex and sophisticated. There were formal governance structures, informal networks, local decision-making authority balanced with academy-wide principles. It was messy in the way that genuinely democratic structures are messy. It was also alive in a way that centralized authority never quite achieved. Rinwei found him there, as she often did in the evenings. "I had a conversation with a student from the Misty Cloud sect today," she said. "She told me that her entire family's attitude toward cultivation has changed because she's come here. Her grandmother was suppressed cultivator. Her mother was forced into a standardized form. She's the first one to cultivate authentically as a young adult. She said it felt like healing her family line." Liang Chen nodded. This was the work that continued, the slow transformation that rippled outward through families and communities and entire regions. "The Cultivation Board is talking about establishing formal recognition for diverse cultivation practitioners," Rinwei continued. "Like degrees, certifications. Making it as institutionally official as standardized cultivation practice." "How long will that take?" Liang Chen asked. "They're saying 2 years. Probably actually 5 or 6 before everything is fully implemented. But it's coming. The momentum is just there now. The empire has decided that diverse cultivation is legitimate, and all the institutions are slowly working to align with that decision." "That's about right," Liang Chen said. "Institutional change that seems to happen in a moment actually took years." The board's statement about diverse cultivation seemed like sudden change, but it was really the culmination of a decade of work. The archives, the compendium, the local practitioners emerging, all of it creating conditions where the board had no choice but to change. Now it's another decade of institutions slowly aligning. That will be followed by another decade where the change actually reaches deep enough that people stop thinking about it as change and start thinking of it as normal. "Will we live to see that?" Rinwei asked. "I don't know," Liang Chen said. "But I've stopped thinking about the timeline as something I need to witness. The work is done. What comes next belongs to the next generation. What comes after that belongs to the generation after them. I've been part of one phase. That's enough." He looked out at the academy. In the training grounds, students were practicing. Some of them were using traditional techniques, executing standard forms with careful precision. Some were using forms that had been recovered from the age of diversity, bringing ancient practices back to life through modern embodiment. Some were developing entirely new approaches that synthesized traditional and diverse cultivation, creating hybrid forms that were neither old nor new but something genuinely contemporary. The practices existed side by side, each following its own integrity, each valued not because it conformed to a standard, but because it represented authentic commitment to real understanding. This was what he had wanted to create. Not a new dogma to replace the old dogma, but a space where multiple authentic expressions of cultivation could coexist, could learn from each other, could develop together. Where a young cultivator could walk into the academy and discover, with support and guidance, what her authentic path actually was, rather than being told what it should be. A few weeks later, Liang Chen told Rinwei about his plans. "I'm going to step even further back," he said. "I'm thinking of moving to one of the satellite locations for a few years. Maybe to the southern province where Anihua is. Teaching sometimes, meditating more, letting the academy run without me being here as a reference point." "When?" Rinwei asked. "After the summer teaching cycle. Give the council time to adjust to the transition. Make sure all the mentors have clear authority in their domains. Then I'll go." "Are you running away?" Rinwei asked gently. "No," Liang Chen said. "I'm learning how to not be the center of things. That requires actual distance. It requires me discovering who I am when I'm not running a movement, when I'm not at the apex of the academy structure, when I'm just one practitioner among many. The movement doesn't need me to keep running it anymore. And I need to discover what I am underneath the need to run it." That night, Liang Chen wrote in his journal, "A decade ago, I stepped back from day-to-day governance believing that would be the final transition, the moment when the movement became truly independent of my will. But I've discovered that independence is a process, not a moment. The movement is independent, yes, but I'm still here, still part of the structure. And as long as I'm here, some part of my consciousness is monitoring how things are going, second-guessing decisions, wanting to offer guidance. True independence, for the movement and for me, requires that I go. requires that I discover who I am when I'm not responsible for any of this. That seems like a gift, actually. The freedom to not know what comes next, to not have to make it work, to let it work on its own terms. Chapter 140. The closing of one cycle. The rain came on the last evening of the spring teaching cycle, washing the academy grounds clean. Liang Chen stood in the covered pavilion, watching the water move across the courtyard, thinking about the circles that had brought him here. 20 years prior, he had been expelled from the Misty Cloud sect, marked as heterodox, carrying the weight of that judgment. He had seen in that judgment the emperor's final word on who he was, a deviation, a failure, someone who could not fit within acceptable boundaries. The Heavens DAO had marked him as anomaly. He had spent years fighting that marking, trying to prove that diverse cultivation was legitimate, that the marking meant nothing about his worth, that the empire was wrong to suppress people like him. And then, gradually, he had come to understand something different. The marking was not a judgment. It was a description. The Heavens DAO marks certain people as anomalies, not because they are flawed, but because they are the places where the DAO is exploring what is possible beyond its current expression. Anomalies are not errors in the system. They are the edges where the system is expanding. The movement had succeeded. Diverse cultivation was now legitimate. The empire had integrated that understanding into its institutions. The work was done, but the deepest work, the work of accepting himself as anomalous, of recognizing that this was not something to overcome, but something to embody, that work continued. And it would continue for as long as he lived. He wrote in his journal one final time before departing for the southern provinces. The Heavens DAO marked me as an anomaly, and I have spent my life discovering what that meant. I learned that anomalies are not failures. I learned that suppression of anomalies does not protect stability, but creates brittleness. I learned that a true system can only be healthy if it has space for its own exceptions, its own edges, its own frontiers. I have spent this time trying to prove that the empire's suppression of diverse cultivation was wrong. And in some sense, I succeeded. The empire has changed. Diverse cultivation is now legitimate. Practitioners who would have been persecuted are now supported. But the deeper truth that I am only now integrating is this. I was not trying to change the empire primarily. I was trying to change my understanding of myself. I was trying to prove that being marked as anomaly was not a curse, but a calling. And I have learned that it is both. It is a curse because it marks you as different, as not fitting, as existing in constant tension with the systems around you. It is also a calling because that tension is the place where new understanding grows, where old patterns can be seen clearly because you are outside them, where authentic innovation becomes possible because you have no investment in the old way of doing things. The movement will continue without me. It has already proven that it can. The institutions will continue to integrate diverse cultivation. That process is irreversible now. The work is done. What remains is for me to discover who I am when I am no longer fighting to change the empire. Who I am when I am simply living as one anomalous cultivator among many. What the rest of my life might look like when the primary organizing principle, proving that my way of cultivation is legitimate, no longer drives every decision. I do not know what that will be. And for the first time in a very long time, I am not trying to figure it out ahead of time. I am simply moving toward the next place, trusting that when I arrive, I will understand what I am supposed to do there. The Heavens DAO marked me as anomalous, and I have become, gradually and imperfectly, someone who has learned to be at peace with that marking. Not because the marking has changed, but because my relationship to it has transformed. The cycle of my public life, the expulsion, the discovery, the building, the transformation of the empire, that cycle is closed. A new cycle is beginning, one that is quieter and more personal. I am ready for it. More than ready. I am grateful for everyone who has walked this path with me. The council members who learned to govern without my constant guidance. The mentors who developed their own expertise and authority. The practitioners who took the frameworks we built and pushed them further than we imagined. Ren Wei, who held the movement together when it would have fractured under the weight of rapid growth. Dao Qing, who transformed enforcement into partnership. Annie Hua, who showed me what authentic practice looks like when it's not defined against anything. Chen Li, who became an authority by accepting that she didn't need me to validate her understanding. And I am grateful for Liang Chen, for who I was that needed to prove something, and for who I am becoming as I learned to stop needing that proof. The anger that drove me was righteous. The determination that sustained me was necessary. But they were also heavy. Now, in releasing them, I understand that they were always meant to be tools for a specific work, not the permanent shape of my identity. The empire has learned that anomalies are the places where the DAO explores new possibilities. I have learned the same thing about myself. That learning continues. It will always continue. and the not knowing about what comes next feels, for the first time, like a gift rather than a threat. If you've journeyed through all 140 chapters of the Heavens Tao marked me as an anomaly. You've walked with Liang Chen from expulsion to transformation, from an anomaly cast out by the system to the cultivator who helped the system remember what it forgot. Asterisk if this story moved you. Let us know in the comments. Which moment changed your understanding of what cultivation can mean? Your engagement helps this channel continue bringing long-form cultivation stories to life. Asterisk the next story is already in production. Subscribe and ring the bell so you're there when it arrives. Asterisk thank you for listening. If you've journeyed through all 140 chapters of the Heavens Tao marked me as an anomaly. You've walked with Liang Chen from expulsion to transformation, from an anomaly cast out by the system to the cultivator who helped the system remember what it forgot. Asterisk if this story moved you. Let us know in the comments. Which moment changed your understanding of what cultivation can mean? Your engagement helps this channel continue bringing long-form cultivation stories to life. Asterisk the next story is already in production. Subscribe and ring the bell so you're there when it arrives. Asterisk thank you for listening.